entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Falling Behind Will Get Beaten. Outside the open space, watching Qiao Keihong's eyes suddenly change from dazed to sharp, Su-Yun, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was stunned. What's going on? You know, the Jing'an where the 221 base is located in the central and western part of Zhehe province. From the perspective of location, it belongs to the absolute hinterland of the country. And the 18th branch, as the headquarters of the entire base, is located in the deepest part of the base. Therefore, in theory, such a heavily guarded and safe base is unlikely to have any major accidents. Not to mention that Su-Yun is relatively familiar with this period of history, and he has no record of major changes in the 221 base. At most, there was a year when rats became a disaster, and more than 7,000 rats were killed in the base. The corpses were burned because they were not voles and could not be eaten. Could it be an earthquake? Or a huge sandstorm? Wait. If I heard it right. The sound coming from the loudspeaker seemed to be somewhat similar to an air defense alarm. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through Su-Yun's mind. That's right. Although the 221 base had not encountered any major natural disasters or armed attacks in its history, it had encountered the thing before. Could it be that this time it was because of that reason? While Su-Yun was thinking about it, Yi Duzhen. No, it should be said that everyone in their field of vision also began their own actions. For example, Su-Yun saw several patients who seemed to be recuperating and relaxing like him, and were now being taken to the hospital by the accompanying medical staff. There were also several sideline team members who were originally debugging a certain device and quickly sealed the device into a box. As for the most outrageous scene, it appeared near the base of the meteorological Doppler radar, in less than half a minute. A large group of people appeared around the base, which was originally sparsely populated, like the Viet Cong, and it seemed that there were no less than 20 or 30 people. They were extremely skilled in dismantling the equipment on the base, covering it, and sealing it. This is not over yet. After clearing a piece of open space, another group of people appeared with quilts, clothes, brackets and other things. They directly erected the bracket on the ground, pulled the rope, and spread the clothes and quilts on top. This technological area, which was originally used to input meteorological data, instantly became a living area for drying clothes and quilts. At the same time, the operators who were originally inputting data at the operating table also quickly wrapped themselves in white headscarves and changed into more worn clothes, looking like simple farmers. Su-Yun, if Su-Yun had a God's perspective, he would find another thing. The area that is undergoing a big change at this time is far more than just this small area of the main factory. In fact, almost all open-air areas in the entire 221 base are playing the dress-up game. 17 kilometers away from Su-Yun and his team, the explosion test site. Sizzle, a jeep that was speeding over made a dry brake sound on the ground and stopped at the entrance of the construction site. Then, without waiting for the cart to stop, Lao Guo hurriedly opened the door and jumped out. Then Lao Guo looked around a few times. After discovering the target he was looking for this time, he quickly walked towards the other party and called out his name. Hey! Captain Su! Su Chengai was originally concentrating on looking at a construction drawing. When he heard what Lao Guo said, he quickly turned around and said in surprise, Engineer Guo, why are you here? I happen to be handling some things at the 4th factory. I came here first because I was close to this place. Lao Guo first took a breath, and then quickly said to Su Chengai, Captain Su, how is the construction site? Upon hearing this, Su Chengai showed Lao Guo a mouthful of broken teeth. These were the medals he left during the Peninsula campaign. He looked very excited. Everything is going very smoothly. Look, there, the foundation pits of the first 2 workstations have been dug. Today we are going to apply a kind of coating to these 2 workstations. It is said that it can retain the impact effect after the cold explosion to a few decimal places. I really forgot what it is called, but are digging. Just when Su Chengai was halfway through his report, Old Guo suddenly interrupted him. Captain Su, the plan has changed. All construction tasks today have to be cancelled. The excavation equipment has already entered the site. Su Chengai subconsciously finished the second half of the sentence, and then he was stunned. Huh? After a moment, Su Chenggai's tone suddenly rose a few notes. Engineer Guo, what did you say? Old Guo couldn't help but sigh and repeated, Captain Su, I mean that all construction tasks today have been cancelled, and Plan B will be launched in real time. Hearing the three words Plan B, Su Chenggai's astonishment, which originally wanted to ask about the situation, instantly turned into deep solemnity. He clenched his fists subconsciously and asked Lao Guo, Engineer Guo, are those lackeys coming? Lao Guo nodded, turned and looked to the southeast, and explained, yes, 20 minutes ago, we received a notice from the comrades in the Fujian Province Lookout Department that a U-2 was discovered by our shore-based radar 11 minutes ago. Judging from the flight trajectory, the U-2 will probably pass over the base in 3 hours. In order not to expose the true situation of our base, we must immediately start Plan B. Not only your construction site, but the entire base is now in action. Su Chengai was silent for a few seconds, and his teeth clattered a few times. But in the end, this strong man still helplessly loosened his fist, and a trace of decadence appeared in his eyes. Got it, I'll go and notify other comrades now. Seeing Su Chenggai's expression that he wanted to bite his cheeks to pieces, Lao Guo could only pat his shoulders silently. As the leadership of the base, Lao Guo's anger and helplessness about this matter are no less than Su Chenggai's. To be honest, everyone understands the principle of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. But to be fair, watching others swaggering over your home but being powerless, and even having to accompany them in their acting, this sense of humiliation can never be suppressed by chicken soup for the soul. Take today's construction site as an example. Today, the construction site is going to apply a special high-temperature silicone coating, which is expensive to produce and has harsh preservation conditions. Without this coating, the shock wave collection in the cold explosion stage will be greatly hindered. However, due to the existing preservation technology, the liquid state of this coating has a very short validity period and must be made and applied on the same day. It will become ineffective after more than 6 hours. Now the U-2 reconnaissance plane is about to come over the base. No one knows how many laps it will make, let alone whether it will pretend to pass by and come back again to make a surprise attack. Therefore, the base will only allow various departments to resume operations after receiving the return notice from the Fujian Provincial Reconnaissance Department. In this way, the coating produced by the chemical department at a great cost will inevitably be completely scrapped. Not to mention that other equipment, personnel and morale will also suffer varying degrees of wear and tear. This is just a small explosion test site, and there are countless places like this in the entire base. Thinking of this, Lao Guo couldn't help but look up at the sky again, muttering, U-2, it's U-2. At the same time, Su Yun, who was brought to hidden building by Qiao Keihong, also had a sense of enlightenment in his heart. After entering the room, he saw that everyone had calmed down, so he asked Ye Dezhang and Qiao Keihong about the cause of the current situation. Although Ye Dezhang and Qiao Keihong's words were, Factory 221 has a national key project and is therefore targeted by some people, and reconnaissance planes often fly here for reconnaissance, so the base must keep it confidential every time. But for a time traveler like Su Yun who is familiar with the current history, these words can't fool him at all. Basically, when Ye Dezhang finished speaking, he immediately realized who the real protagonist of the incident was, U-2 reconnaissance plane. This is exactly the thing he had guessed before. It was mentioned a long time ago. For various reasons, the other side of the sea is not completely ignorant of the rabbit's development of nuclear weapons. Whether it was the whole nation's search for uranium mines, the subsequent assistance from the Russian bear, or the needs of a populous country, the rabbits were destined to develop atomic bombs. So the development of nuclear weapons itself is not a secret. Just as everyone knows that online writers must have manuscripts, the real doubt is not the manuscripts themselves, but their quantity. Is it 1 chapter? 5 chapters? Or 10 chapters? The same is true for the development of nuclear weapons in those days. After the Russian bear experts withdrew, the opposite side of the sea was not particularly clear about the rabbit's nuclear plan. Their progress in the development of rabbit nuclear weapons was largely based on speculation. For example, as mentioned before, the reconnaissance satellite across the sea actually obtained pictures of the Lopner base, also known as the Malin base, very early on. But they didn't recognize that this was the later detonation test site at all, but judged it as a satellite launch pad. According to various materials made public in later generations, The current understanding of the progress of the rabbits by the other side of the sea is roughly as follows. They already know that the rabbits are already mining uranium raw materials and building uranium enrichment plants. At the same time, they believe that the first nuclear reactor will be close to completion by the end of this year, and it will provide plutonium in 1962. The rabbits will then make a plutonium bomb, test it in about 5 years, and have a small atomic bomb in 6 years. Objectively speaking, this judgment is actually very different from the real process of history, and the errors and omissions are very serious. But the problem is that even if it is a plutonium bomb, it is still an atomic bomb, right? Therefore, the other side of the sea naturally cannot give up tracking intelligence. After all, being bad is one thing, and being stupid is another. At that time, the other side of the sea also analyzed that the area where the rabbits were experimenting was 100% in the northwest, but the problem was that the depth of those places was really far away. In addition, the reconnaissance satellites of this year had just been born, the accuracy of taking pictures was quite poor, and they could not stay in the sky for a long time. Therefore, the only reconnaissance means that the other side of the sea could rely on was the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. To be honest, even from the perspective of the opponent, U-2 is indeed a magical machine that can be called black technology. It was born in 1956 and was developed and manufactured by Lockheed across the sea. It has a slender body, an amazing wingspan, and is painted black all over, resembling a large black bird. However, the spare wheel often falls off due to design problems, so when taking off, the tower often says that the machine has no tires as a reminder. In the 1960s, it was able to take ground photos taken at an altitude of 15,000 meters, and you could clearly see the big headlines on the newspapers. For a mission, the photos taken could fill a house. Even in 2023 when Soyun traveled through, the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft is still in service and has been postponing the retirement deadline. At that time, in order to be able to scout the rabbits, a Black Cat squadron was specially set up at a sensitive location across the sea, and the reconnaissance aircraft's range was just enough to make a round trip. So, for a long time, the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft would go to the depths of the desert for a walk to see if the rabbits were secretly doing anything. At the same time, it is very helpless. The U-2 reconnaissance aircraft has a maximum flight altitude of 24,000 meters, and can even reach more than 27,000 meters. At this time, even the MiG-17 fighter of the Russian Bear can only fly to 13,000 meters. Therefore, after the advent of the U-2, it began to fly into the airspace of other countries recklessly, and arrogantly ignored the rules. So at this time, the 221 base, Malin base and 504 factory can only work with the reconnaissance department of Fujian province for a long time as a precaution. Once the shore-based radar detects that a U-2 takes off, the major bases will immediately start acting, put away the hidden facilities and equipment, drive out all the cargo vehicles, dry quilts or corn on the open ground, etc. Of course, the rabbits also inherited some guerrilla warfare traditions during this period, deliberately laying mazes in many places, for example, building an empty shell base somewhere in the desert, and coincidentally some equipment was discovered by U-2 during transportation. These actors would even take the initiative to hide behind some stones, pretending to be inadvertently photographed by the camera. But in general, every time they were forced to act, the atmosphere in the major bases was still mainly anger and helplessness. After a while, Zhang Tao, Zhou Xiaoping and other sideline team members were also arranged in this room. After all, they were all college graduates from top universities, and there were many talents from nuclear engineering majors. There are not many people engaged in nuclear engineering in China these days, and it is possible that there are image files of these students across the sea. If they are photographed, it will be easy to expose their feet. What is a nuclear engineer doing in a machinery factory? Damn it! After entering the house, Zhou Xiaoping walked to the wall angrily and hammered it hard. These bastards are really lingering. They come every once in a while. It's endless, right? Zhang Tao, who was standing by, saw this and quickly walked to his side, patted his friend on the shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry, Lao Zhou, calm down, you have to think about it this way. The only thing the other side of the sea can do now is to send reconnaissance planes to cause trouble. Isn't this considered progress? If it were the Tartar dynasty back then, the warships might have arrived at Degukao by now. Zhou Xiaoping's chest was still heaving heavily, and his other hand was tightly grasping the corner of the nearest table. as if his 5 fingers were about to dig into it. I am just angry. Why are there such disgusting people in the world? This is obviously our own territory. Why is he, an outsider, showing off here? If you want to be the world's police, just go and uphold justice yourself. Do you have any shame to do thieves and robbers under the name of a policeman? Hearing the 3 words "my own home," everyone at the scene fell into silence. Indeed. No matter what, this is my home. Even a fly flying in my home is a bit disgusting, let alone a reconnaissance plane. However, just when everyone was silent, a long but calm voice suddenly sounded in the house. Because they are stronger than our national strength, backwardness will be beaten, and weak countries have no diplomacy. This is an eternal truth. Zhou Xiaoping was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. Only at this moment, Su Yun was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at them steadily. Comrades, you are all top students who have attended university. You should be able to understand what I mean, or to be more precise, since 1840, more than 100 years ago, the home you mentioned has been using the pain to best interpret the above sentence. The word dignity has never been obtained by charity from others, let alone by asking like this. After saying that, Su Yun raised his right hand with a great effort, pointed out the window, and asked Zhou Xiaoping, Mr. Zhou. Ahem, Comrade Xiaoping, do you think that the reconnaissance planes showing off their power over our heads are very rampant? Zhou Xiaoping was silent for a moment, and nodded slowly. But Su Yun smiled. The grin on his mouth was even a little scary against the background of the bandage. Then I tell you, there will be more rampant things happening in the future. At this point, Su Yun couldn't help but have a trace of reminiscence in his eyes, and slowly said, can you imagine a day when a diplomat who graduated from a prestigious university, is well educated and speaks good English is rejected by the United Nations? He could only sit on a bench in a suit, with his hands crossed, his head down and no words, and a few days later, his hometown was bombed wantonly. And thousands of compatriots died. Yi Dezheng, who had been silent, hesitated for a moment and asked, Comrade Han Li, are you talking about Gu Weijin? Su Yun shook his head. No, it's just my imagination. In this era, Gu Weijin's decision at the Paris Peace Conference is widely known. But few people, or perhaps no one in this era, know that. Just 100 years after Gu Weijin refused to sign, something more bitter than Gu Weijin's original will happen on the earth. But that incident had nothing to do with rabbits, but another small country. The protagonist of the incident was called Bashar Jafari, and a photo of the deer caused countless people to remain silent. At that time, Bashar Jafari bravely argued with the crowd and spoke for his motherland again and again. He accused some countries of aggression, but while he was speaking impassionately, the representatives of the 3 countries he accused had already turned around and left. 4 days later, his country was hit by missiles, and countless people were killed and injured. Compared with Bashar Jafari's experience, the U2 in front of him was really nothing. Then Su Yun paused and looked around. Then the smile on his face became even brighter, and he spoke again. By the way, there is also a TV. Everyone should have seen this thing, right? A TV station was just established in the country a few years ago. Then can you imagine such a picture? You are a hard-working worker. You have worked hard all your life. Finally, you have a new house, married a virtuous wife, and have a pair of lovely children. As a result, one day, you just got off work and received a call in the mail room. A very kind voice came from the phone. Hello, so-and-so, right? Your home will be attacked by missiles in 20 seconds, and the TV is broadcasting your home now. You subconsciously turned your head and found that the TV was showing the image of your home. In the image, your wife was washing clothes on the balcony, and your 2 children were playing with building blocks. Then 20 seconds later, a missile fell, and everything that was most precious in your life turned into bang. Su Yun didn't finish his words. Jin Binqiang, who was standing next to him, slammed his fist on the table. This old man, who always smiled since they met, now had a gloomy face that was terrifying. In fact, it was not just Jin Binqiang. Everyone in this room seemed to have a fire burning in their eyes at this time. To be honest, the first thing Su Yun described, they didn't know if it would happen. But the second thing, at least in everyone's cognition, some people can do it. And if such a scene happened to oneself or one's compatriots. Think of this. Jin Binqiang and the others shuddered in anger. After a while, Zhou Xiaoping suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Su Yun seriously. Comrade Han Li, maybe one day, this kind of thing will happen, but I swear, I will never, never, never let these things you said happen to our compatriots. Zhou Xiaoping emphasized the word absolutely 3 times in his words, which shows his firm mind. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoping was relatively calm, Su Yun couldn't help but smile and prepared to say something else. However, before he opened his mouth, buzz buzz buzz, a very low vibration sound suddenly came from a certain direction outside the house. The frequency of this sound was extremely annoying. How to say it made Su Yun subconsciously think of the street bombing gangs in later generations. But soon, he realized something again and turned his head to look outside. Sure enough, at this time, on the east side of the building, within the field of vision, a black plane was slowly flying towards the base. At the same time, it can be seen from the volume of the vibration and the visual distance. The plane obviously lowered its altitude, playing some malicious harassment games to show its presence. Under this noise, everyone in the house or the base could only remain silent. Some of them even pretended to chat with each other because they knew the power of the U-2 camera. This time, the U-2 circled the sky twice before turning around and leaving. At the same time, before leaving completely, it lowered its altitude again and scattered some leaflets whose contents were unknown, but you could guess what they said. After the U-2 disappeared from sight, the room was silent for several minutes before Qiao Keihong could not help looking at Yi Dezhang and asked, "Director Yi, can our current fighter jets really not shoot down a reconnaissance plane?" Yi Dezhang shook his head and sighed. "There is absolutely no way. We, let alone our factory, is not qualified to ask the Air Force comrades to come out, even if the Air Force sent fighter jets. Let's put it this way, our domestic J-6 is now flying at an altitude of only 18,000 meters, while the U-2 can easily reach 27,000 meters, so let alone fighter jets, there is currently no technology in China that can shoot down the U-2. Otherwise, I will go and chew on the axe that Comrade Sun Junren was chewing on, which was given to him by Comrade Yao Lei's mentor and used by Maxwell, and I didn't even wash it." At this point, Yi Dezhang couldn't help but smile bitterly and sighed. If someone in China can shoot down the U-2, I'm afraid even the international community will be boiling for a long time. Hearing this, Qiao Keihong couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. However, just as she was trying to change her mood and was about to ask Yi Dezhang if she could leave the house, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. "If you don't play U-2, it's not impossible." Chapter 552, No Coincidences. It's not impossible. As these words rang out, in the entire hidden building, whether it was Qiao Keihong, Zhou Xiaoping, Zhang Guangding who were standing, or Zhang Tao, Yi Dezhang, Jin Bingqiang who were sitting on the chairs, all the people on the scene seemed to have encountered a gust of absolute zero wind in an instant, and their expressions froze on their faces. After a long while, Jin Bingqiang accidentally overturned the teacup on the table, and then he came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. He first took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the urge to pounce in front of Su Yun, and asked Su Yun, "Comrade Han Li, what did you say? Shoot down the reconnaissance plane across the sea? Do you know how terrifying the parameters of that reconnaissance plane are?" Su Yun nodded, pointed to Yi Dezhang beside him, and said, "Didn't Director Yu just say that the flight altitude of that reconnaissance plane can reach more than 20,000 meters, which is much more powerful than domestic fighters? As for its flying speed, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be around 800 kilometers per hour. Jin Bingqiang's pupils shrank suddenly, and a question blurted out, "Wait, Comrade Han Li, how do you know its speed?" "You know, although the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft was put into service in 1955, it has been a few years since then. But for a very long time, its existence was just some vague rumors. It was not until a year ago that the Russian Bear shot down a cruising U-2 body with a missile in the country that this mysterious reconnaissance aircraft really appeared in front of the world. But the Russian Bear has never provided the rabbits with the specific parameters of U-2. At present, even the flight speed of U-2 is considered confidential data. It's not that few people know it, but that ordinary people can't access this data." Looking at Jin Bingqiang, who was surprised, Su Yun smiled calmly. As early as when he realized that the visitor was U-2, he had thought about what he should say next or what to do. He just nodded his chin towards a certain direction outside the window. Through the window, he could see that there was the base station of the previous meteorological Doppler radar. "Comrade Jin Yi, don't forget that I have some experience in radar. I can be considered an enthusiast. At present, if we want to find the track of U-2 in China, we can obviously only rely on the shore-based radar in Fujian province. After all, The reconnaissance aircraft in China can only come from that place. The alarm sounded in the factory more than 3 hours ago. Counting the time it took to transmit the message from Fujian province and dividing it by the distance, we can roughly determine its speed. Jin Bingqiang was silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. This explanation is quite reasonable, but most people probably won't think of this level. The concept of shore-based radar alone can block many laymen. Then he paused and continued to ask, Comrade Han Li, since you know the speed and altitude of U-2, why do you still say that you can shoot down U-2? You know, let alone our domestic fighters, even various anti-aircraft missiles do not have the ability to shoot down U-2. If you want to shoot down the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft, you must come up with a more advanced weapon, right? Could it be that you have an optimization plan to increase the altitude of fighters? Su Yun couldn't help but look at Jin Bingqiang again. I'm afraid Jin Bingqiang himself didn't notice it. The questions he raised at this time did not seem to be the business scope of a boilerman at all. At the same time, Yi Dezhang beside him did not correct him, which was obviously enough to explain one thing. These two fish went into the plastic bag. Of course. Jin Bingqiang was not telling the truth at this time. In real history. In fact, the rabbits have already introduced the SAM-2 surface-to-air missiles from the bears and formed a legendary missile unit called the 2nd Battalion. Even if Su Yun did not appear, the rabbits would shoot down a U-2 in a little over a year. And in the next 5 years, the rabbits will shoot down a U-2 reconnaissance plane every other year and capture 2 pilots. How exaggerated is this record? It is so exaggerated that a total of 7 U-2s were shot down in the world, and the rabbits took 5 of them. Later, the rabbits used the wreckage of these 5 planes to piece together a complete body and display it in the military museum for tourists to visit. In 2017, the rabbits even invited the son of the late U-2 designer Kelly Johnson, Valeria Johnson, born in his second marriage, to visit the military museum. I don't know if it was because her father did not leave her the inheritance. Valeria Johnson was still laughing happily beside the U-2 wreckage at that time. But on the other hand, a year later, the U-2 had actually detected a lot of useful image information, which provided great help for the analysis of the rabbits' research progress across the sea. For example, when the rabbits' theoretical research was nearing completion, a certain Melody, who had a wild imagination, almost jumped off the wall. If Sui Zhuang had not distrusted the intelligence from across the sea, the rabbits' nuclear base would have been in great danger. However, with Su Yun as a variable, some things might be different. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but raise a smile like a fisherman who bought a good fish. That's right, Comrade Jin Yi. In terms of flight altitude, the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft is indeed the best in the world, not to mention the J-6, even the world's top fighter, the MiG-17, has a big gap from the U-2's flight altitude, and the flight altitude of a fighter is very complicated to optimize. Whether it is pressure-resistant materials or ramjet engines, it is not something that can be solved by a drawing or an optimization plan. Hearing Su Yun's words, Jin Bingqiang nodded subconsciously. Students who were fighters in their previous lives should all know that the flight altitude of fighters has always been a very complicated field. If you keep climbing at a small angle, as the air pressure decreases, you will find a situation, the airspeed is getting lower and lower, but the actual speed has reached a very high level, and finally, you enter the death coffin corner. At this corner, the air pressure is so low that the lift is insufficient, but the throttle has reached its limit. At this time, the body is unable to accelerate, and deceleration will cause a stall, and forcible pulling of the stick will also cause a stall. If enough speed is accumulated to jump at a large angle, it will immediately stall and fall at the highest point. Therefore, if you want to increase the flight altitude of an aircraft, in addition to the engine, you also need to consider a lot of modules such as wing shape, fuselage material, and jet fuel. In a sense, this is almost like redesigning an aircraft. And if an aircraft wants to go from design drawings to actual combat, it takes a very long time to experiment. So even if Su Yun can come up with an optimization or design drawing, even if the superiors trust him very much, the aircraft will not be able to land normally in a short time. Thinking of this, Jin Bingqiang felt that he had guessed Su Yun's idea. Oh, I understand. So Comrade Han Li, do you mean that we can optimize the anti-aircraft missiles? Unexpectedly, Su Yun shook his head decisively and denied. Sorry, that's not the case. To be honest, I know nothing about missiles. It's better to remove the word missile. Jin Bingqiang, Su Yun was telling the truth. Missile research and development. This is a very important profession in the future. Let alone the barriers between military and civilian use. Just the professions of engineering drawing, cybernetics, inertial navigation, and aircraft design are not something Su Yun can easily talk about. The only thing Su Yun has in common with the missile profession is that he has a relatively in-depth study of advanced mathematics and a little research on various computer programs. So if you let Su Yun help you and come up with some optimization plans for the corners, to be honest, it is still possible, no matter whether it will succeed or not, at least you can try. But wanting Su Yun to directly come up with a new missile model that can be used in actual combat. Just kidding. It's better to expect him to update 20 chapters tomorrow. Seeing that missiles and fighters were denied by Su Yun, Jin Bingqiang's expression became more and more puzzled. So Comrade Han Li, what do you mean by shooting down U-2? Su Yun smiled mysteriously at him and pointed his finger at the sky. Comrade Jin Yi, besides fighters and missiles, think about what else can go to the sky. Jin Bingqiang was stunned again. Things that can go to the sky? There are too many things. Birds can go to the sky. Balloons can go to the sky. The Type 59 tank that was launched 2 years ago is said to be able to go to the sky in the future. Suddenly, Jin Bingqiang suddenly thought of something and looked up at Su Yun in surprise. Comrade Han Li, are you talking about satellites, as the current leader of the domestic atomic energy industry? Jin Bingqiang's understanding of many front-end projects is much higher than Yi Dezheng and even Lao Guo and Lu Guangda. Therefore, he is very clear. Although satellite research and development is still in its infancy. But in future planning, satellite weapons are indeed a possible technology. This technology is even more advanced than radar research before the emergence of meteorological Doppler radar, but the project was shelved for the reasons mentioned above. And unlike fighter jets, the design of a satellite is equally complex, but it is obviously much easier than a fighter jet in terms of difficulty. At least there is no need to consider wind tunnel testing, and the step alone is a huge win. However, just when Jin Bingqiang thought he had guessed the answer correctly, Su Yun shook his head again. Comrade Jin Yi, I'm not talking about a satellite, but it's very close to a satellite, both in terms of concept and actual position. A question mark immediately appeared on Jin Bingqiang's face, then Su Yun coughed lightly, turned to look at Yi Dezheng, and asked him, Director Yi, you are a meteorological expert. So you should know that the atmosphere will show different characteristics at different altitudes, and has different titles, right? Yi Dezheng nodded. This is his professional field. That's right. The so-called atmosphere refers to a layer of mixed gases surrounding the Earth due to gravity. At present, according to the gas structure from the near surface to the sky, there are 5 academic levels, that is, the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere and exosphere. Currently, civil airliners generally fly in the upper part of the troposphere, and military fighters fly in the area where the stratosphere and troposphere meet. Hearing Yi Dezheng's introduction, Su Yun subconsciously wanted to snap his fingers. But as soon as he made this move, he was stimulated by the pain in his fingers and grinned. Oh, it hurts, Yi Dezheng and Jin Bingqiang, it's well known. The Earth's atmosphere is divided into 5 layers according to the temperature structure. From bottom to top, they are the 5 terms introduced by Yi Dezheng. Among them, the troposphere is the lowest layer of the atmosphere closest to the ground, and it is the lowest layer of the atmosphere. The height is about 10 to 12 kilometers from the ground to the sky. To put it vaguely, the troposphere is below 10,000 meters. The troposphere is a very shallow layer compared to the entire atmosphere, and its thickness is less than 1% of the thickness of the entire atmosphere. However, due to the effect of the Earth's gravity, the troposphere concentrates about 3/4 of the mass of the atmosphere, more than 90% of the mass of water vapor, and almost all aerosol particles. Water vapor near the ground is transported upward through convection, which easily forms clouds and causes rain. Therefore, the main weather phenomena in the atmosphere occur in this layer, so the troposphere is most closely related to human activities. The area above the troposphere is the stratosphere. The stratosphere is also called the stratosphere, and the local altitude is about 7 to 12 kilometers to 50 to 65 kilometers, which is about 60,000 meters. This layer contains ozone, which can absorb ultraviolet rays so that the creatures on the Earth will not be directly exposed to the strong ultraviolet rays in the sun. In this layer, the atmosphere mainly flows in the horizontal direction, and the vertical movement is weak, so the airflow is stable, and there is almost no up and down convection. As for the later mesosphere, thermosphere and exosphere, I will not go into details. The area above them is interstellar space. By the way, the ionosphere, which is well known to many people, is actually the name of a special area between the mesosphere and the thermosphere. The way to distinguish it is the physical electromagnetic effect, which has little to do with the atmospheric standard. As for the altitude of the satellite, it is more complicated. Because satellites can be divided into three types according to their actual flight altitude: low-orbit satellites, medium-orbit satellites, and high-orbit satellites. The traditional understanding is that satellites that rotate in space are basically high-orbit satellites, 36,000 kilometers from the ground. But in fact, the number of satellites in this area is not the largest. The largest number of satellites are generally located in the medium-orbit area. Such as the height of the Rabbit space station is about 400 kilometers. Low orbit is generally the operating range of reconnaissance satellites, such as keyhole satellites, which can often drop to 120 kilometers. Okay. Let's return to reality. Looking at Yi Dezhang, who was talking eloquently, Su Yun gestured with his hands to indicate an area and said to everyone, "Yes, it is not difficult to see from Director Yi's introduction that there is actually a special space in the lower part of the stratosphere. Plane can't go up there, satellite can't come down there, only a very small number of rockets occasionally pass through there, but in fact, the air in the stratosphere is much thinner than that in the troposphere. The content of water vapor and dust there is very little, so there are very few weather phenomena. It can be said that there is no wind or rain. So Comrade Jin Yi, do you think there is such a possibility?" After saying that, Su Yun stretched out his index and middle fingers and made a swimming foot flapping action in the air, that is, launching a certain aircraft that can stay for several days into the stratosphere, and the aircraft is equipped with several special missiles. When the U-2 is about to fly under the aircraft, the missiles on the aircraft fall down, and then, boom. Su Yun said this with great pleasure, but Jin Biqiang and Yi Dezhang opposite him did not seem particularly excited. After a while, Yi Dezhang spoke slowly. "Comrade Han Li, the scene you described is indeed very attractive, but, with our current technology, it seems difficult to achieve this effect, right?" Yi Dezhang spread out his left hand, bent his left thumb to the palm, and tapped his right index finger on his thumb a few times. "First of all, the stratospheric aircraft you mentioned is a big problem. Our current planes can't even fly up there. What can you use to send missiles to the stratosphere? Secondly, even if you really make an aircraft for you, how can we know the specific trajectory of the U-2 reconnaissance plane? Finally, there is one more point. How can you guarantee that a missile falling from an altitude of at least several thousand meters, with an actual difference of up to 10,000 meters, can hit the U-2 reconnaissance plane?" Yi Dezhang's question was sharp and realistic. "You know, at present, no country or region in the world can launch an aircraft into the stratosphere, except for the rocket route. Even the other side of the sea and the Russian Bear are the same. Not to mention that if you want to launch a missile, you must use a fire control radar. The frequency of the fire control radar is 3 mm X microwave, which is different from the frequency band of the detection radar. According to the information released by the Russian Bear, the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft has 3 detection radars. After detecting the fire control radar signal, it can quickly rise to higher altitude within 30 seconds. The real core reason why the Russian Bear was able to shoot down the U-2 was not simply relying on technology, but because of the existence of an old man. Their intelligence aircraft had learned through various channels at a very early time that Peshawar was one of the main bases of the U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. So they sent an agent named Peter to enter the Peshawar Air Force Base as a handyman. Peter tampered with the U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft on the apron, causing its actual flight altitude to be inconsistent with the displayed altitude, and finally allowed the Russian Bear to successfully shoot down the U-2. But the problem is that the rabbits these days can't do this at all, but the pressure from the enemy spies in the mainland is even greater. Therefore, in Yi Dezhang's view, Su Yun's so-called plan is completely wishful thinking. If it weren't for Su Yun's contribution, Yi Dezhang even wanted to wave his hand out of boredom and say let's go. Jin Biqiang beside him also looked a little disappointed. After all, Su Yun's plan was too unrealistic. Just when Yi Dezhang was about to say some polite words to end the meeting, Su Yun spoke up. "You are wrong, Director Yi, we are fully capable of doing this." Yi Dezhang raised his head in surprise and looked at Su Yun. Su-Yun seemed to be responding to Yi Dezhang's questioning. He first raised the index finger of his left hand. First question: yes, at present, our fighter jets and civil airliners are indeed unable to fly to the stratosphere, but Director Yi, you may have forgotten that we actually have another very primitive tool that has the possibility of doing this. Yi Dezhang blinked and asked subconsciously, what tool? Su-Yun turned his head and pointed to the balloon that Fang Zhang was playing with on his index finger, and said, balloon, or airship. Yi Dezhang's voice rose a few decibels. Airship, yes. Su-Yun nodded, made a gesture of measuring his height, and explained, Director Yi, you are a meteorological expert. So you should be familiar with the relationship between altitude and air pressure. Generally speaking, in an area with an altitude of 30 kilometers, the atmospheric pressure is about 10 HPa, and the atmospheric pressure per square meter of a vacuum container is about 0.10 tons, or 100 kilograms. If it is filled with helium buoyancy, the pressure difference between its inside and outside will become smaller, and the requirements for materials will be further reduced. So if the airfoil lift is designed well and the materials are selected well, I think it is entirely possible for the airship to rise to the height of the stratosphere. Su-Yun's tone was very firm. Because when he was studying in his previous life, he had participated in the first Feihang Cup National Future Aircraft Design Competition and got a good ranking. This kind of design competition is not as simple as drawing a picture or building a model. It requires the design of specific principles, materials and even simulation of lift orbits. Finally, it has to go through the guidance and comments of 4 academicians of the Academy of Engineering: Academician Wang Rusong, Academician Liu Yongke, Academician Wang Wenhu, and Academician Li Chengxuan, before the final ranking can be announced. Later, the University of Science and Technology also realized the drawings of Su-Yun and his airship into a physical object, which successfully stopped in the stratosphere for 3 days. Then Yi Dezhang thought for a moment and asked Su-Yun, Comrade Han Li, let me ask another question. What is the material of the capsule you expect? Although Yi Dezhang is not an expert in aircraft design, he has come into contact with a lot of equipment such as weather balloons. As the saying goes, I haven't eaten pork, but I have seen pigs run. Yi Dezhang didn't know much about the power structure, but he could barely make a judgment about the material. If it was an ordinary material, it would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure difference in the stratosphere. What about the capsule material? Su-Yun recalled for a while and quickly said, the capsule material must have the characteristics of lightweight, high strength, high thermal conductivity and high toughness, so polyester fiber and polyester are definitely needed. In addition, at least a fluorine film aluminum layer is needed for thermal conductivity. These should be produced with a current domestic industrial level, but the remaining woven load-bearing layer has higher requirements. It requires a sufficiently fine and strong small pore film for gas exchange. The material can withstand high pressure, the pore size should preferably reach the micron level, and the number should be at least hundreds. Of course, if there is no such material, other methods can be thought of during the design process. When mentioning the woven load-bearing layer, Su-Yun's brows could not help but frown slightly. From a design perspective, this thing is a very important part of the stratospheric airship, and it can even be said to be the lifeline. Whether the airship can rise to the corresponding area as planned and whether the structure can be protected from pressure difference depends largely on this material. So don't think that he can think of other ways. In fact, if this thing does not meet the standards, many subsequent links will be affected. But there is no way. If he says that he can't do anything at this step, then Su-Yun's next plan will be completely scrapped. However, just when Su-Yun frowned, Jin Binqiang on the side spoke very firmly, Comrade Han Li, please continue. Su-Yun was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked up at Jin Binqiang. After raising his eyes, he met Jin Binqiang's extremely determined eyes. Su-Yun was somewhat familiar with this look, because Lao Guo had shown the same look before. Su-Yun, what's going on? You know, the process required for the braided load-bearing layer is indeed a very difficult problem for the current rabbits. Even if the top decides to produce the braided load-bearing layer now, it will probably take several months. This is assuming that the rabbits have the fastest time to produce the technology. Could it be that, like the storage module of the previous 109A machine, there are some things in the rabbit's warehouse that have not been deciphered in later generations? Looking at Su-Yun with a surprised face, Jin Binqiang's heart was actually quite subtle at this time. Is this a coincidence? The moment he heard Su-Yun's description of the properties of the woven load-bearing layer, Jin Binqiang thought of the batch of gas exchange membranes in Factory 504 that could not be used because the parameters were tampered with. That's right. Gas exchange membrane, ha ha ha, didn't expect it. Actually, the chapter hinted at it. The gas exchange membrane that Su-Yun mentioned has all the properties required for the woven load-bearing layer, and the accuracy will only be higher, not lower. This is the gas exchange membrane used for centrifugal enrichment of uranium. There are about 3,000 gas exchange membranes in that batch, and they are all shelved at Factory 504 because of the wrong parameters. Even the capital was at a loss as to how to deal with this batch of gas exchange membranes. But now Su-Yun actually gave such a suitable place to use them? What a coincidence. Jin Binqiang then took a deep breath and continued to signal Su-Yun, "Comrade Han Li, please continue." Jin Binqiang repeated "please continue" for the second time. Finally, Su-Yun's mind was brought back to reality. So he took a deep breath and continued according to the original train of thought. After solving the problems of heat conduction and gas exchange, the remaining thing is to strengthen the toughness of the capsule. Jin Binqiang nodded. What materials are needed for this link? Su-Yun glanced at him and a few words popped out of his mouth. Donkey's apocrine secretion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Without me, this book would not have 3.2 million words. Donkey's apical secretion. Hearing this word coming out of Su-Yun's mouth, Jin Binqiang and Yi Dezhang's originally somewhat solemn faces suddenly showed a big question mark. Ew, apical secretion? What is that? After a few seconds, Jin Binqiang came back to his senses first. He touched his chin lightly, and a hint of speculation appeared in his eyes. He said to Su-Yun, "Comrade Han Li, the apical secretion you are talking about is something made from the donkey's epidermis, which is the donkey hide gelatin in the traditional concept." Jin Binqiang thought. The apical secretion that Su-Yun mentioned is most likely donkey hide gelatin. It's just that Su-Yun has been in Europe for a long time, so he forgot to express it in traditional terms for a while. However, Su-Yun quickly shook his head and explained, "Comrade Jin, you misunderstood. What I am talking about is not donkey hide gelatin, but a special mucus secreted from the donkey's body surface. This mucus is secreted through the donkey's exocrine glands. To put it bluntly, it should be understood as donkey sweat, everyone knows. In addition to thermal conductivity, pressure resistance, and light texture, the airship's capsule material also has a very important property requirement. That is, flexibility, or high ductility. This property is not difficult to understand from a situational perspective. The position where the stratospheric airship floats is 20,000 to 30,000 meters above the ground, or even higher. Its inner wall can use a gas exchange membrane to reduce the pressure difference, while the surface needs to withstand the pull of various external and internal forces. So it is obviously not possible without a certain degree of toughness. The solutions in this regard in later generations are relatively fixed, generally using composite materials and high molecular polymer materials. For example, polyamide film, polytetrafluoroethylene, etc. After all, the industrial level has reached that level. At the time when Su-Yun traveled through time, domestic stratospheric airships had even developed to the point of adding micro-nano materials for optimization, and they were quite mature. But in this era, Su-Yun has few choices. The quality of cotton fabrics and nylon is obviously not up to standard, and the mylar film is still tightly held by DuPont, ranking in the first column of the third page of contraband. Therefore, after thinking about it, Su-Yun suddenly thought of a wonderful idea. That's right. Can we find the protagonist of this book, Brother Donkey? Don't forget. At the end of the original 1850 copy, Halo once gave a task reward of hemostatic gel. After returning to reality, Su-Yun handed this technology to his good friend Chu Sheng. As a result, Chu Sheng accidentally got some unclean donkey mucus on a tuft of donkey hair during a quantitative experiment. Then Chu Sheng discovered that after these mucus and benzoquinoline were left to stand for a period of time, they would form a colloid with very high viscosity. So Chu Sheng used a rheometer to measure the longitudinal adhesion and found that its viscosity curve exceeded 860. See chapter 352. This situation is also consistent with the original paper of academician Yang Huanming, that is, 10.13881 Jakenki Helgxmzi, 2021-02-0100 and 10.28502 and NKJRB, 2014.007254. As for benzoquinoline, this thing was introduced as early as 1926. Even in this era, there are no less than 20 domestic units with production capacity. So naturally, Su Yun put his idea on the mucus of the native donkey, that is, the apical secretion. Just mix the apical secretion with benzoquinoline and let it stand, and adjust the colloid that Yu Xing had originally made. The rest is the problem of making it into a solid capsule. This step can be handed over to domestic chemical experts, which is not a particularly difficult technology. Admittedly, the apical secretion that a native donkey can contribute is not much. But don't forget that the Pakistani donkey invaded the country in the 1990s, more than 30 years ago. In other words, almost all donkeys in the country are standard native donkeys, according to the data published by later generations. At present, there are about 100 native donkeys in the entire 221 factory, and the number of native donkeys in Haiyan County not far away is even greater. In other words, under the condition of full mobilization, it should not be a problem for the base to gather 500 donkeys. If it doesn't work, we can transfer them from the provincial capital. There are many factories in Zhehe province, and donkeys are needed in various places. In a sense, donkeys today are as common as cars in later generations. As for how to produce apical secretion fluid, you're kidding. Isn't it enough to pull the mill? Anyway, everyone in the base eats steamed buns every day. Although the steamed buns these days are far less refined than those in later generations, they must be mixed with flour. Therefore, as long as the local donkeys pull the mill under the sun and ensure moisture and health, it is too easy to collect apical secretion fluid. Thinking of this, Jin Binqiang on the opposite side also roughly understood Su Yun's idea, although he didn't know whether what Su Yun said was true. But this kind of thing is very easy to verify, and you can find someone to conduct experiments after leaving the house. There are many benzoquinolines in the base. Therefore, he did not think about this for too long, and quickly changed the topic and said to Su Yun, "Comrade Han Li, even if the airship you mentioned can be successfully produced, what about the remaining two problems, that is, how to ensure that the specific trajectory of the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft can be mastered, and how to ensure that the missiles can accurately hit the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft?" Hearing this, Yi Dezhang and others also pricked up their ears. They had to admit that Su Yun's previous idea about airships was indeed very tempting, and had successfully aroused their curiosity. The little ears of gossip were straightened. JPG. Su Yun did not keep it a secret, and quickly raised the second finger and explained, "Comrade Jin, let's go through them one by one in order, and first talk about how to master the trajectory of the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft." Su Yun looked at Yi Dezhang and said to him, "Director Yi, your question is actually a little off-standard. Have you forgotten the equipment you have been using these days?" "The equipment I have been using these days?" Yi Dezhang was slightly startled, and recalled for 2 seconds before he understood. "Comrade Han Li, are you talking about the meteorological Doppler radar?" Su Yun nodded and affirmed, "Yes, it is the meteorological Doppler radar, which can actually solve the trajectory problem you mentioned. After all, the working band of the meteorological Doppler radar is very wide, from L wave to X wave. This is to deal with different situations such as ice, wind, clouds and rain, but the fire control radar band owned by U-2 is much narrower, mainly C wave, X wave, and K wave, so we can completely modify the radar band and tune it into a harmless detection radar. U-2 doesn't know that our Doppler radar has a one-dimensional imaging capability comparable to the fire control radar at this point." Su Yun couldn't help but look at Yi Dezhang meaningfully. In fact, in addition to the above content, he still has some things that he can't say clearly. That is, according to many materials that were declassified in later generations. In order to be able to shoot video data to the greatest extent, the equipment on the entire body of U-2 is almost extremely poor. For example, there is no long-distance communication equipment on U-2 at all. That's right. There is no long-distance communication equipment. That is to say, U-2 has no ability to communicate with the base from which it took off during its mission. This is also why U-2 was shot down successively in the territory of the bear and the rabbit in the original history, but the other side of the sea thought it was an accidental crash at first. For example, U-2 is only equipped with 3 detection radars that can detect fire control radars, and there are no other types of detection equipment. In other words, U-2 can only detect specific millimeter waves of fire control radars, and other ordinary search radar signals cannot be detected. Of course, the reason why U-2 is designed in this way is indeed not to pit pilots. It is because the search radars of this year cannot reach the 3-coordinate accuracy of fire control radars at all, so even if U-2 is scanned by the search radar, nothing will happen. At most it will expose that it has flown to a certain area. It is impossible to lock the precise flight trajectory by searching the radar. So it only needs to consider the signal of the fire control radar, and the rest of the space can be used to store film. But the problem is that with the appearance of Soyun, the meteorological Doppler radar has come out ahead of time. Although in 2023, when Soyun traveled, the Doppler principle was also widely used in the field of fire control radar. But this part of the application is mainly in the X-wave and Q-wave bands, which does not mean that the meteorological Doppler radar after adjusting the wavelength is also a fire control radar. Just adjust the wavelength to a range of 1.7 centimeters or so. With the help of dual-band and one-dimensional imaging methods, it is completely possible to have the appearance of a detection radar but the accuracy of a fire control radar. That is, when U-2 is completely unable to detect it, its flight trajectory can be successfully grasped. According to the parts assembled at the base, the scanning range of this meteorological Doppler radar in the base can reach up to 500 kilometers, which means that the precise movement of the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft can be grasped within 40 minutes. More importantly, this is also an idea that can be tested in the short term. Just try it the next time U-2 flies over. If U-2 temporarily changes its course or increases its altitude, it means that this trick is useless to U-2, and it has discovered a rabbit spring. But if U-2 still flies along the established route, after realizing this, Yi Dezhang's breathing suddenly became heavier, and his eyes stared at Soyun. Then Comrade Han Li, what about the third question I mentioned, how to ensure that the falling missile can accurately hit the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft? Among the 3 questions raised by Yi Dezhang, this is actually the most difficult one. You know, the conventional flight altitude of U-2 is 22,000 meters, and it can rise to 25,000 or even 27,000 meters at the highest. This means that the altitude of the stratospheric airship must be at least 30,000 meters, so that it will not be observed by the U-2 pilot through naked eye vision within the visual range. When U-2 performs the photo emission, the altitude will generally be reduced to about 18,000 meters. That is, in the actual combat stage. The linear height difference between the stratospheric airship and U-2 is likely to reach more than 10,000 meters. Missile pursuit at this altitude is not like calculating free fall like in junior high and high school physics. Many very complex scenarios need to be considered, for example, wind resistance. For example, the slight deformation of the missile caused by the pressure difference at different altitudes. Another example is the speed change or even track change of U-2. It's like you are at the top of a Magic City Center building and want to throw a piece of chalk to hide a person walking on the road 500 meters away. Even if you calculate more accurately, there will be various irresistible situations. It is possible that when the person is about to reach the position, a child on the side of the road screams, and the target stops and looks for 2 seconds. Who can calculate this? But on the other hand, since Soyun has considered the first 2 situations, it is impossible for him not to realize this problem. In other words, Soyun may also have a solution? An opposite you do. Soyun was silent for a few seconds, and then he continued to correct his next speech in his heart, and then he slowly said, Director Yi, first of all, I want to ask you a question. I wonder if you have heard of a technology. Yi Dezhang glanced at him. What technology? Soyun's mouth curled slightly. Radio proximity fuse. Radio proximity fuse. Hearing the word Soyun said. Yi Dezhang seemed a little confused, but Jin Biqiang beside him spoke. Comrade Han Li, you should be talking about a VT fuse invented by the other side of the sea during World War II. Soyun nodded. Yes, it was mentioned above. It is indeed very difficult for a slender shell to hide a high-speed aircraft flying at an altitude of hundreds to thousands of meters. Students who served in the Air Force during World War II should all know it. There was a statistics during the Battle of Britain in 1940. In order to hide an aircraft on the battlefield, it is necessary to fire about 2,500 shells, which means the hit rate is 4 in 10,000. Such a probability makes pilots basically not afraid of ground artillery, and ground artillery only has a driving effect on aircraft. But in the middle and late stages of World War II, a special weapon appeared. It is the radio proximity fuse. The core principle of this thing is actually the Doppler effect, that is, a radar is installed on the warhead of the shell. When the distance between the shell and the aircraft decreases, the frequency received by the radar will become higher and higher. When the frequency reaches a certain level, it means that it has entered the detonation range. In this way, the shell can be automatically detonated and cause damage. This radio proximity fuse shell became the best-selling weapon product in World War II. The other side of the sea made a full $1 billion from it, and half of the funds for the Manhattan Project came from it. So making arms is really making money, in short. This kind of weapon is not unfamiliar to Jin Binkyong, who is currently in charge of nuclear research. At least, he is more familiar with it than Yi Dezheng, who is engaged in meteorology. Comrade Han Li, do you mean to add a radio proximity fuse module in front of the shell, but the detonation range of the radio proximity fuse is limited. Unless U-2 happens to pass through the kill zone, it will be useless even if the fuse is installed. What's more, today's fighter jets and reconnaissance aircraft are equipped with jammers, which will emit radio waves of the same frequency but higher power, making the missile mistakenly think that it is very close to the target and detonate. So no matter from which angle, the radio proximity fuse has little chance of success. Su Yun nodded when he heard this and admitted frankly, that's right, unless we launch hundreds or even thousands of stratospheric airships into the sky at once, we can try our luck with a human wave tactics. Otherwise, it is wishful thinking to rely on radio proximity fuses to solve U-2. And the success rate is infinitely close to zero. But Comrade Jin, do you think there is such a possibility? Replace the fuse with another device that can lock the position of U-2 by itself. It can guide the missile to change direction. It will automatically lock and catch up with the opponent without waiting for U-2 to reach the landing point. When the opponent turns, it also turns. When the opponent dives, it also dives, and the speed is faster than the maximum speed of the aircraft. Finally, boom, Su Yun's long voice sounded like a succubus in Jin Binkyong's ears. Ahem, the whisper of the devil. In just a few words, Jin Binkyong's heart began to pound. A shell that can lock the opponent's position and change direction to pursue. Is it really possible to have such a weapon? You know, although the German V-1 missile in World War II was known as a tracking missile, its actual length was nearly 8 meters. The so-called guidance ability only relies on the magnetic compass. The V-1 missile needs to preset a sufficient trajectory in advance to be launched smoothly, and the terminal acceleration actually relies on the opening of the spoiler. The same is true for the similar Fritz X radio command-guided bomb, which only relies on radio calibration. In addition, as far as Jin Binkyong knows, the infrared guidance currently studied internationally is also similar, such as AIM-9 and AA-2 air-to-air missiles. In other words, it is not difficult to change the direction of the missile, but it is difficult to change the direction for the purpose of chasing the target. These days, almost all missiles cannot do without manual calibration, which is the shooting elements known to everyone in later generations. But now Su Yun has thrown out such a concept, and from Su Yun's previous performance, he is obviously not a boaster. Is it really possible? After a while, Jin Binkyong took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked Su Yun seriously, Comrade Han Li, what is the principle of this positioning device you are talking about? Can you introduce it to me? Yi Dezheng waved to Lin Yu on the side, motioning her to come forward. After all, it involves the concepts of radar and electromagnetics. The only insider with the highest attainments in this field is Lin Yu, and the others are only half-baked at best. Su Yun quickly picked up a pen and paper and wrote a formula on the paper, R equals C/2B. Lin Yu took a look and blurted out a few words, Gaussian pulse. Su Yun nodded and affirmed, yes, it is Gaussian pulse. The B in the formula represents the signal bandwidth. The larger the bandwidth, the higher the resolution. Then he continued to write, Ft equals ape, to it/2 Greek letter alpha. Pf equals ape/2. Lin Yu also gave the names of two formulas at the same time. This is the time domain characteristic expression and frequency domain characteristic expression of Gaussian pulse. Su Yun subconsciously prepared to snap his fingers again, but after thinking of the pain he felt when doing this action before, he obediently changed to thumbs up. Bingo! It is not difficult to see from this formula that the pulse changes with a change of Greek letter alpha in the formula. The smaller Greek letter alpha is, the smaller the pulse width is, the larger the spectrum width is, and the higher the resolution is. Lin Yu's eyes swept across the paper in front of him for a while again, and he said thoughtfully, I understand, Comrade Han Li. Is your idea, use some special pulse signal to identify the target? Su Yun nodded vigorously. That's right. Simply put, it's to place a device on the missile, transmit a narrow pulse, and then receive the pulse signal scattered back by the target. The device has a simple logic judgment method, which measures the target distance by calculating the time between the transmitted and received pulses. At the same time, since this method directly transmits baseband pulse signals on the fundamental wave, there is no need to worry about this signal being interfered by the U2 radio jammer, so there is no need to worry about accuracy. If it weren't for the physical injury, Su Yun actually wanted to show Jin Bingqiang and the others a brilliant smile like my guy, and then say, please give me a good review, dear. That's right. The technology Su Yun brought out this time was the old Soviet in the military field of later generations, that is, the ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology. Why is it called Laosu? The reason is that this technology is somewhat similar to Laosu's reputation. It is a technology that is well known to people in the industry, but is somewhat unclear to outsiders. At first glance, many people probably thought it was something related to dial-up internet access. To be honest, when it comes to the concept of tracking missiles, most people may think of another term, laser guidance. But in fact, laser guidance is actually very complicated, and its actual operation method is not necessarily as many people imagine, relying entirely on the missile to lock on to the target and fly. In layman's terms, laser guidance is like letting a missile walk on a tightrope. That is, the laser illuminator first captures and tracks the target, and gives the angle information of the target's direction. Then the fire control computer controls the missile launcher to launch the missile at the best angle so that it enters the laser beam. During the flight of the missile, the laser receiver on the missile receives the laser signal directly irradiated by the laser on the missile, processes the error required for guidance, and sends this error to the missile's control system. Then the control system controls the flight direction and attitude of the missile, always keeping the missile and the laser beam overlapping. Finally, the warhead is guided to the target. In most cases, most laser illuminators are on aircraft or on the ground, and the missile's seeker only receives the laser radiation feedback. This is called semi-active laser guidance. Of course. In contrast to semi-active laser guidance, in active laser guidance technology, the illuminator is indeed placed on the missile and controlled by the missile itself. However, missiles with this type of configuration are generally huge, with a body length of more than 10 meters. Therefore, let alone whether the rabbits can develop the parts needed for laser guidance. The size and mass of the finished missile alone are not something that a stratospheric aircraft can carry. According to Su Yun's design, that stratospheric aircraft can carry at most 4 missiles with a body length of about 2 meters. This length should be more appropriately described as a shell. There is really no way to carry more. Therefore, this time Su Yun gave up laser guidance and replaced it with ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology. Ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology is a guidance technology that has only been proposed in the past 30 years. The core is the pulse ranging principle. Its principle is, as Su Yun said, to calibrate the target distance and azimuth according to the pulse signal. This technology does not require many modules, which is somewhat similar to the meteorological Doppler radar. It is mainly composed of transmitting and receiving antennas, power amplifiers, pseudo-random code generators, clock circuits, narrow pulse generators, sampling integrators, signal processing and other modules. First, the clock signal is encoded by a pseudo-random encoder to improve the anti-interference performance of the system. Then the narrow pulse generator is driven to generate a pulse signal, which is radiated by the antenna through the power amplifier. The target receives and returns the signal, which reaches the sampling integrator through the receiving antenna. The clock signal generated during the transmission will pass through a delay device. At the same time, this delay determines the fixed detection distance. Then a delayed pulse will be generated and inserted into the sampling integrator. This pulse signal is compared with a received signal to lock the target position. After determining the target position, the signal processing module changes the aerodynamic control surface control to complete the steering of the projectile. The whole principle is very simple and very easy to understand. Then, with the help of Lin Yu, Jin Bingqiang and Yi Dezhang also understood Su Yun's general idea one after another. After about 20 to 30 seconds, Jin Bingqiang pondered for a moment, frowned slightly, and continued, I have another question, Comrade Han Li. According to your statement, a 1-meter-long shell should not be able to accommodate these structures. After all, in addition to the warhead, the shell also needs to be loaded with propellant to provide it with flight energy, and the mass is generally measured in kilograms. If you add the modules you mentioned, it will probably far exceed the actual capacity of the shell, right? In this case, can the airship really take them to an altitude of more than 20,000 to 30,000 meters? Su Yun shook his head slightly after hearing this, and said to Jin Bingqiang with a smile, Comrade Jin, forgive me for being blunt, you seem to have overlooked a very basic situation, that is, our sniping environment this time is not ground to air, or even air to air in the standard sense, but, as he said, Su Yun made a gesture from top to bottom with his index finger, a bombing similar to free fall. Hearing Su Yun's words, Jin Bingqiang was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he couldn't help but slap his head. Oh my, look at my brain, I almost forgot about this. Indeed. Because he was too concerned about the specific principles, Jin Bingqiang subconsciously overlooked another thing. The position where the airship is suspended is much higher than the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. That is, a large part of the kinetic energy of the falling shells comes from their own gravity, and does not need to be provided by the propellant as in normal launches. Therefore, as long as there is some fuel that can be turned inside the shells, the rest of the space can be completely freed up to place the ultra-wide proximity fuse. At the same time, Jin Bingqiang suddenly realized another point. At this moment, after Su Yun explained the problem of volume, the 3 questions raised by Yi Dezhang before have all had theoretically completely tenable answers. Thinking of this, even though Jin Bingqiang had presided over many major projects, his heart couldn't help but surge with storms at this time. Could they really shoot down the U-2? Chapter 554 Project Level, Top Secret. An hour later. General Plant Office. Director's Office. Comrade Bingqiang, what did you say? Li Ju suddenly stood up from behind his desk, staring at Jin Bingqiang in front of him. Extremely shocked. He didn't even notice that the ink bottle beside him was knocked over on the table. That's 7/10. No, that Han Li said he could shoot down the U-2. Jin Bingqiang first slowly straightened the ink bottle, then picked up a rag to wipe it, and then said, that's right, and I would like to add that Han Li's so-called shooting down the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft is not as simple as shouting a few slogans. He not only gave some new technical ideas, but also explained the general principles to me and Director Yi. After that, Jin Bingqiang also introduced Su Yun's ideas to Li Ju. Li Ju was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and the whole person was still somewhat unbelievable. Make an airship to send the shells into the sky, use the meteorological Doppler radar to detect the trajectory, and then use the ultra-wideband proximity fuse to track the target. What on earth is in Han Li's head? Hearing this, Jin Bingqiang, who was sitting opposite Li Ju, couldn't help but nodded. Li Ju's last sentence actually represented Jin Bingqiang's inner thoughts. What on earth is Han Li's brain like? How did he come up with such a wild but seemingly feasible idea? If it weren't for the concept of brain hole in this era, Jin Bingqiang would probably complain that Su Yun's brain hole was so big that it was a hole on his neck. At the same time, what made Jin Bingqiang's mood a little subtle and complicated was that you have to know. One of the purposes of his coming to the 221 base this time was to find an opportunity to observe Su Yun's ability at the request of Liu Bashan. Therefore, today, after learning that Yi Dezhang wanted to talk to Su Yun, he took the initiative to propose to go with Yi Dezhang to visit this old acquaintance who is already well known in the upper echelons as a boilerman. Unexpectedly, Su Yun first revealed the mathematical fact that the world is non-linear through communication with Yi Dezhang, and told him to vigorously develop computers. Then, after the appearance of U-2, he threw out an even more shocking plan to shoot down the U-2 reconnaissance plane. It really explodes if you look at it for a second. Indeed. At this point, the possibility of Su Yun being an enemy spy can be completely ruled out. After all, it is impossible for any enemy spy to use so many important technologies as a token of surrender, not to mention that many of these technologies are even better than the research and development progress on the other side of the sea. But on the other hand, the mystery of Su Yun has become even thicker. No matter from which angle you look at it, the behemoth behind Su Yun should be far more than the so-called Fangling Yu insect. After a moment, Li Ju came back to his senses first and said to Jin Binkyong, "Okay, Comrade Binkyong, let's put Han Li's personal situation aside for now. The higher authorities will definitely take action in this regard. After all, the higher authorities cannot fail to think of the problems that we are all aware of. Their channels are much more efficient than ours. So now let's talk about Han Li's plan first. Comrade Binkyong, how feasible do you think his plan is? If the feasibility is really high, then we should report to the capital immediately. No matter where Han Li got the theory from, as long as we can shut down you two, it will not be a loss for us." Jin Binkyong obviously thought of this. He thought for a moment and quickly said, "Old Li, you should also know that the fall of the artillery shell involves very complex ballistic calculations, which is not a problem that can be solved in 1 or 2 hours. This link can obviously only be solved after the project team is officially established, so at present we can mainly verify some links in non-mathematical fields." Li Ju nodded in agreement. At first, he had once visited a department in China that was developing missiles. When he saw the densely packed calculation papers, he felt blinded instantly. This kind of calculation requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and it is obviously not something that can be verified easily. Then Jin Binkyong paused and continued, "Old Li, I have made a simple plan before. At present, there are 3 technical level issues that we can verify and are relatively critical. They are the theoretical analysis of ultra-wideband proximity fuse, the material problem of airship envelope, and whether the meteorological Doppler radar can detect the trajectory of the aircraft when the wave frequency is changed. Among them, I have asked some comrades to lead the team to verify the theoretical aspects of ultra-wideband proximity fuse. As for the latter 2, you, Old Li, need to come forward to coordinate." Li Ju was stunned. "I come forward," but he reacted immediately. "That's right. Jin Binkyong is currently just an inspector from the capital. Administrative affairs within the base must indeed be handled by Li Ju himself. This is the rule set at the beginning of the establishment of the base." After realizing this, Li Ju no longer procrastinated. He immediately shouted to the outside, "Xiao Zhou, come in." Half an hour later, the 9th branch of the base. The 221 Base Chemical Laboratory. The chemical laboratory is located in the south of the 9th branch of the base, which is a relatively remote area. This is to prevent accidents with chemical products from causing too many secondary losses. Its appearance looks like 2 ordinary workshops connected together, and it is not even as conspicuous as your Dezheng's meteorological center. But in fact, this laboratory is responsible for the research and development and production of the main chemical materials of the base, and is considered the core research and development center of the base's chemical products. In a sense, this laboratory is somewhat similar to the staff hospital of the base. Both are uncommon components of the base, but indispensable, and the internal equipment configuration is also very advanced. Just like the staff hospital has X-ray machines, ECG monitors and returned national players like Linyu. The chemical laboratory also has many advanced equipment, and the person in charge of these equipment and personnel management is Liu Yaocheng, a senior expert who is also a national player. But at this moment, this big man, who is later called the founder of Chinese free radical chemistry, was looking at his assistant Li Guozhong in surprise. "Xiao He, what did you say?" "Director Li wants us to mix the epidermal mucus of the local donkey with benzoquinoline, and then let it stand to observe the subsequent phenomena." He Guozhong also scratched his head in confusion, and answered honestly, "Yes. This is the message from Comrade Zhou K, the assistant of Director Li, and they hope that we can give a reply as soon as possible." Liu Yaocheng, to be honest, he suddenly felt like flipping the table. You know, he was just depressed because the high-temperature silicone coating produced by his laboratory was affected by U2 and could not be applied in time, and the explosion laboratory workstation was forced to be scrapped. As a result, the factory suddenly came with an inexplicable instruction, asking them to study the mucus of the local donkey. Moreover, the amount of mucus collected and tested was not small, plus the manpower to prepare benzoquinoline, which meant that within a few hours, at least 80% of the members of the entire laboratory had to stop their work. Liu Yaocheng had dealt with Li Ju before, and he didn't seem to be someone with strange hobbies. After a while, Liu Yaocheng rubbed his temple helplessly and sighed. "Well, Xiao He, maybe the organization has some new plans. Let's just cooperate. Well, you go and notify everyone to stop what they are doing. Comrades with odd work numbers will go collect rocky epidermal mucus and gather downstairs, and comrades with even work numbers will prepare benzoquinoline in the laboratory. In addition, Qiaowei's team is not included. Their research project is very important. Don't let this matter affect their research. He Guozhong's expression suddenly became serious. Understood. 10 minutes later, Liu Yaocheng led more than 30 men and women with different expressions out of the workshop and headed straight for the donkey shed at the base. The donkey sheds at the 221 base are managed by the animal husbandry sideline team, and there are a total of 7. Among them, the donkey shed closest to Liu Yaocheng is about 2 kilometers southeast of the laboratory. When Liu Yaocheng led everyone to the donkey shed, Guangbu, the captain of the animal husbandry team at the base, had been waiting here for a while. Guangbu was one of the few ethnic minorities in the base and an aboriginal of the Jing'an grassland. He had long been appointed as the deputy captain of the Haiyan County Animal Husbandry Brigade. After his fellow tribesmen moved away from the Jing'an grassland, Guangbu and his wife, who had rich animal husbandry experience, stayed here under the persuasion of the organization and took charge of the relevant matters of the animal husbandry sideline of the base. In the days when resources were most scarce, it was Guangbu and his team who took care of the cattle and sheep of the animal husbandry team day and night, so that the workers of the base could occasionally taste some meat. Comrade Guangbu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. After arriving at the donkey shed, Liu Yaocheng immediately stepped forward and shook hands with Guangbu, saying apologetically, we encountered a strong dust storm on the way here, so we took shelter from the gust of wind on the side of the road, so we came a little late. Guangbu's face had a blush common to Tibetans. He was not tall, had a dark complexion, and looked honest and simple. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and waved his hands, saying in slightly awkward Chinese, it's okay, don't take it to heart. Then Guangbu turned around again, pointed to the donkey shed behind him and said to Liu Yaocheng, Director Liu, the organization has notified me in advance. And I have already driven the donkeys you want to the donkey shed. There are a total of 24 donkeys in the donkey shed, and each donkey is tied to a slot alone. You can do whatever you want boldly. Liu Yaocheng thanked Guangbu after hearing this, and then followed him to the donkey shed. Just as Guangbu said. These donkeys have been carefully tied to the shed by Guangbu with the slots as intervals, and there is a fence between each donkey. The fence can block the donkey's line of sight, so it will be very easy to operate. After entering the donkey shed, Liu Yaocheng's eyes subconsciously swept around the shed, and his eyes suddenly stopped at the far left corner of the donkey shed. Pointing at that direction, he asked, Comrade Guangbu, what's the situation with the donkey over there? Guangbu looked over. At the location Liu Yaocheng pointed to, a sturdy local donkey was tied. If donkeys had good looks, Liu Yaocheng felt that this donkey was the best among donkeys. However, it was not the donkey's good looks that attracted Liu Yaocheng, but because many areas of the donkey's body showed large patches of baldness, as if it had been plucked several times. Oh, you're asking about this donkey? Guangbu smiled at this, put his hands behind his back like a little old man, and explained, this is a donkey brought by a comrade named Ziyu from the base from his hometown Zhenzhuang. I heard that their ancestors served some high-ranking official, and this donkey is the offspring of that high-ranking official. It is much stronger than ordinary donkeys. As a result, a foreign student was injured in the hospital of the base some time ago. It is said that his surname is Niu, and his name is Niu Niu. His taste is also very strange. It is said that he eats donkey hair with every meal, and he has to stuff a few donkey hairs into his steamed bread every time he eats it, so the hospital has to send people to eat donkey hair every day. After a while, this donkey is like this. Liu Yaocheng, yes. Strange things happen every year, and there are more today. However, this surprise was only fleeting, and Liu Yaocheng quickly put his mind on business. He took a deep breath and called out to the people around him, Comrades, start working. Liu Yaocheng had just finished speaking. The laboratory members behind him divided into groups of 3 and walked into the donkey shed. The local donkeys in the donkey shed had become obedient after long-term domestication, and they were not afraid of Liu Yaocheng and others. Some donkeys even greeted them with oh, 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 oh. After arriving at the donkey trough, each group first selected the donkeys in turn, and then took out the razor and started to shave. There was no other way. This time, Liu Yaocheng and his team's goal was to collect 300 milliliters of apical secretion, which was about the capacity of a bottle of Jiatuabao in later generations. And if you want to collect mucus, you obviously have to shave all the donkey hair first. So soon, donkey sounds of various tones rang out in the donkey shed. Oh, 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 Maya, and soon after Liu Yaocheng and others shaved the donkey hair and collected mucus. In the heart of the Badain Jiren Desert, Qingshu No. 14 Base AJ-6A, or what should be called the Dongfeng 103 fighter in this era, also quietly flew from the base to the sky. The J-6A is a copy of the Russian Mi-19 fighter, and is also the first supersonic fighter developed by China. Although according to the historical trajectory, the current J-6A has only completed the test flight and appraisal acceptance, and will not be officially put into production until a few years later. But as the first test and training base of the Chinese Air Force, Qingshu No. 14 still has several basic J-6A. At this moment, the pilot of the J-6A, Chen Pingxin, was skillfully operating the fighter to taxi off the runway while exchanging data with the tower. Dongwei, what is your fuel status? Please report. Status 4.5, no overload. Received, is the radar status normal? Chen Pingxin glanced at the detection radar panel on the instrument panel. No abnormality in the dual bands. Signal codes 5674, 93344, 20201 have been received. Dongwei, the parameters are normal. The airspace status is normal. Your aircraft can go up. I wish you a smooth mission. Thank you. After hanging up the communication, Chen Pingxin pulled the joystick. He glanced at the tower on the ground with some doubts. Half an hour ago, the base political commissar suddenly found Chen Pingxin and told him that he had a flight mission to complete. Although in the original plan, the base did not have a flight plan today. But in Chen Pingxin's 12-year flying career, such sudden accidents are not uncommon. So he was not too surprised at first. But the next instruction from the political commissar made him a little confused. The base required him to fly the Dongfeng 103 to circle around the Zhe area, and the fire control detection radar had to be turned on throughout the journey, but there was no interception or test flight target. The only requirement was to immediately contact a radio receiving point on a special band after the fire control detection radar was sensed. And report, the detection radar has found the fire control lock, and then return. You can say that. Chen Pingxin has never encountered such a strange instruction since the first time he got on the plane. But as the saying goes, it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Therefore, although he was a little confused, Chen Pingxin immediately executed the order. So there was this flight. The Badain Jiren Desert is the third largest desert in China, and the straight line distance to the border of Zhe province is about 800 kilometers. The flight range of the J6 is 1,690 kilometers, which is a bit strenuous. However, Chen Pingxin's J6 today did not carry any weapons, and it also carried a 760-liter auxiliary fuel tank, so the actual flight range could reach 2,200 kilometers. This is actually nothing. In a few years, the rabbits will modify this thing into a version that can carry 2 auxiliary fuel tanks. Just as Chen Pingxin was flying at a speed of about 700 kilometers per hour as required, hundreds of kilometers away at the 221 base, Yi Dezhang and Sun Junren were standing next to the base's meteorological Doppler radar, looking at the screen in front of them with some solemnity. Not long ago, after discussing with Jin Binqiang, Li Ju decided to conduct an internal test on the hardware part of Su Yun's plan. That is, to verify the authenticity of the 2 most basic links, the donkey's mucus and the detection trajectory. If any of these 2 links is wrong, then Su Yun's plan will not be practical. Among them, the local donkey mucus is relatively simple, but the radar detection trajectory is relatively complicated. Of course, it is only relatively complicated. After all, although the rabbits could not arrange for U2 to fly to Zhe province again immediately, it was not difficult to reproduce the situation preset by U2. Just find a fighter that can also detect fire control radar signals. After all, the essence of Su Yun's plan is to completely scan the flight trajectory of the aircraft without revealing the fire control radar band. And the airborne radar that can detect fire control radar signals is basically not lacking in the rabbits these days. Or in other words, several major countries in the world are basically not lacking. This is a technology that existed at the end of World War II. After all, this type of detection radar itself is nothing special. They only need to detect special bands such as 3mm waves. Therefore, under the coordination of Li Ju, Qingshu No. 14 base immediately dispatched a J-6A fighter to cooperate with the base's actions. After a few minutes, Lin Yu, a student of Sun Junrun, walked quickly to his side. Lin Yu first glanced at Ye Dezheng, then said to the two, "Director Sun, I just received news from the General Factory that Director Liu Yaocheng and his team have completed the mucus static experiment. After preliminary testing, the donkey's apical secretion and benzoquinoline can indeed form a highly ductile colloid, which should theoretically meet the requirements of the airship capsule." After hearing Lin Yu's words, Sun Junrun turned his head and looked at Ye Dezheng. They both saw the excitement and solemnity in each other's eyes. Excited because with the release of Liu Yaocheng's results, the feasibility of Su Yun's plan has increased by 1 point. The solemnity is because the pressure now completely tilts to the link of detecting the trajectory of the fighter. If the radar detection is successful, it means that there are no obvious technical difficulties in the technical aspects other than the shells. But if the detection fails, it means that all previous efforts will fail. Everyone is excited in vain, the plane takes off in vain, and the donkey's hair is plucked in vain. While Sun Junrun and Ye Dezheng were silent, in a tent not far away, a liaison from the confidential front suddenly poked his head out of the tent and said, "Director Yi, Academician Sun, according to the radio information just received, the straight line distance between the target fighter and the base has entered 500 kilometers." Swish, the liaison's voice had just fallen. Ye Dezheng and Sun Junrun turned their heads at the same time and said to Bao Zhang at the operating table in unison, "Xiao Bao, turn on the machine quickly." Hearing this instruction, Bao Zhang immediately pressed a button. After a while, whoosh, the weather Doppler radar that was reassembled after the U-2 passed, made a startup sound again. But what was different from usual was that the wave frequency emitted by this weather Doppler radar this time was a relatively longer L-band. As we all know, in the radar industry, the operating frequency of radar is divided into several bands, and the order from low to high is high frequency, HF, very high frequency, VHF, ultra high frequency, UHF, also known as P, L band, S band, C band, X band, Q band, K band, Ka band, U band, V band and W band. Among them, the band of fire control radar is generally the interval after C band, so C band, X band, Q band are not some black spots. The higher the frequency, the shorter the wavelength. The wavelength of HF can even reach hundreds of meters, while the W band is only a few millimeters. L band is also the wavelength of the earliest radar, which means the first letter of the English word long. Later, engineers developed a radar with a wavelength of 10 centimeters, which is defined as S band. S is the first letter of short, which means short wave. Later, radar with a wavelength of 3 centimeters appeared. This radar is specially used for fire control aiming, so it is called X band. X comes from the crosshair of the sight, and it also represents a certain point on the coordinates. The shorter the wavelength, the higher the resolution. For example, when people watch movies, they often have to choose the resolution, from 360p, 480p to 720p, 1080p and 4K. Different network conditions and playback devices have the ability to play different resolutions. The fire control radar is equivalent to a mobile phone with high network speed and high configuration. It can play 4K quality video clearly, and you can see many details in the picture with this quality, such as the shiny oil on Tai Kula's face. But ordinary detection radar can only see 360p pictures. In this case, it will be very difficult for you to see some details clearly. However, with the emergence of the one-dimensional imaging method that Su Yun took out, the situation above has changed. This is equivalent to Su Yun optimizing the built-in hardware of the mobile phone, so that it can reach 1080p quality when playing 480p pictures. Indeed, although there is still a gap between 1080p and 4K, many obvious details can still be seen clearly. Then under the watchful eyes of Ye Dezheng and others, the L waves emitted by the meteorological Doppler radar instantly penetrated the clouds, and the strong penetrating power brought by the long waves made them fly to a very far distance in an instant. As they flew, some of the L waves encountered the J-6 fighter jet driven by Chen Pingshen. The 300 mm wavelength and 2 GHz frequency of the L wave seemed harmless and successfully fooled the fire control monitoring radar of the J-6. The information of the fighter jet was quickly transmitted back to Factory 221. 1 minute later, beep, beep, with a prompt sound. A group of information first appeared quietly on the operating screen in front of everyone. This information contains 17 cross-section points, and Zhang quickly copied them and translated the data. Length: 14 meters. Height: 4 meters. Maximum width: 9 meters. Flight speed: 723.5 kilometers per hour. Obviously, it is not difficult to see from this parameter. This is definitely a fighter or reconnaissance aircraft in flight. Seeing this situation, Zhang Zhongjing hurriedly moved to the display screen again. Only at this moment, on the 20x20 screen in front of them, a small green dot was flashing slowly. Every time the dot flashed, a large amount of position information parameters popped up, and a little calculation could get the specific values. Flight altitude 7,753.4 meters, range 28.6 degrees west by north, straight line distance 458.98 kilometers, flight altitude 7,456.9 meters, range 27.9 degrees west by north, straight line distance 421.10 kilometers, flight altitude 7,777.7 meters, range 28.3 degrees west by north, straight line distance 367.42 kilometers. Zhang Zhongjing's pupils shrank suddenly. After a few seconds, he turned his head and looked at the liaison officer who was standing at the entrance of the tent, but was actually paying attention to the communication equipment inside the tent. As soon as he met Zhang Zhongjing's eyes, the liaison officer shook his head quickly. His meaning was very clear: the detection radar on the J6 did not retrieve the L-wave signal, otherwise the pilot would definitely contact him. Just like that, as the radar values were broadcast, a clear fighter flight track appeared in front of everyone: 300 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Half an hour later, a fighter plane slowly flew over the sky above Zhang Zhongjing and others, without changing its course the whole time. After the plane disappeared from sight, Zhang Zhongjing, who had been silent the whole time, turned his head blankly and stared at Li Feiyu beside him for a long time. Then, a ray of light burst out in the eyes of both of them at the same time. A ray of light that can shoot down you two uprightly without any tricks. Note: it is recommended to read this part of the content together with the extra chapter, otherwise it will feel stupid. Some classmates told me that there is no rush to write the extra chapter of the main text, but in fact this part of the extra chapter is the main text, but it was published in the name of the extra chapter because it could not pass the review of Kidian. It has been almost 10 days since the 9,000 word update. Please give me some monthly votes. Chapter 555, Project Level, Top Secret. Although it has been confirmed from the feedback, in reality, the meteorological Doppler radar can indeed complete the body trajectory scan without activating the fire control detection radar. But as we all know, rabbits have always been extremely stable. Therefore, Li Feiyu and Zhang Zhongjing did not report a verification to Li Feiyu as soon as the J6 flew over their heads. Instead, they waited until the other party returned, asked the liaison to confirm the information with the Qingshu 14 base again, and then went to find Li Feiyu after ensuring that everything was correct. After all, from a probability perspective, it is possible that the J6 has actually discovered the radar scan, but the communication equipment has a temporary problem, so there is no reply? Although the probability is very low. But this possibility does exist. So this is the reason why you made Comrade Binkyong and I wait for an hour in vain, inside the factory office of the general factory. Looking at Li Feiyu and Zhang Zhongjing with a look of "I did it on purpose," Li Feiyu couldn't help rubbing his temples with a headache, and finally sighed helplessly. Well, it's useless to wait. Anyway, we have to contact Qingshu again, old son. Now we can be 100% sure that the meteorological Doppler radar is capable of accurate trajectory detection. Zhang Zhongjing nodded, took out a document from his body, and put it in front of Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu took a look. I saw that the document was densely filled with various data, and Li Feiyu had only roughly heard of the concepts of many of the data. But it is not difficult to see from the overall picture. The data is divided into two columns on the left and right, which seems to be a mode of mutual comparison. So Li Feiyu raised his head and looked at Zhang Zhongjing. Old son, what is this? Seeing this, Zhang Zhongjing stretched out his thick index finger, gestured on the document a few times, and explained, Old Li, this is the comparison of the data we measured with the flight parameters recorded by the J6 airborne positioning beacon. Look, this column is the speed, this column is the angle, and this column is the flight altitude. According to the comparison results, The measurement accuracy error of the meteorological Doppler radar is about 0.63%, although this value is 0.5 percentage points higher than the 0.12% of the fire control radar. It is already very gratifying. The error we previously guessed was even as high as 5%. Hearing this, Li Ju and Jin Binqiang's faces suddenly showed a sense of joy. Indeed, in the face of a height difference of 10,000 meters, the error of 0.63% may actually be as much as 60 meters. But don't forget, the artillery shells designed by Su Yun are not simply free-falling, but have a certain direction-changing tracking function. The essence of tracking patrolling enemies is actually to calibrate errors. Therefore, in the actual combat stage, the 0.63% error is not a big problem, and it can be compensated by tracking means. In other words, the weather Doppler radar can indeed complete a relatively accurate body trajectory scan without activating the fire control detection radar. This is undoubtedly extremely exciting news. It is no exaggeration to say that, putting aside whether the U-2 can be shot down this time, the effect of the weather Doppler radar alone is enough for the rabbit's national defense cause, at least in the area of accurate prediction of fighter trajectories. There has been a great progress. Thinking of this, Li Ju couldn't help but take a deep breath and continue to ask Zhang Zhongjing, "Old son, I'm not very familiar with radar, so I have a question I want to confirm with you. Will there be certain technical differences between the detection radar on our current domestic J-6 fighter and the equipment used on the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft? How should I put it? There must be technical differences. After all, China started late, and the barriers of technological blockade are also clearly placed in front of us." Zhang Zhongjing nodded frankly, but soon changed the subject. But this technical difference mainly exists in the accuracy of the equipment, which is usually referred to as the number of decimal places, but the actual impact is definitely greater than the decimal point. As for induction and recognition, it's hard to say for other instruments. At least the detection radar will not have the situation where the other side of the sea can recognize it, but the domestic radar has no feedback, because the detection radar captures radio waves within the S-band. This kind of wave frequency signal only exists whether there is, but not can. The radar on the other side of the sea is at most more advanced than ours to the point that it can in turn lock the specific position of the fire control radar, and that's all. If Su Yun was present at this time, he would definitely give a thumbs up when hearing this. After all, what Zhang Zhongjing said is not only true at the moment, but also applicable in the future. There is no way. The power of the fire control radar is too high, and the electromagnetic waves emitted cannot be modified. Not to mention the rabbits in the future, even India and even Ethiopia can detect the fire control signals across the sea. Therefore, the future can only play a game in guidance. In many cases, the fire control radar has even become a final warning method to be used. In 2023. On the contrary, the technical gap between phased array radar and early warning aircraft radar is very large, and the main contention area of the information battlefield is also in these two directions. The sight returns to reality. After hearing Zhang Zhongjing's explanation, Li Ju touched his chin thoughtfully and said in understanding, "I see." Then he turned his head and looked at Liu Yaocheng, the director of the chemical laboratory next to him. "Old Liu, what about the donkey's brain secretion fluid in your experiment?" "It's the donkey's apical secretion." Liu Yaocheng first corrected Li Ju's wrong statement, and then also took out a handwritten report and explained, "According to our experimental results, the donkey's apical secretion will indeed form a gelatinous substance after being left with benzoquinoline for half an hour. This gel is somewhat similar to the syrup used for blowing sugar figures, but the degree of adhesion is higher than that of syrup. And it is even stronger than glue. Then after being processed by the cast film method, this gel can form a translucent film similar to rubber. Although this film is very thin, it has excellent ductility and fully meets the requirements of the airship capsule." At this time, Liu Yaocheng had been told the relevant details of the airship development, so when introducing the gelatinous substance generated by the apical secretion, his resistance was far less strong than at the beginning. Then Li Ju looked at Liu Yaocheng again, and felt that the old acquaintance seemed to have a strange expression, so he continued, "Old Liu, did you encounter any problems in your experiment? You look a little strange. You can give us feedback on any problems. The more detailed you introduce now, the clearer the organization can grasp the overall situation." Unexpectedly, Liu Yaocheng waved his hands and said awkwardly, No, Director Li, you misunderstood. We didn't find anything abnormal during the whole experiment. It's mainly because I have an idea. After that, Liu Yaocheng looked around the scene and continued to speak after careful consideration. Didn't I say before that after the gelatinous substance is processed, it will form a very thin but very elastic translucent film? I personally feel that this kind of film is very suitable for use as a condom for couples, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it in this occasion. So, Li Ju, Jin Binqiang and others were stunned when they heard the words, and they burst into laughter after they came to their senses. He thought Liu Yaocheng had some technical difficulties, but he didn't expect that he actually thought of that aspect. Of course, the situation Liu Yaocheng said can indeed be reported together. At present, the demand for condoms in China is actually quite large. After all, there is no entertainment these days. Most couples often start to gently touch and rub and pick at night, and spend the night in the warm hibiscus tent. Thinking of this, Li Ju suddenly realized another thing. If this is true, then these local donkeys are very important. You know, at present, the country is planning or has introduced some foreign donkey breeds, and it is planned to take about 10 years to select a high-quality donkey breed for formal introduction. But if only local donkeys can provide that kind of apical secretion, then some protective measures must be taken. However, the planning of such things is not within Li Ju's scope, so this idea only flashed through his mind for a while and quickly dissipated. Then Li Ju took a deep breath and turned to look at Jin Binqiang, Comrade Binqiang, that is to say, the preliminary feasibility verification we mentioned before. Only the ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology is left. Dong dong dong. Li Ju didn't finish his words. There was a knock on the door outside the office. Then came the report from Li Ju's assistant Zhou Ke, Director, Engineer Luo from the radar team is downstairs. He said he has something to report. Is it convenient for him to come up now? Li Ju was startled. He then exchanged a glance with Jin Binqiang and said quickly, Xiao Zhou, please ask Engineer Luo to come up. The engineer Luo Zhou Ke was referring to was Luo Pilin, a communications expert who was almost as capable and famous as Sun Zhenren. The comrades mentioned by Jin Binqiang before, please ask some comrades to study the theory of ultra-wideband proximity fuse, referred to Luo Pilin himself. Luo Pilin was the reinforcement who came from the capital with Sun Zhenren and others to set up the meteorological Doppler radar. Jin Binqiang's request for his help was not beyond his authority. Less than a minute later, Zhou Ke led Luo Pilin into the office. Director Li, Comrade Binqiang, old son, Director Liu. After entering the room, Luo Pilin first greeted everyone, then walked quickly to a few people and said to Li Ju, Director, Comrade Binqiang, we have obtained the analysis results of the theory of ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology. Li Ju immediately straightened his face. Engineer Luo, please speak quickly. Luo Pilin took out a palm-sized notebook with pages turned upwards, and quickly turned to a bookmarked page. After receiving the notice from Comrade Binqiang, our center immediately simulated and analyzed a theory proposed by Comrade Han Li. We first used the equipment to simulate a bandwidth of 6 GHz, and at the same time reduced the signal-to-noise ratio to -15 dB. The final 12-meter radiation spectrum density was about -44.2 dB mmHz. At the same time, this signal model has a very high multipath resolution. Unlike the current radar receiver, it does not need to increase the diversity weight to capture enough signals, and there will be no frequency selective fading. Stop. Looking at Luo Pilin who was talking eloquently, Li Ju, who felt that he was about to grow a brain, quickly interrupted him. Old Luo, just tell me the final conclusion. Luo Pilin's expression froze for a moment, then he looked at Li Ju with a regretful look and sighed. Okay. As for the conclusion, that is, the theory of ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology is indeed feasible, as we all know. Shannon proposed the famous Shannon channel capacity formula in 1948. In an additive white Gaussian noise channel, the upper limit of the error-free transmission rate of the system is C equals X log 2, 1 plus SNR, where B is the channel bandwidth and SNR is the signal-to-noise ratio. Therefore, even in this era, it is not difficult to achieve precise mathematical derivation. In Su Yunlei's later life, the concept of ultra-wideband, that is, UWB active proximity fuse technology, has become a very valuable research direction in the military field. Of course, the ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology in 2023 must be different from Su Yun's description. After all, there are no DSP chips in this era. This thing will not be available until 1982. Therefore, Su Yun made some optimizations in the theory of later generations. Anyway, the core is Shannon's channel capacity formula. At this moment, in the office, hearing the results said by Luo Pilin, even though he was prepared in his heart, Li Ju still couldn't help clenching his fists. Just a few minutes ago, he was about to tell Jin Binqiang that only one of the 3 verifications had not yet come out. And now, not long after, Luo Pilin put the preliminary analysis conclusion of the ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology in front of him. In other words, the 3 verification links of the donkey's apical secretion, the aircraft's trajectory detection, and the theoretical analysis of the ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology have now been established. Thinking of this, Li Ju couldn't help but pick up the enamel cup on the table and sip the water. After calming down, he said to Jin Binqiang, "Comrade Binqiang, what do you think?" Jin Binqiang nodded slightly, understanding Li Ju's idea. "Director Li, report to your family." After speaking, Jin Binqiang paused and suddenly thought of something. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing." Li Ju's palm had already covered the phone receiver, and he immediately stopped the action after hearing the words, "What is it?" Jin Binqiang was silent for a moment, and said to Li Ju, "Han Li mentioned it to me before we parted, saying that if we are going to adopt this plan, he hopes that a code name of the airship platform can be named according to his ideas, but before our project was even started, I didn't tell you about this." Li Ju blinked and asked, "What name?" Jin Binqiang first gestured in the air with both hands, and explained, "According to Han Li's design, the airship can only carry a maximum of 4 2-meter missiles or special shells. At the same time, in order to facilitate the calculation of ballistics and wind resistance, the state of these 4 shells must be vertically downward, looking like 4 vertical long swords, so he gave this platform a special name, called Zhuxian Sword Formation." Zhuxian Sword Formation. 1 hour later, the second machine department of the capital. Liu Bashan heard the report from Li Ju on the phone, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. "Isn't this a move from the Romance of the Gods?" Li Ju on the other end of the phone also smiled, looked up at Jin Binqiang beside him, and said, "Yes, Comrade Binqiang and I discussed it. Maybe Han Li heard some young workers talk about it when they were chatting. Nowadays, there are not many entertainment options in our base. Young workers usually either sing and play table tennis, or get together to read paper novels. It's normal for young people to have some unique ideas." Liu Bashan, he understands the truth, but this code name is indeed a bit strange. You know, after all, rabbits these days are still conservative and have not awakened to the romantic Chinese style of later generations. Code names like Xiangong, Change, and Wuquang did not appear. Today's project codes are basically based on numbers. For example, 596, 640, etc. That is, year plus month, or year plus the number of projects in that year, or the name of the Long March rocket that is obviously inspiring. The style of Zhuxian Sword Formation, which is obviously a fairy-like style, is the first time. However, thinking of the attitude of the superiors towards Han Li, Liu Bashan finally nodded. "Okay, Lao Li, I will report this situation to the leaders." After hanging up the phone, Liu Bashan raised his eyebrows and left the office with the documents. 6 hours later, a telegram was sent back to Li Ju and others. "From now on, the base will immediately set up a special project team, and the capital will once again send some reinforcements for technical support. The project must develop the required equipment within a maximum of 2 months, and then choose the opportunity to hunt U2. Project level top secret. Codenames Zhuxian." Chapter 556, No Gundam, but there is Tong Xiande. It must be said, these days, the efficiency of the rabbits is extremely high. On the afternoon of the day when the telegram from the capital was received, the 221 base quickly set up a combat project team codenamed Zhuxian. Among them, Li Ju, as the general leader of the project team, personally took charge. He did not participate in specific research, but was mainly responsible for coordinating matters. The 4 R&D teams under the project team actually carried out the research tasks. The name of each team just corresponds to the 4 swords of the Zhuxian Sword Formation: Zhuxian Sword, Xianjian Sword, Luxian Sword, and Zhuxian Sword. Among them, the Zhuxian Sword team is headed by Liu Yaocheng, director of the Ground Chemical Laboratory. The Zhuxian Sword team has 22 researchers, who are mainly responsible for the research and development of the main body of the Zhuxian Sword Formation, that is, the composite capsule of the airship. In addition, the Jukes and Sword team also has a group of peripheral members for raw material supply. The number is 274, and the counting unit is head. The Zhang team is headed by Zhang Zhongjing, who is responsible for the research and development of ultra-wide proximity fuses. The entire team except Zhang Zhongjing. There are also 2 current academicians, Luo Pilan and B. Dexon, and Bao Zheng, a future academician. In addition, Lin Yu, a graduate of Krypton University, is a potential hanger-on. Just from the lineup, Zhang Zhongjing team's configuration is unique among the 4 teams. Luke Zhongjing team is headed by Wang Yaoping, also known as Wang Lao, who is responsible for the structural design of the airship. After all, don't think that the airship does not need rocket assistance to ascend. It seems that it can fly up slowly like a balloon. But in fact, the ascent of an airship is far from as simple as many people imagine. For example, the ascent and descent of an airship are mainly completed by the gas exchange between the main airbag and the auxiliary airbag. There is a special chip on the airships of later generations, which can adjust the gas exchange link according to the external situation and achieve automatic ascent. But this era is different. This kind of thing is obviously an extremely difficult challenge for today's extremely primitive chip technology. The program's computing power is insufficient, and the parameters can only be debugged to the extreme precision in advance. Another example is how to ensure that the airship can stop at an altitude of 30,000 meters. These also require high-intensity calculations and designs. As for the last Zhukes and Sword, it is naturally the design of missiles or artillery shells. And the person responsible for this link is another wave of reinforcements from the capital. 2 days later, early in the morning, Lao Guo and Jin Binqiang and others arrived at the entrance of the second branch early. As mentioned earlier, the area of the second branch is quite special, located at the northernmost part of the base. Therefore, in addition to being responsible for the processing of explosives, synchronous focusing experiments, the processing of pyrotechnic components and the assembly of nuclear weapons, the second branch also bears the function of connecting with the outside world on weekdays. For example, when Lao Guo and his team brought back supplies in Suyun from God County, Li Ju also greeted them here at the second branch. But now, Lao Guo's identity has changed from being a guest to a welcoming host, waiting for a group of distant guests and friends. It is now early August, and the sun is already high in the sky at 7 or 8 in the morning, and the air is dense and hot. In a pergola, old Guo first wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, then turned to a communicator beside him and asked, "Xiao Wang, how long have Director Jin and his team been on the road?" The communicator named Xiao Wang was a soldier with a shaved head and a dark complexion, and his eyes were small but bright. Xiao Wang looked at the time and immediately said, "Report, according to the news from the comrades in Heian County, Director Jin and his team should have set off for about half an hour." Half an hour, old Guo touched his chin thoughtfully, and had a rough guess in his mind. Then according to the time, they should be almost there, right? Heian County is the nearest county to the 221 base, and the distance between the two is just over 20 kilometers. According to the administrative division, the giant grassland where the 221 base is located is under the jurisdiction of Heian County. So although the road conditions are a bit bad these days, this distance should be about half an hour. Sure enough, after about 5 minutes, woo woo woo, 2 jeeps appeared on the road not far away. Seeing this situation, Lao Guo immediately stood up from his chair, and a hint of excitement appeared on his usually wise and calm face. 2 minutes later, the jeep stopped steadily 10 meters in front of Lao Guo, and the tires rolled up a fine dust. Then, very quickly, the door of the jeep was pushed open from the inside, and a round-faced man with sparse hair in his 50s walked out. The moment he saw this man, Lao Guo immediately quickened his pace, rushed in front of the man, and shouted loudly, "Senior brother." The round-faced man originally had a trace of fatigue on his face. After all, after thousands of kilometers of running around and the unbearable hot weather, even an Iron Man would feel tired, let alone a little old man like him who was already in his 50s. However, after hearing Lao Guo's voice, the fatigue on the round-faced man's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a flush on his face. He grabbed Lao Guo's hand and shook it vigorously in the air. "Friends, come." Lao Guo also tightly held his senior brother's broad palm, his mouth trembled slightly, and his eyes were faintly sparkling. At this time, there are not many students studying abroad, and even fewer who study under the same tutor. Lao Guo and the round-faced man in front of him are rare brothers from the same school. They met at the California Institute of Technology across the sea as early as 1941. At that time, Li Feiyu came to Caltech to study for a doctorate after graduating from the University of Toronto. He studied aerodynamics under the father of aviation and master of fluid mechanics von Karman across the sea. Coincidentally, at that time, the round-faced man had just obtained his doctorate for 2 years and stayed with his tutor von Karman to work and was hired as an assistant. During the work process, the round-faced man often guided his junior and cared for Li Feiyu, and the two also formed a deep friendship. In 1946, at the invitation of Sears, Guo went to Cornell University to co-found the Institute of Aeronautics and served as an associate professor at the Institute of Aeronautics. As for Jin Wuxi, he chose to teach at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Both schools are in the east of the other side of the sea, and the California Institute of Technology, where they originally studied, is in the west of the other side of the sea. So the two young people drove across most of the other side of the sea, from west to east, from sunny California all the way to Boston for more than 3,000 kilometers. They talked about their ideals in life along the way and vowed to create a world of their own. The experience of studying abroad was further fermented after returning to China. More than 10 years have passed. The relationship between the two has long been sublimated from a simple relationship between teachers and students to like-minded comrades in arms. After a moment, old Guo just realized that there were other people around him, so he took the initiative to let go of his brother's hand, and pointed at Jin Binqiang and said, "Brother, Director Jin should not need me to introduce him more, right? This is your family." The round-faced man nodded, and also enthusiastically extended his hand to Jin Binqiang. "Comrade Binqiang, long time no see." Jin Binqiang also shook hands with him solemnly, and said warmly, "Comrade Wuxi, welcome to the 221 base. I'm afraid it will be hard for you this time." "Well, it's not hard to contribute to the country," and Jin Wuxi immediately shook his head when he heard it, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Comrade Binqiang, to be honest, I haven't slept much for 2 days, not because of mental pressure, but when I think of the scene of you two being shot down, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Here, you see." After that, Jin Wuxi also extended his right hand to Jin Binqiang. At this moment, it was obviously very hot. Jin Wuxi's exposed arms were covered with goosebumps, which showed his excitement. Jin Binqiang laughed when he saw this. After the greetings, Jin Binqiang's expression froze, and his tone changed from friendly to serious, and he talked about business. "Comrade Wuxi, you should know the specific task that the superiors sent you this time, right?" Upon hearing this, Jin Wuxi's smile also faded. "Well, the chief talked to me before I came here, and I have only one task this time, which is, optimize the missiles that meet the requirements, calculate important data such as ballistics, and forge the most critical Zuxian sword." When Jin Wuxi said this, his emotions were far from as calm as they appeared on the surface. You know, Jin Wuxi is currently the director of the 5th Research Institute of the Ministry of National Defense, responsible for the development of the first generation of missiles for the rabbits. Therefore, according to the original plan, Jin Wuxi will only prepare the atomic bomb weapon after the atomic bomb is successfully developed, that is, combine the atomic bomb with a missile to enable it to have the ability to strike from a distance. In theory, before the advent of the atomic bomb, the 5th Division of Jin would not have any intersection with the 221 base. The result was unexpected. With the proposal of this Huxin plan, the rabbits saw the dawn of shooting down the U-2, and the 5th Division of Jin unexpectedly appeared here. Counting Sun Junrun, Luo Pilan and Wang Lao who came before. In addition to Jin Binqiang who came earlier. At this time, Lao Guo and Li Ju may not feel anything. But if you look at it from the perspective of the future, the personnel configuration in the 221 base at this time can generally be described in 5 words. Tong Xiande gathers. There is a Hang JPG. Then Jin Binqiang paused, and continued to say to the 5th Division of Jin, "Comrade of the 5th Division, this time in order to support the work of this Huxin sword group, the capital has specially allocated part of the computing power of the 103 machine to your group. According to the time division, your group can have about 2 hours of computer time every day for data calculation. Your dormitory and office are in the 18th branch factory, which is the main factory office, so whether it is computer data handover or other matters, it is easy to handle. As for your team members," speaking of this, Jin Binqiang looked up at the several accompanying personnel who were moving luggage from the jeep, and asked Jin Wuxi, Comrade Washi, in addition to the comrades you brought with you, will the base provide you with some more manpower or resources? Although most of the personnel in the base currently use pseudonyms and the real list is highly confidential, it can still be open to you normally. Hearing this, Lao Guo beside him also nodded. Indeed. At present, the confidentiality regulations in the base are extremely strict. Unless they are classmates or friends who knew each other before coming to the base, such as Qiao Keihong and Zhang Tao, ordinary people rarely know the true situation of their companions. Some people have been calling each other pseudonyms for 20 or 30 years, so that after the project was declassified, everyone still called each other pseudonyms. For example, after the declassification, a comrade died, and his former leader also subconsciously read out his pseudonym many times at the memorial service. It was already the 1980s. However, Jin Washi is currently the dean of the 5th Academy, and he is studying the missile project in the 2 bombs and 1 satellite, and the confidentiality level is very high. Therefore, for him, it is still no problem to check the real list of personnel at the 221 base. Manpower and materials. Jin Washi thought for a moment and said, if possible, I hope the base can deploy 7 comrades who are proficient in mathematical calculations. After all, our calculation volume must be not small, and the computers in the capital alone may not be enough. No problem. Jin Binqiang waved his hand generously. He had discussed the personnel and materials with Li Ju before he came. Li Ju entrusted him with full authority. How about this? I will give you 10 elites who are proficient in mathematics, plus 5 hand-cranked calculators. Comrade Washi, what do you think? Jin Washi was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. 5 hand-cranked calculators? This is really great, but Comrade Binqiang, I heard that there don't seem to be many hand-cranked calculators in the base? Will this affect other projects in the base? How should I put it? There must be some impact. Jin Binqiang nodded at him and admitted frankly, but the research and development of the atomic bomb has not yet entered the most critical period, and the temporary tilt of some resources will not have much impact. Besides, if we can really defeat U2, we won't have to worry about the threats from those lackeys in the future, and we won't have to stop the project at hand to cooperate with a U2 every time it flies over. The time and efficiency saved in this way will obviously exceed the time invested in the project in the long run. Jin Washi blinked. That's right. If this Huxin project can really be successfully completed, not to mention the value of the output of the entire project, the time saved in the future alone is enough to pay for the investment, not to mention the morale-boosting effect, and the improvement in efficiency is not a little bit. After all, U2 these days is really a god to the rabbits. How can it not be exciting for mortals to defeat the gods? Thinking of this, Jin Washi naturally had no objection to Jin Binqiang's arrangement. Then he pondered for half a minute before continuing. In addition, Comrade Binqiang, I have another request. Jin Binqiang glanced at him. What request? Jin Washi first looked up to the north, that is, the direction of the capital, and some words that the leader had told him before leaving emerged in his mind. Then he retracted his gaze and said to Jin Binqiang, I think, let the comrade named Han Li join the Zhuxian project team as my assistant. Note, the extra chapter has been posted. Students who have read it can give a score, ranging from 1-10, with 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. I think it should be well written. Chapter 557 The Truth Revealed. At this moment, beside the jeep, Han Li as assistant, Jin Binqiang was stunned when he heard this from Master Jin Wu. He was so surprised that he stopped talking to Master Jin Wu in the shed to avoid the sun. After a long while, Jin Binqiang came back to his senses. He turned his eyes and asked Master Jin Wu tentatively, Comrade Master Jin Wu, is this what your family wants? You know, Master Jin Wu had been staying in the 5th Academy in the capital before, and his research direction had nothing to do with the 221 base. Theoretically, even if he was informed of part of the Zhuxian project by the chief, he would not know too much about it, not to mention the existence of Su Yun. Nowadays, the words used in many tasks are basically something like, Comrade XX will introduce you to the specific content later. And now Master Jin Wu directly mentioned Han Li's name. It was obvious. There must be a big shot on the capital who told Master Jin Wu something before he left, or even made some requests directly. Sure enough. Master Jin Wu nodded quickly and explained, yes, the chief told me something before he left, and I have a general understanding of his situation, so I am still interested in Comrade Han Li. I heard that he has recovered well recently and can go to class in a wheelchair. I wonder if I can get in touch with him. After all, Comrade Binkyong, you also know that there are too few talents in ballistics in China at present." At the end, Master Jin Wu couldn't help but sigh and shook his head regretfully. This last sentence is not a pity. If the country can still gather some talents for nuclear weapons research and development, then there is no talent for missiles. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the nuclear weapons project lacks Lu Guangda or Guo Yale under the premise of only lacking one person, the project difficulty may be higher. But the final result will not change. But if the missile project lacks Jin Wuxi, it is really unknown when it can come out. In the entire field of national defense high technology, Jin Wuxi is a scientist with a high-level vision and the only one who shows the way and leads the way. Before returning to China, he had participated in the strategic forward-looking planning of Hainan for the next few decades, and he participated in the whole process of this plan. He was one of the core 6-member team members and wrote several reports independently. He has the most comprehensive understanding of the current military technology. In 45 years, he has known the latest information in the fields of aircraft, missiles, atomic bombs, automatic control, rockets, etc. In the entire field of national defense, Jin Wuxi is equivalent to Bolt in the 100-meter race in later generations. He is absolutely unique. For example, the development of the atomic bomb encountered some problems in engineering mechanics about a year and a half ago. Jin Binkyong asked Jin Wuxi to recommend someone to solve this problem. Jin Wuxi first recommended himself and said that he could try. Many people in later generations must have heard of the final result. Jin Binkyong considered that the 5th Academy could not do without Jin Wuxi, so he asked Jin Wuxi to recommend a new candidate. In the end, Master Jin recommended Lao Guo, who was selected to become one of the core designers of the atomic bomb development work, responsible for the implosion technology of the atomic bomb. But in fact, few people know that Jin Binkyong did not immediately deny his idea when Master Jin recommended himself. At that time, Jin Binkyong gave Master Jin 3 days to let him come up with a solution and description. After all, this matter needs to be reported to the superiors. As a result, the second day after Master Jin put down his work, the 5th Academy was directly paralyzed because Master Jin was the only one who could guide the research at that time. Usually, Master Jin is both a father and a mother in the 5th Academy. He guides the work during the day and teaches the members of the project team after work. The famous Introduction to Missiles in later generations was a textbook compiled by Master Jin for teaching members of the 5th Academy, so he had no choice. Jin Binkyong just denied Master Jin's self-recommendation and replaced the candidate with Lao Guo. Therefore, there is a saying in later generations, which is objectively reasonable: Jin Wuxi is not a standard applied physicist, his real talent lies in theory. For example, he derived the famous Kármán-Jin formula and proposed a new nonlinear instability theory of spherical shells and cylindrical shells. But for the sake of national defense, he turned himself into an applied physicist. There are many people like Jin Wuxi. Although the 2 bombs and 1 satellite are the ultimate achievements of collectivism, they are indeed true lone heroes in their respective fields. In short, therefore, if he can find a good helper, Jin Wuxi is still willing. Of course. In addition to this factor, there is another reason why Jin Wuxi chose Su Yun. That is what the leader said to him before leaving. At that time, in order to avoid the appearance of 404 river crabs, the leader chose to meet Jin Wuxi in a tea house on the outskirts of the capital. After introducing Su Yun's achievements, Jin Wuxi asked the leader what attitude he should take towards Su Yun. As a result, the chief suddenly pointed out the window and said with a smile, "Comrade Wuxi, you will understand if you look out the window." So Jin Wuxi looked out the window for a few times and said thoughtfully, "I understand. You mean I should treat Han Li with enthusiasm and openness like the sun, and not hide anything, right?" Unexpectedly, the chief shook his head and explained, "Comrade Wuxi, you think too much. Do you see the donkey pulling the mill over there? I mean, you should just treat Han Li as that donkey. Maybe in the end he will not only have no complaints, but will thank you, Jin Wuxi." Therefore, although he was still puzzled in his heart, but out of trust in the capital, Jin Wuxi decided to choose Su Yun as his assistant. At the same time when Jin Wuxi met Jin Binkyong, Lao Guo and others, the 18th branch was more than 10 kilometers away from them. Su Yun now did not know the arrival of Jin Wuxi, and he did not know the fact that the big shots in the capital had stripped him of his pants in the extra chapter. At this moment, He was sitting in a wheelchair leisurely, just like Yasuo who had his legs broken. While breathing fresh air, he watched Zhang Tao and others in front of him inflate balloons. That's right. Inflate balloons. Zhang Taofeng and more than 10 people were squatting on the ground, and each of them had a gas tank-like device beside them. These future academicians were working in groups of 2. One holding a balloon and the other controlling the device, inflating the balloons. At this moment, there were already a lot of balloons piled up around Su Yun and others, swaying in the air, as if they would soar straight into the sky after being freed from their restraints. These balloons looked no different from ordinary balloons in later generations. The only special thing was that each balloon had a small piece of metal tied to the bottom. At the same time, Qiao Keihong and 2 other female comrades sat aside and painted the balloons with a white paint. Wang Lao stood on the other side with Liu Yaocheng and Sun Junren from the chemical laboratory. The 3 of them were either smoking or folding their arms across their chests, looking at the balloons from time to time, and talking in low voices. Old Wang is now the leader of the Juxin Sword team, and Liu Yaocheng and Sun Junren are also the leaders of the Luxin Sword and Xiangxin Sword respectively. Therefore, the 3 teams gathered here, and it was obvious that they had something to do. After a while, Jie Tonggao, who was also Su Yun who had met in real life, walked quickly to Old Wang and reported, "General Commander, the 20 balloons are ready. In addition, according to the requirements, we have also divided them into 5 groups according to different materials. Please check." Old Wang nodded and came to the balloon pile with Liu Yaocheng and Sun Junren. Then Old Wang bent down, picked up a balloon and carefully checked it for a while. Then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. After checking these balloons very patiently, Old Wang just raised his head and turned to Sun Junren beside him and said, "Comrade Junren, no problem, please start the radar." Sun Junren nodded and gestured to Bao Zhang who had already been on the meteorological Doppler radar console. "Zio Bao, turn it on." Bao Zhang said yes and immediately pressed the radar start button. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoping and others also released the balloons into the sky at the same time at the signal of Old Wang. Whoosh! More than a dozen white balloons quickly rose from the open ground. These balloons quickly flew to high places at different speeds, and some of them even drifted to other directions with the wind. Everyone looked up at the sky and saluted. This is the first joint experiment conducted by the 3 groups since the establishment of this Huxin project team. There are 2 main purposes. One is to test the strength of the materials produced by Liu Yaocheng's first batch and select the appropriate ratio. The second is to collect high-altitude data. Of course, since the project team has only been established for 2 days, no matter how optimistic people are, they will not think that balloons can reach the preset height of the stratospheric airship. Or mystery in a sense. What Mr. Wang and his team are going to collect today is the data at the moment when the balloon explodes. That's right, the explosion data. Although on the surface, during the ascent of a hydrogen balloon, it will be subject to 2 forces that are unrelated to movement. That is, the combined buoyancy and the gravity of the spherical shell. The former is actually the combined force of the gravity of the gas contained in it and the air pressure. That is, the gravity of the spherical shell equals the mass of the spherical shell, the local gravity acceleration. The size of the combined buoyancy equals the density difference of the internal and external gases, the volume, the local gravity acceleration. At the same time, under the condition of constant temperature approximation, it can be considered that the atmospheric density decreases exponentially with the height. That is, as the balloon rises, the size of the buoyancy will gradually decrease, until the size of the buoyancy and the size of the spherical shell gravity are balanced. The balloon will stop rising and float at a high altitude. But this is only a theoretical situation. In fact, during the ascent, the pressure difference on the spherical shell will increase rapidly. So in reality, most balloons will rupture or leak during the ascent because they cannot withstand the pressure difference between the inside and outside. The data of the internal and external pressure difference during the explosion can provide important research and development references for Wang Lao and Liu Yaocheng's team. Liu Yaocheng can use it to optimize the capsule material. Wang Lao can assist in the research and development of the airship structure. As for how to collect these data, it depends on the small metal sheet under the balloon and the paint applied by Qiao Keihong and others. This small metal sheet is a specially treated ferrite material. It has a special reflection of the electromagnetic waves of the meteorological Doppler radar and can transmit back a lot of altitude data. Let me give you an inappropriate but easy to understand example. It is equivalent to a large rainfall particle, which can be easily locked by the meteorological Doppler radar in real time. As for the paint, it contains boron fiber and epoxy resin, which are materials that can be produced by technology these days. They are characterized by a narrow frequency range and obvious groups when the gas explodes. The speed and height of these groups are calculated through the feedback of the meteorological Doppler radar, and the gas data at the time of the explosion can be restored. Another point that needs to be added is that Su Yun did not make any comments during this process. All the inspirations were discussed by Wang Lao, Sun Junren and Liu Yaocheng. After all, both the materials and principles belong to known concepts of this era and are not particularly beyond the scope. If Su Yun's help was needed for such things, then the rabbits would not be able to make nuclear weapons. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the balloon slowly rose into the sky. The 20 balloons were grouped in 4, and the materials were divided into 5 categories: latex, surface-treated fabric, sputtered film, polyester film, and multi-film blend. In addition, a small amount of Brother Donkey's apical secretion liquid was added to these materials. At the same time, in order to provide a comparative reference effect, some of them were also replaced with Brother Donkey's conceal secretion liquid from the apical secretion liquid. After the balloons were launched, different materials quickly showed different properties. Among them, the 4 balloons that were sputtered took the lead and floated at the top. It looked like they were heading straight for 3 to 5 kilometers. The surface-treated fabric balloons were dragged to the end, and formed a relatively obvious generation gap with the 4 batches in front. After a few minutes, the fabric balloon stopped at about 1,000 meters. Without exploding but no longer rising. Seeing this, Liu Yaocheng shook his head, immediately picked up a small notebook, and drew a cross on the fabric balloon. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the flying speed is the slowest. No matter from which angle. The fabric balloon obviously has no chance of entering the next round of screening. At the same time, Beijing and others on the other side were also recording data quickly. Number 1, altitude 1,145.14 meters, wind speed 8 meters per second, air pressure 88.46 kPa. Number 3, balloon altitude 1,453 meters, wind speed 8.7 meters per second, air pressure 83.53 kPa. Number 4, balloon altitude. After a while, a small green dot on the display suddenly stagnated, and then began to fall rapidly. Seeing this, Beijing immediately raised his head and looked at Liu Yaocheng, reporting, "Director Liu, balloon number 12 exploded." Liu Yaocheng seemed very calm about this, and calmly asked back, "Xiao Bao, have you collected the data at the moment of the explosion?" Beijing cast his eyes on the operating table again, fiddled with it for a few times and replied, 7 speed change signals at the moment of the explosion were collected, 3 of which are relatively obvious, and should be able to restore the specific scene of the explosion." Liu Yaocheng nodded. As mentioned above, the surface of these balloons is coated with boron fiber and epoxy resin. The main function of these materials is to transmit data when an accident occurs to the balloon. Whether the balloon is leaking or exploding, the balloon body will undergo some deformation. For example, if it leaks, it will shrink inward. If it bursts and explodes, it will expand outward. There is nothing much to say about the leaking process. Basically, the air is gone in a flash, and then it falls down under the traction of the iron sheet. But the explosion is different. At the moment of the explosion, the balloon's capsule will explode into several or even dozens of small pieces. The sputtering direction and speed of these small pieces may sometimes differ by several times in value due to the force point and air resistance. In this process, the boron fiber and epoxy resin coated on the small pieces are equivalent to an amplifier, which makes these data clear and capturable through the wave frequency characteristics. This can also be regarded as one of the black technologies developed by the rabbits. Later, many parameters of the Dongfang 1 carrier rocket were obtained in this way. However, the conditions at that time were more difficult than now, because the rabbits in history did not have the assistance of meteorological Doppler radar. Then Beijing and other members of the team quickly wrote down these speed change signals one by one, and prepared to summarize them and hand them over to Liu Yaocheng and others for processing. At this point, Zhou Xiaoping and others who had been doing hard labor in balloons could finally breathe a sigh of relief and rest on the side. By the way, Comrade Zhang Tao, seeing that Zhang Tao and others had a chance to take a break, Su Yun asked a question that he had been struggling with for a long time. "Comrade Zhang Tao, what is the situation of what you said before that I owed a favor to the local donkey?" To be honest, Su-yoon has been wondering about this question for a few days. More than a week ago. In order to let Su-yoon teach them some new knowledge, Zhang Tao brought out many reasons to persuade Su-yoon. Among them, Su-yoon immediately recognized Kiao Ke-hong's care and Zhang Tao's favor for casting the wheelchair. These are objective facts. But Zhang Tao also brought another comrade at that time, saying that Su-yoon owed him, or more accurately, owed him a favor to his local donkey. This was quite puzzling to Su-yoon. However, the base's sideline team had a lot of tasks these days, so Su-yoon, Zhang Tao and Zhou Xiaoping didn't have many opportunities to meet. The few times they met were because they had to deal with serious matters, and they were so busy that they forgot to ask. Therefore, it was rare to have free time now. Su-yoon couldn't help but raise this question again. After all, no matter how he thought about it, it was difficult to explain why he owed a donkey a favor. Oh, you're talking about this matter? Zhang Tao immediately looked around after hearing this, and soon waved to a person a few meters away. Hey, Laozi, come here. The Laozi mentioned by Zhang Tao was Ziyu, the so-called donkey owner, whom Su-yoon met that day, a thin young man with a very honest smile. When Ziyu came to his side, Zhang Tao patted Ziyu on the shoulder and said to him, Laozi, explain the matter of the donkey to Comrade Han Li. Ziyu was slightly startled. He thought Zhang Tao had something serious to say to him. But he soon came back to his senses, with a very subtle expression on his face, and said to Su-yoon, Comrade Han Li, this is what happened. About a month ago, when I had just got off work from the team, the captain brought Dr. Lin Yu from the staff hospital to find me. Dr. Lin said that a patient with a high degree of burns and a fever of 7/10 came to the hospital. Ordinary medicines have no effect, so he wanted to try a folk remedy. To give it a try, the folk remedy requires the use of donkey hair from local donkeys to make an ointment for external application, and at the same time it has to be stewed over a high-fire internal medicinal soup for internal use. So he took a fancy to the donkey in our family, Su-yoon, facing the talkative Ziyu. Su-yoon had only one thought in his heart at this time. Capital I! Exclamation mark. What the hell is donkey hair for external application and internal consumption? You know. Although the ore likes to torture people, it will definitely not let itself die as soon as it arrives at the dungeon, otherwise there is no point in opening the dungeon. In other words, normally, there is no need to chew donkey hair, and I can still survive smoothly. At most, the sex scene will be longer. What's the result? Lin Yu and Lao Guo have been feeding themselves donkey hair for more than a month. Isn't this a scam? No wonder he always felt something was wrong when he drank the medicine before. At that time, Kiao Ke-hong told him that this was the dregs of Magnolia and Asarum. Wait? Kiao Ke-hong. Thinking of this, Su-yoon suddenly realized something, and suddenly raised his head to look at Kiao Ke-hong on the side, and said word by word, Comrade Ke-hong, I didn't expect it. Kiao Ke-hong, you, a beautiful girl, can actually cheat people. Seeing Su-yoon's eyes cast on her, Kiao Ke-hong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, this girl is really simple, far from being as black-bellied as Lao Guo. In the end, I don't know whether it was because I felt that I couldn't bear Su-yoon's gaze or because I was too entangled in my heart. Kiao Ke-hong suddenly took out a few small notebooks of Su-yoon's lectures from her body and quickly flipped through them. After a few seconds, the girl's eyes became blank as if the gene lock was opened. Ovo. Su-yoon, on the other side. Zhang Tao thought of something and said to Ziyu with a smile, Old Z, your donkey is unlucky. It is born strong. If it is thinner, it will probably not be selected. Hey, it can't be thinner. Ziyu seemed to be a very serious person. He shook his head immediately after hearing this. That donkey is the standard Donkey King bloodline. In the past, our Z family's ancestors followed Susong, the prime minister of the northern Song dynasty. The donkey breed is inherently better than those mixed donkeys. As a result, Ziyu didn't finish his words. Su-yoon, who had been chewing donkey hair for a month and was feeling very complicated, turned around blankly and interrupted Ziyu's introduction. Comrade Ziyu, what did you say? Your ancestors followed Susong. Ziyu blinked. Yes, it's Susong. What's wrong, Comrade Han Li? Su-yoon's pupils shrank slightly. Ancestors served Lao Su, there's a local donkey at home, and the surname is Yi. Thinking of this, Su-yoon couldn't help but take a deep breath, and said to Ziyu, Comrade Ziyu, your ancestor is called Ziyuanian, huh? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise quickly emerged on Ziyu's face. Comrade Han Li, How do you know the name of our ancestor? Su Yun looked at Ziyu deeply, then forced himself to calm down, and said, "Oh, I just asked casually when I thought of it. It's just a coincidence. To be honest, when I was in the UK, I met a descendant of Su Song. I don't remember which branch it was. When we were chatting, he introduced me to some information about the Su Song family. At that time, he mentioned your ancestor Zi Yuanian. It is said that after Su Song died, Zi Yuanian moved his family to the vicinity of Su Song's tomb and guarded the tomb for hundreds of years, but later the Japanese devils came, and the people of Zijia village fled south due to the war, and the two families have had no contact since then." Ziyu nodded suddenly. "So that's right. When the Japanese invaders came, there were only about 100 people left in Zijia village, and everyone fled everywhere. My family fled to Kangnan, Zhejiang province, and settled down in Lingxi. I happen to be the second generation." After hearing Su Yun's explanation, Ziyu didn't think much about it. After all, Su Song's descendants are still flourishing, so it is reasonable for Su Yun to meet Su Song's descendants. However, since he was able to remember Zi Yuanian's name, I think this comrade Han Li also listened carefully to the introduction of the descendant of Su Song. Thinking of this, Ziyu looked at Su Yun with a much more friendly look. Opposite Ziyu, Su Yun's heart was much more complicated. He would never have thought that he would meet the descendants of Zi Yuanian in the 221 copy. Zi Yuanian was the old Zi of the old Su family in the 1100 copy, and he also took good care of Su Yun in the copy. If it weren't for Zi Yuanian's impromptu idea, Su Yun would have hardly had any contact with the two brothers Wang Bing and Wang Yu, let alone the stories that followed. Later, Lao Su was drawn to the modern era by the halo and gained a new life. When going to Yongchang to ask Lin Zhenho for help, Su Yun took Lao Su to Washao Mountain in Zhenjiang and visited Lao Su's own grave. On the way to the grave, they also met Su Hui, the chairman of the Zhenjiang Jiangsu clan council. According to Su Hui's introduction, Zi Yuanian guarded Lao Su's grave after Lao Su's death, and died after guarding it for about 5 or 6 years. Zi Yuanian and Lao Su's descendants stayed in Zhenjiang and continued to live. Because of the wealth left by Lao Su, the Su family quickly blossomed and split into several branches. The Zi family formed a Zijia village, and helped the Su family. However, the Japanese invaded the central plains later, and the mountains and rivers sank. The people of Zijia village could only flee to the south. Although Lao Su did not say it clearly at the time. But Su Yun could feel that after listening to Su Hui's introduction, Lao Su's emotions fluctuated. Unfortunately, this kind of search for people, especially for people from 80 years ago, can be regarded as a hellish task even in 2023. Therefore, although Su Yun could understand Lao Su's idea, he had no ability to help. Unexpectedly, the donkey hair soup he drank in the 221 base actually led to Ziyu, a descendant of Ziliodu. You know. Except for a few Krypton Gold players, the characters in the copy are no different from real history. That is to say, in the original history, there was also such a Ziyu in the base. Then when Su Yun returns to reality, some things can be operated. After all, many archives on the development of nuclear weapons have been declassified, including documentaries shot and broadcast by official media such as CCTV, and the characters in the film are all real people. So Su Yun can make a report and say that he wants to write a novel with this period as the background. Then use this as an excuse to check some relevant archives. Now he has also made considerable contributions in reality, so this kind of thing is not a big problem. In addition, the place name of Lingxi in Kangnan, Zhejiang province mentioned by Ziyu. If he is lucky, Su Yun might be able to see the old version of Ziyu. After all, his age is about the same as Zhou Xiaoping's Zhang Zhongjing. In 2023, he will probably be in his early 80s, at most 85. At this age, it is not certain that he is alive, but at least there is a certain probability that he exists, and the probability is not particularly slim. If Grandpa Z at that time still has a granddaughter, then old Su His, this picture is a bit exciting. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but sigh in excitement. Yes. In this case, it seems that it is not easy to blame the donkey. However, it can solve old Su's not and eat less donkey meat and hot bread. And just when Su Yun was in a complicated mood, a jeep suddenly appeared at the corner of the intersection not far away. The jeep drove straight to the edge of the open space. After the car was parked, old Guo walked down with a round-faced man, who was surprisingly Jin Wuxi. The moment he saw Master Jin Wu, Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god. In order to defeat you two, the boss actually sent this big guy this time? You know, in his later life, someone once said a hell joke. It's very simple to intercept Scene's trajectory, just wait for it at the end, and now, Su Yun saw the real boss. Chapter 558, Forge the Strongest Sword. At this moment, in the open space, in addition to Su Yun, Wang Lao, Sun Junren, Liu Yaocheng and other big men beside him, as well as Zhang Tao, Zhou Xiaoping and others besides Su Yun, they also cast their eyes in the direction where Jin Wuxi and Lao Guo appeared. After all, the jeep made a lot of noise, and its size was also very obvious. In theory, except for StarCraft players, normal people would basically glance over there subconsciously. After seeing Jin Wuxi appear, Wang Lao was slightly startled at first, and then he raised his very unique eyebrows in surprise and shouted, "Wu Laojin? Why are you here?" Wang Lao subconsciously wanted to shout out the two words Wuxi. However, after thinking of Su Yun and some other people around him, he changed to the more vague name of Lao Jin. After that, he walked quickly towards Jin Wuxi. At this time, Wang Lao was just over 40. He might not be in his prime in terms of energy, but it was not wrong to say that he was in his prime. So he didn't have to sit in a wheelchair and be pushed forward like Su Yun did in reality. He walked very vigorously. On the contrary, Su Yun, who was lively and energetic in reality, could only sit in a wheelchair and be pushed in the copy. He took more than 10 steps. Old Wang had already walked in front of Master Jin Wu. He put his hands on Master Jin Wu's shoulders and shook him a few times. "Old Jin, when did you arrive at a base?" "I just arrived not long ago." "Look, the luggage is still in the car." Master Jin Wu smiled and pointed to the jeep behind him. Then he looked up and down at Old Wang and nodded slowly. "Well, you seem to be in good spirits, Yaoping. It seems that you haven't starved to death recently." Old Wang gave him a punch. Although Old Wang and Master Jin Wu were born in 21 and 11 respectively, they are almost a generation apart in age. But they usually have a very good relationship and there is no age gap at all. First, it was because their dormitory after returning to China was next door. At that time, Wang Lao's lover was not around, so he often went to Jin Wuxi's house for free meals. Second, like Jin Wuxi, Wang Lao was also a typical example of changing careers for the country. That's right. Wang Lao also changed his career midway. Wang Lao's original major was thermal power plant power generation, but for the first Chinese-sounding rocket T-7M project, he passively transformed into the direction of sounding rockets. This transformation is a lifetime. Third, now they are respectively responsible for missiles and satellites in the 2 bombs and 1 satellite project, and they have an extraordinary resonance with the 4 words heavy responsibility on the shoulders. Therefore, as soon as they met, Jin Wuxi began to tease Wang Lao. Jin Wuxi's so-called starving to death does not refer to the physiological condition, but the situation that Wang Lao is currently responsible for. That is, the country was forced to turn its direction to nuclear weapons research and development due to the international situation, which resulted in less business for Wang Lao's project team. If this kind of words were said by ordinary friends, it would undoubtedly be regarded as sarcastic or even hostile remarks. But for Master Wang and Master Jin Wu, this was a reflection of their deep feelings. After a while, Master Wang suddenly thought of something. He patted his forehead lightly, said with a slightly long tone, "Oh," and said to Master Jin Wu, "Oh, I understand. So, Master Jin, the person in charge of this Hux and Sword project team is you. No wonder I said that it has been 2 days. Why haven't I seen the person in charge of this Hux and Sword team? It turns out that they are reinforcements transferred from the capital." Master Jin Wu smiled and patted his chest confidently. "Of course, the Hux sword is a weapon for the final blow, and it must be polished by a master like me. Otherwise, it's okay to delay the construction period, but if the blow misses, then things will become very troublesome in the future." This time, Master Wang did not tease Master Jin Wu again, but nodded seriously. "That's right, with Master Wu Jimmy taking action, what does a mere you two count for?" Hearing this, Master Jin Wu couldn't help laughing. Many people in later generations have probably heard such a story. When Jin Wuxi was preparing to return to China from across the sea, a senior general on the other side of the sea firmly opposed it and said a famous saying, "We must not let Jin Wuxi return to China. His power alone is equivalent to 5 divisions." However, in 2023, There are two rumors about this story on the internet. One rumor is that the person who said this was the Japanese Emperor or Eisenhower, which is a common situation in the process of information dissemination. But the other rumor is different. They said that this story is fictional, and no one has ever said this. This is a self-gilding. Dad, dang, dang. The long-lost rumor-busting class is open. First of all, this story is not fictional, but a true story. Secondly, the person who said this was indeed not the two people in rumor one, but Daniel Kimball, the Deputy Secretary of the Navy on the other side of the sea. That's right. It was the one of the few friends of Jin Wuxi on the other side of the sea, but in the end, he unremittingly worked to force Jin Lao to stay on the other side of the sea for 5 years. Kimball's words were recorded in the book The China Cloud, written by William Ryan and Sam Zummerlin, and sold on Amazon's used books. The original words in it are, "I'd rather see him shot than let him go," Kimball was known to have told friends. He's worth 3 to 5 divisions anyplace. In addition, Zhang Chunru's thread of the Silk Worm also intercepted the original image of the CBS database. Unfortunately, however, many people have now refuted the story that academician Zhao Zhongjing sent radium as false, and casually mentioned a sentence in addition. The story of Jin Wuxi is also fabricated. If you look carefully, you will find that you can't find anyone who said this. This is actually a very scary phenomenon. Relying on refuting a fabricated false story, and then bringing another equally exaggerated but real event to fighting fakes. As a result, the real deeds or contributions of some predecessors have been questioned or even erased. How sad it is to return to reality. After separating, Master Jin Wu looked around again. His eyes quickly swept over the young men of the sideline teams. Finally, he stopped at Su Yun, who was sitting in a wheelchair. There was no way. Su Yun's condition was too easy to identify, the only person sitting in a wheelchair in the whole venue. Most of his body was still wrapped in bandages, and the few places that were not bandaged were all burn wounds. It looked like he had recovered from the mummy state to devour a cowboy. Then Master Jin Wu thought for a while, then walked to Su Yun and asked him, "Comrade, I guess you're Han Li who returned from the European tour," looking at Master Jin Wu standing in front of him. Su Yun suppressed his excitement and gently touched his hand with the other party. "Yes, I'm Han Li. May I ask who you are?" Jin Wuxi smiled and pointed at himself and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jin Wuxi, and I am currently responsible for the research and development of some domestic missile projects. This time, the organization sent me to the factory to cooperate with his Huxin plan proposed by Comrade Han Li, and to optimize the actual combat of the missile for the final strike." Jin Wuxi did not use a pseudonym similar to Jin Yi to cover up his identity like his cousin Jin Biqian. After all, Jin Wuxi is much more well-known internationally than Jin Biqian. Maybe Su Yun has seen him in the newspaper? If Su Yun really recognizes him, then the practice of using a pseudonym will make Su Yun feel disgusted. Secondly, as the proposer of this Huxin project, Su Yun himself is also very clear about how strong a missile in the plan should be. The development of this kind of missile is obviously not something that an ordinary weapons expert can handle. The person in charge of this Huxin sword project must be a big boss. It's just a matter of who it is. Therefore, Jin Wuxi communicated with a leader before leaving. Instead of using a pseudonym, it is better to disclose your real name directly and be honest. Of course, Jin Biqian still uses the pseudonym Jin Yi, so he did not appear here with Master Jin Wu today. And opposite Master Jin Wu. Hearing Master Jin Wu directly report his real name, Su Yun reacted quickly after a slight surprise. "Oh, right. With Master Jin Wu's current international fame, it is completely normal for me to know him, right? After all, Master Jin Wu was the former director of the Guggenheim Jet Propulsion Center, and the German V-2 missile, the ancestor of modern missiles, was developed using the results of Master Jin Wu. If you want to rank the well-known Chinese scientists in the field of scientific research in this year, then Master Jin Wu must be ranked second." Thinking of this, Su Yun realized one thing: it seems that he can actually chase stars without worry. So a moment later, Su Yun's voice suddenly rose a few notes, and he looked at Master Jin Wu with a surprised expression. "Master Jin Wu? Could it be that you are Mr. Jin, the founder of JPL?" Seeing Su Yun reveal his origins, Master Jin Wu first sighed in his heart at the wisdom of the chief, and then said, "Yes, it is me. But whether it is the founder of JPL or the colonel across the sea, it is already a thing of the past. Now Comrade Han Li, you can call me Director Jin, or Comrade Wu Shi, or Old Jin, whatever you are used to. Master Jin Wu's tone is as kind and mellow as his appearance. Ahem, warm, making people feel like a spring breeze. Su-yoon thought for a moment and said, then I will call you Director Jin. No problem. Master Jin smiled and looked around, pointing to the pergola and said, Comrade Han Li, how about we go into the pergola and have a chat? Su-yoon looked up at Master Jin, and many guesses flashed through his mind, and he readily agreed, no problem. Seeing this, Mr. Wang on the side immediately waved to the many young workers, signaling them to return to work. After a while, even Kiao Keihong came back to her senses from the state of Jean Locke, and jumped and followed Lin Yu and the others to paint balloons. In addition to Su-yoon and Master Jin, only Lao Guo was left at the scene. Then Master Jin personally pushed Su-yoon's wheelchair, and the three of them slowly walked into the pergola. After taking their seats, Lao Guo first took the teacup that everyone had not drunk from during the break and poured 3 cups of water into it. He handed one of the cups to Master Jin Wu. Brother, you've been sitting in the car for so long, come and have a drink of water first. Thank you very much. Master Jin Wu thanked Lao Guo. He took the teacup, raised his head and gulped down most of the tea. Great, then he wiped the corner of his mouth with his palm, and rested his other hand on his thigh, and said to Su-yoon, Comrade Han Li, we have almost finished the small talk, and now let's talk about business. To be honest, the purpose of my coming to the 221 base this time is to serve as the leader of this Huxin sword team in this Huxin project, to calculate and optimize the appropriate trajectory. This task is quite severe, so I hope you can join this Huxin sword team as my assistant. Hearing Master Jin Wu's words, Su-yoon, who had prepared a lot of responses, was stunned. I join this Huxin sword team. Is this appropriate? Su-yoon's surprise this time was really not fake. Although as the proposer of the entire plan, Su-yoon had guessed that he would most likely join a project team as a consultant when he first came up with a plan. But in Su-yoon's opinion, the abilities he had previously demonstrated were mainly in 2 areas, fluid mechanics and electronic information. So he would most likely join either the Immortal Sword Group led by Mr. Wang or the Immortal Sword Group led by Sun Junrun. For this reason, Su-yoon also designed a set of rhetoric, hoping to help the Immortal Sword Group. After all, there were 2 acquaintances in the Immortal Sword Group, Mr. Wang and Zhetong Gao. Unexpectedly, Master Jin Wu actually proposed that he go to the Immortal Sword Group, which was the group designing the trajectory, as an assistant. Indeed, it has been mentioned before. Su-yoon's knowledge field is very different from the missile research and development major, and can even be regarded as 2 worlds. But he is a person from the future after all. Under the premise of someone guiding the main direction, it is still possible to help with data. But the problem is that Su-yoon has never revealed even a little understanding of missiles before, but instead talked a lot about the theory of ultra-wideband proximity fuses. In the end, it was Master Jin who chose him, which was a bit strange. Opposite Su-yoon. Looking at Su-yoon, who looked surprised, Master Jin said, Comrade Han Li, I can roughly guess what you are thinking. You are just worried that your major is not suitable, right? You can rest assured about this. The theoretical design of pure ballistics will still be completed by me and other comrades in other majors. Your main task is to help me with calculations, and see if there is any chance to generate some other inspiration. In the terms of Europe, you are the first party, and you can make any request. Anything colorful and black is fine. We are the second party. And we will try to complete your design. After hearing what Master Jin said, Su-yoon nodded in understanding. This is not difficult to say. Master Jin's attitude is indeed very frank. In addition, Su-yoon had an innate admiration filter for these predecessors, so he finally decided to agree to Jin Washi's invitation. Since Director Jin has said so much, I would rather obey than be respectful, and go to the project team to get a job. Director Jin, please take care of me next time. Jin Washi thought that it would take some time to convince Su-yoon, but he didn't expect Su-yoon to be taken down so quickly. Could it be that he was really like what the leader said, willing to be a donkey and still say thank you? Then he took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to Su-yoon again. Comrade Han Li, on behalf of all members of the Zhuxian Sword Project team, I warmly welcome you to join. Su-yoon also stretched out his bandaged fingertips and lightly touched Jin Washi. At the same time, on the operating table not far away, watching the last signal punctuation point exploded and fell in the air, Liu Yaocheng, who was in charge of the balloon manufacturing, sighed with regret. Alice, It seems that the donkey's DAP secretion is not as effective as the apical secretion. What a pity. After all the balloons burst or leaked, everyone's task for the day came to a temporary end. So everyone quickly packed up their equipment and went home one after another. The next morning, early in the morning, at the staff hospital, Gyalulu, watching Su-yoon voluntarily drink a bowl of donkey hair soup clean. Kiao Kaehong, who had been supervising the troops, just turned around and said to Jin Washi, who had just arrived at the scene, "Director Jin, I will leave Comrade Han Li to you. You must take good care of him, Comrade Kaehong, don't worry." Hearing Kiao Kaehong repeating this sentence for the 5th time, Jin Washi couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I will take Comrade Han Li away from the hospital for at most half a day." The project team's work location is also here at the main factory, less than 500 meters away from the hospital. What do you have to worry about? Besides, if you are really afraid that Comrade Han Li will get into trouble, you can also come to our project team with him. Kiao Kaehong shook her head quickly, with a clear look in her eyes that was not polluted by knowledge. No, I will grow a brain if I go." Jin Washi. Finally, under Kiao Kaehong's repeated instructions, Jin Washi wiped the cold sweat while pushing Su-yoon's wheelchair and leaving the staff hospital. It's a pity that cameras are not easy to find these days, otherwise Su-yoon would have taken a photo at this time. After all, Master Jin Woo had never enjoyed the treatment of having his wheelchair pushed since the founding of the Republic. After leaving the hospital, Master Jin Woo walked left and right for a while and finally came to a building. This building was a small house with only one floor, but it covered a large area. There was a small lawn and a few trees inside, and a row of fences were inserted around it. If the small house inside was replaced by another more luxurious modern building, this would definitely be a small manor of the single-family villa type. At the entrance surrounded by the fence, 2 very capable soldiers on duty were standing. When they saw Jin Washi, they immediately saluted. "Hello, Chief." "Hello, 2 comrades. You have worked hard." Jin Washi greeted the soldiers on duty cordially, and then introduced Su-yoon to them. "By the way, let me introduce you, this is Comrade Han Li, the assistant of our project team. He can be directly released in and out in the future. In addition, if Comrade Han Li has something to find me, please inform me immediately. If I am not here, I will go to Comrade Luo Shijin." The 2 soldiers on duty immediately turned their heads and scanned Su-yoon carefully from top to bottom. After clearly remembering Su-yoon's figure and more obvious features, they saluted again. "Report to the chief, remember it?" Jin Washi nodded and took Su-yoon into the building. This building has a standard office layout, which is the traditional shape. The 4 openings are 4 rooms, and the horizontal and vertical in the middle are aisles, and the bottom leads directly to the entrance. This is also a common design method for single-story office buildings in this era. At this moment, the room on the left, furthest in, seemed quite lively, with some discussion vaguely audible. The other 3 rooms were quite quiet, with no noise coming from them. I didn't know if they were asked to keep quiet or if no one was inside. Then, Master Jin led Su-yoon to the left and walked straight to the only busy room. As the distance got closer, some discussions gradually became clearer. "Don't bother so much, can't we just solve the system of equations directly?" "How to solve? Air resistance can't always be constant, right? Make an approximation, otherwise how to calculate? Is anyone going to the movies tomorrow? I heard that the cinema at the base will be showing Kunlun Iron Cavalry. Mathematics is so difficult, the people who invented mathematics are so hateful." "Sister Yuhan, how do you translate this word? Oblique shock wave should be oblique shock wave." These exchanges came one after another, and the chattering seemed very lively. But when Master Jin led Su-yoon to the entrance of the room, everyone suddenly became quiet. Then, no matter if they were lying on the table, sitting on the chair, or half sitting on the table, they all stood up. They said in unison, "Hello, Director Jin." Master Jin nodded to everyone, as a greeting, and pushed Su-yoon's wheelchair into the room. There were about 20 people in the room, with a male-female ratio of about 5 to 1. At first glance, they were mostly young people. At this moment, these people didn't pay much attention to Master Jin Woo. Most of them were staring at Su-yoon, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Su-yoon, I don't know why. He suddenly had some subtle resonance with Mr. Hawking. The layout of this room was somewhat similar to classrooms in later generations, or more precisely, university classrooms. There was a podium at the front, and in front of the podium were several rows of long wooden tables in a straight line, and behind the tables were independent and movable wooden stools. After a while, Master Jin Woo took Su Yun to the podium. During this time, everyone in the audience returned to their seats. After arriving at the podium, Master Jin Woo first looked around the scene, and then slowly nodded. Not bad, everyone is very energetic. It seems that everyone slept well last night. A friendly chuckle suddenly sounded from the audience. Then Master Jin Woo took a deep breath, straightened his face, and said, "Comrades, a considerable number of you are elites temporarily transferred from various departments of Base 221, although I have read your files several times, and I personally made the final decision on the candidates. This is the first time I have met you in person, and I believe it is the same for you. The leaders and colleagues of the project team are from the capital or other departments, and they are all strangers to you who have never met, but it doesn't matter. We are gathered here today not to make friends, let alone to fall in love. We have only one goal, which is to sharpen the sharpest sword to cut off the head of the U2 devil." At this point, Master Jin Woo also spread his right hand flat and made a gesture in the air to cut Louis V's head. The scene was suddenly silent. Then Master Jin paused and continued, "Of course, it is precisely because we are in a hurry to cut off U2's head that time is very precious, so I will not say some polite words. Let's get straight to the point now. Let's introduce some of the configurations in our group first, and let everyone get familiar with each other's respective functions. First is the theoretical group of missile research. Comrade Luo Shijin is the leader of the theoretical group, the deputy leader is Comrade Chai Zhi, and the members are Su Xinbo, Chen Huaijin, Shen Hongfang, Wu Bixing, and Liu Zuhu, a total of 6 people. Cough cough cough. Hearing these names coming out of Master Jin's mouth, Su Yun on the side suddenly couldn't help but cough heavily, and the cough sound was quite clear in the quiet room. Seeing this situation, Master Jin couldn't help but stop talking and said to Su Yun with concern, "Comrade Han Li, are you okay?" Su Yun suppressed his inner surprise and shook his head gently. It's okay, I didn't breathe evenly and choked. Director Jin, please continue." After saying that, Su Yun started to complain crazily in his heart. What kind of dream lineup is this? The theoretical team brought by Jin Washi from the capital this time is actually full of ultimate bigwigs. For example, Luo Shijin, the team leader, is a direct disciple of Jin Washi, one of the founders of aerodynamics in China, and an outstanding contributor to aerospace and missile research and development. The designer of the famous J-20 fighter in later generations is called Yang Wei, who is Luo Shijin's student. And the deputy team leader Chai Zhi. He is the original commander-in-chief of Jilang 1 and Honky 7. He was the deliveryman of DF-21's classmates in his previous life. Su Xinbo, a member of the team, is the chief designer of Honky 1. Chen Huaijin is the chief designer of Honky 2. Shen Hongfang is the commander-in-chief of the third-generation medium-altitude and long-range air defense missile model. It was this person who poked U2 in history. Indeed. If you baidu these bigwigs, you will find that none of them are academicians of the Academy of Engineering or the Academy of Sciences in later generations. But the reason they were not rated as academicians is not because of their lack of ability, but because they just passed a declassification period in 2022. For example, Mr. Shen Hongfang. He kept his real name hidden for 61 years, and his name was not officially reported until he was 88 years old. What is secret and great? The answer is not a TV series played by a certain PC actor, nor is it the so-called hidden person in Korea. It is these predecessors who have truly made great contributions. After a moment, Master Jin Woo cast his eyes to the right side of the room and introduced to everyone, in addition to the theoretical group, there is another very important group, which is our calculation group. The calculation group has a total of 10 members, led by Comrade Daisuke from the base's calculation center and Comrade Yao Yuhan, a calculation engineer from the first branch. As the deputy group leader speaking of the calculation group, Master Jin Woo did not introduce the full names of the team members. After all, there are more people in the calculation group, and Master Jin Woo had not come into contact with them before. There is no need to force an introduction at this time. Anyway, after several exchanges and running in, everyone is almost familiar with each other. Then Master Jin Woo introduced the third special group, which is the liaison group responsible for data exchange with the Capital Computer Center. There are 5 members in the liaison group. They are proficient in the ciphertext customized by the base and are also a special group that is difficult to replace. After introducing the 3 team members, Master Jin Wu took a deep breath and continued, as for the person in charge of the Zhuxian sword project that integrates the three groups, it is me, Master Jin Wu. You can call me Lao Jin, Comrade Wu Shi or Director Jin. In addition, I would like to focus on my assistant, the consultant of the Zhuxian sword group, the one next to me, Comrade Han Li. Swish, the voice just fell. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Yun again. The members from the base were relatively easy to deal with. After all, Su Yun has now proved his strength and is well known among the theoretical personnel in the base. Many researchers such as meteorology and electronic information have even changed their situations and even their destinies because of the appearance of Su Yun. Therefore, the mentality of these natives in the base looking at Su Yun is more like visiting a baby panda, with a curious and friendly attitude. But the eyes of several big guys who followed Master Jin Wu from the capital were subconsciously scrutinizing. Fortunately, Su Yun had experienced a similar baptism of eyes when the interest group was first established. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. So at this moment, Su Yun seemed to be relatively calm. He even had the mood to wave to the people in the audience, and said in a hoarse voice, "Hello everyone, I am Han Li, please take care of me next." Clap, clap, clap. Su Yun was answered by a round of applause that was barely enough but enthusiastic. As an expert who has been leading research projects for a long time, Master Jin Wu is quite experienced in controlling the rhythm. A few seconds after the applause fell, Master Jin Wu spoke again. "Okay, comrades, our introduction ends here for now. The next thing we have to do is to officially start the theoretical research of the Zhuxian sword." After that, Master Jin Wu put his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The first problem to be solved is, what is the specific size of the missile, or the shell? Is it an inch longer, an inch stronger, or an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous? Note, it feels like the prices are getting more and more expensive now. The tea eggs downstairs that haven't increased in price for 10 years have increased by 50 cents, and fried dough sticks have increased from $1.50 to $2. The price of fried pancakes has increased by a lot. The breakfast that I could buy for $5 at the beginning of the month has directly increased to $8 today. Chapter 559, we will make a promise to each other for 100 years, no changes allowed. Inside the room, after hearing what Master Jin Wu said, the scene was quiet for a moment. Then, a series of low-pitched discussions began. As mentioned earlier, the Zhuxian sword formation scheme designed by Su Yun actually has only two main structures, the airship and the launch platform carried by the airship. Or to be more precise, the airship and the missile on the launch platform. After all, the initial kinetic energy of the missile is provided by gravitational potential energy, which is the standard free fall mode. This design is to save the fuel of the missile, so that more propellant can be used in the direction of change, thereby freeing up space for the fuse. Secondly, if the missile is changed from falling to launching, the process technology will obviously be much more complicated. There is even the possibility that the tail flame is too high and the airship is directly burned. Then it will not just be a missile that falls down. Therefore, the main task of the so-called launch platform is to carry missiles into the sky, and the technical content is relatively low. But missiles are different. Let me give you the simplest example. The principle that Su Yun brought out this time uses ultra-wideband proximity fuse technology, which is a brand new technology. However, if this theory is to be implemented, it mainly relies on gas rudders or wing surface control. These two things are relatively not so new. The so-called gas rudder. It refers to installing the rudder surface on the rear side of the tail nozzle to change the direction of the jet and turn the missile. It is roughly the same as another principle called a dynamic nozzle. The rudder effect is relatively high and can achieve rapid turning. What about wing surface control? It relies on air rudders to change the airflow to produce a deflection torque. Its rudder effect is relatively low, but it is simple and reliable, and can work continuously and stably. Of course, this refers to the technology that can be experimented at this time. If the era is changed to 2023, there will be many options. For example, engine nozzle vector control technology or side thrust, etc., will not be discussed here for the time being. Whether it is a gas rudder or wing surface control, they need to take into account the size of the missile. How long is the missile? How wide is it? What is the leading edge radius? Not to mention that the length of the missile will directly affect a number of data such as wind resistance, which is the basis of everything. Therefore, before all steps, the team must determine the most critical parameter, the length of the missile. Although Su-Yoon set the tone that the longest length would not exceed 2 meters from the beginning of the design, there is still a lot of volatility within 2 meters. After all, there are too many types of missiles. As we all know, the definition of a missile is a weapon that relies on its own power device for propulsion, and its flight trajectory is guided and controlled by the guidance system to guide the warhead to and destroy the target. It is a precision-guided weapon. Due to different structures and volumes, missiles are divided into many categories, such as ballistic missiles and winged missiles, that is, cruise missiles. Among them, ballistic missiles are a type of missile that flies along a preset trajectory and drops the warhead to a predetermined target. According to the nature of the operation, ballistic missiles can be divided into strategic ballistic missiles and tactical ballistic missiles. Strategic ballistic missiles are generally medium-range, long-range and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Tactical ballistic missiles are generally short-range ballistic missiles. However, even the smallest short-range ballistic missiles are basically more than 8 meters long. For example, the Rabbit's Dongfeng 11 is 9.75 meters long. And the winged missile. It is a self-controlled aircraft equipped with a warhead, powered by a rocket engine or an air-breathing engine. The normal force required for maneuvering flight is provided by the aerodynamic force of the lift component. The surface-to-air missiles, air-to-air missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, air-to-surface missiles, anti-ship missiles and anti-tank missiles that are well known to everyone in later generations are all types of winged missiles. For example, the code name of the Rabbit's ground-to-ground missiles is Changjian, which is CJ. The anti-ship type is code-named Eagle Strike, and it is also complained by countless military fans. YJ, the air-to-air missile is code-named Pili PL, the surface-to-air missile is code-named Honky HQ, and the sea-based one is called Hey Honky. At the same time, it is proportional to the number of classifications. The length of winged missiles is also different. For example, the length of Changjian is as long as 10 meters. Honky 16 is only 5.7 meters. Pili is only more than 3 meters. In 2023, the Rabbits even made a miniature missile called QN202, which is only 52 centimeters long and as small as a cucumber. Of course, even in the future in 2023, missiles less than 2 meters long are not particularly common. Because the shorter the size, the less warhead and propellant, the shorter the power and range. However, the Zhuxin platform has gravitational potential energy to provide kinetic energy, so it is no problem to shorten the volume a little. After a while, a round-faced middle-aged man with a sallower complexion than ordinary people raised his hand and said, "Director Jin, what do you think of 1.83 meters?" Although Su-Yoon did not recognize the identity of this person at first, after Jin Washi introduced him, he knew that this middle-aged man was the famous old man Wu Bishen. Parenthesis, Youth version or Youth version Pro, after all, he is 30 years old. 1.83 meters, Jin Washi touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The 1.83 meters that Wu Bisheng mentioned was not a number that came up casually. This number was actually familiar to the theoretical group members present. It was a missile designed by the missile project team when planning the future blueprint after the successful launch of Dongfeng 1 last year. This missile is code-named MA302GQ, with a preset length of 1.83 meters and a combat radius of about 40 kilometers. This is a third-generation or even fourth-generation missile that may only be produced in 50 or 60 years, which is equivalent to the product of a brainstorm in the future. However, even if it is a blueprint plan, Jin Washi and his team still calculated some important parameters. Thinking of this, Jin Washi picked up a pen and simply calculated it on the calculation paper. After a while, Jin Washi shook his head slightly and denied, "No, the altitude is calculated as 30,000 meters, the air pressure is 0.016 Pa, and the atmospheric temperature is 224.65 K. In this scenario, MA302GQ cannot stay in the sky for too long, and the convergence curve is easily unbalanced, and there is a relatively large possibility of accidents." Hearing this, Su-Yoon on the side also nodded gently. It was mentioned earlier. The search radius of a meteorological Doppler radar is about 500 kilometers around the base, and the cruising speed of U-2 is about 600 to 700 kilometers per hour. That is to say, normally, the meteorological Doppler radar can only determine the flight trajectory of U-2 within 40 minutes. According to the standards of the later Air Transport Association, the rising speed of the airship is about 5 meters per second, which is about 300 meters per minute, and at most not more than 400 meters. In other words, within 40 minutes, the airship can only rise more than 10,000 meters at most. This is still the most ideal state. Not to mention that the subsequent alignment correction will be carried out by radio, which will also take a lot of time. Therefore, if you want the airship to fly to an altitude of 30,000 meters in the stratosphere and debug it, the base must immediately launch the airship platform as soon as it receives the notification from the shore-based radar. In other words, regardless of the time spent on the rise, the entire platform's hovering time will not be less than 2 hours. Therefore, the high-altitude conditions that the missile may encounter during the hovering phase are also a link that Jin Washi and others must consider. Thinking of this, Jin Washi stood up again, drew a horizontal line at the top of the blackboard beside him, and wrote down several parameters: air pressure, 0.016 Pa. Atmospheric temperature, 224.65 K. Angle of attack, 0 degrees. Swirling body flow field, axisymmetric Ramshorn vortex horseshoe vortex. Wave rider body grid quality, 0.9 plus. After writing these, Jin Washi drew a simple airplane icon at the bottom right of this horizontal line and wrote down the speed of U-2. Then he patted the chalk dust on his hands and said to the audience, "Everyone, let's use this simple diagram as a reference first. These are the main parameters at an altitude of 30,000 meters. Everyone, do some calculations and come up with a missile structure that can stay in this environment for 2 hours, no, 4 hours. Then we will use this structure to screen and see if we can find a suitable example in the existing design schemes. If there is no ready-made scheme sample, we will redesign a new missile. Do you have any opinions?" The audience quickly gave a neat answer, "No." Seeing this, Master Jin Woo nodded with satisfaction. "Then let's get started." After that, Master Jin Woo first drew a vortex on the blackboard and wrote down an elliptical equation, saying, "First, let's consider the simplification of the perturbation potential flow equation. The stratosphere has almost only horizontal winds, so the equation can be simplified into a hyperbolic equation, as we all know. The vortex is a basic shape of rockets, missiles and aircraft bodies. Although its geometric shape is simple, its separation flow structure is very complex, showing some unique three-dimensional flow phenomena. The spiral body structure of missiles in later generations has developed to the fourth generation, and basically there is no need to consider the influence of the stratospheric state on the deformation of the spiral body. However, domestic missiles are still in the early stages of development, and are still quite primitive. Alloy steel has metal matrix composite materials. Therefore, the influence of the spiral body flow field on the missile spiral body is very critical. Soon, Master Jin simplified a very simple expression, mdvdt equals cos sin equals sin cos plus cos sin plus acus sin cos sin equals cos sin plus sin cos and sin equals cos sin cos sin equals cos sin cos plus cos sin cos. That's right. I think the smart students have figured it out. Master Jin Woo remade a longitudinal symmetry plane in the ballistic coordinate system. That is, the plumb plane with the center of mass O of the projectile as the origin and containing the velocity vector. The angle between the velocity vector and OX1 is the angle of attack. It is also called the angle of attack. However, after writing this, Master Jin Woo did not continue to deduce. Instead, he paused slightly, turned his thoughts to the center of mass, and wrote another equation, dx dt equals cos vdt equals sin. See the situation. Soo-yoon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He could still see this kind of derivation related to fluid mechanics and mathematical fields. Then soon, he realized something, and his heart suddenly sank. Could it be because of that reason? More than 20 minutes later, Master Jin Woo just put down the chalk in his hand. At this moment, the two blackboards in front of him were already densely filled with a lot of formulas. The high-intensity derivation process, coupled with a hot environment without air conditioning. So after Master Jin Woo finished writing these contents, his thin white shirt was completely wet with sweat, tightly fitting to his chest, like a waterman. After a while, Master Jin Woo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the audience, "Okay, comrades, The formula has been simplified. Now the members of the theoretical group are divided into 3 groups in pairs. Each group is paired with comrades from the 3-digit calculation group. Let's start the division of labor and calculation. The audience quickly responded, understood, then including Li Feiyu and others. The 6 members of the theory group quickly found their partners and began to work in groups to calculate. I'm short of a comrade here. Is there anyone who knows more about aerodynamics? Any comrade here? Thank you. Which comrade is more proficient in derivatives? What, comrade, you don't have a girlfriend? Then it's you. Master Jin Wu slowly sat down at his seat, picked up the enamel teacup and gulped down a big mouthful of water. Then he glanced at Su Yun, pointed his chin toward the outside of the house, and said, Comrade Han Li, we have nothing to do now, why don't we go out and chat? Su Yun had no objection. Okay, so Master Jin Wu pushed Su Yun out the door and took a walk in the garden. Comrade Han Li, after the two walked about 7 or 8 meters, Master Jin Wu suddenly stopped and asked Su Yun, you should have seen it just now, right? Su Yun was silent for a long time this time, and then replied, well, if I'm not mistaken, what you wanted to write just now should be the subsequent equations of the waverider technology. Master Jin Wu exhaled a long breath, put his hands behind his back, and said with emotion, yes, you have a good eye, it is the waverider equation, in theory. The way the airflow turning angle Greek letter delta is handled in the concept of waverider can perfectly optimize the material of the projectile and even the subsequent falling problem. After all, a projectile falling freely at a certain speed at 30,000 meters will definitely meet the supersonic scenario. It's a pity that we can't do it now. Su Yun was also silent. In fact, he noticed it just now. Master Jin Wu paused when writing about the longitudinal symmetry plane, and then suddenly turned his thoughts to the center of mass research. How to say this conversion is not particularly far-fetched, but it is very violent. So from that time on, Su Yun realized that Master Jin Wu's original idea was actually a waverider. Waverider technology. This theory was first proposed in the 1940s, and the proposer was Master Jin Wu himself. At the same time, this theory is not like the Karman-Jin approximation formula, where outsiders or even foreigners participated in the whole process. Waverider technology was established entirely by Master Jin Wu from beginning to end. It can be seen from the literal meaning. The so-called waverider refers to technology that rides on waves. So what kind of wave is this? The answer is shock wave. Students who were shock waves in their previous lives should know that shock waves are a very strong disturbance wave. At the shock wave, the air will experience a sudden increase in pressure, temperature and density from before the shock wave to after the shock wave. At the same time, the air speed will decrease. Generally speaking, shock waves are very common in supersonic aircraft, explosions, bullet shooting, etc., and can be directly observed using a Schlieren. And shock waves can be divided into normal shock waves and oblique shock waves according to their characteristics. Among them, normal shock waves are easy to understand. For example, suppose there is an infinitely long cylinder, and the air inside is at rest. At the same time, there is a piston in the cylinder. When the piston starts to accelerate to the right from rest, the gas on the right side of the piston will generate disturbance waves in turn and propagate to the right. When the piston continues to accelerate, since the wave speed of the subsequent wave is greater than the previous wave, the subsequent wave will definitely catch up with the previous wave. When countless disturbance waves are superimposed together to form a vertical compression wave, a normal shock wave is formed. The oblique shock wave refers to when a cone moves at supersonic speed. Since its speed exceeds the speed of sound, the disturbance emitted from the object will be superimposed to form a wave front. This wave front is the oblique shock wave. The concept of waverider is the idea of using shock wave pressure to improve the lift-to-drag ratio of the aircraft in the aerodynamic shape design of hypersonic aircraft. The air passes smoothly on the flat upper surface and no shock wave is generated. The sharp wedge on the lower surface forms a shock wave. Since the gas is compressed from the front of the shock wave to the back of the shock wave, the pressure behind the shock wave is greater. In this way, the shock wave below provides lift for the aircraft and improves the lift-to-drag ratio of the aircraft. Because it obtains lift by riding on the shock wave generated by its own flight, it is named waverider. The trajectory of this warhead is as erratic as the update time of a certain author, and there is no way to intercept and snipe during the process. Jin Washi proposed the waverider technology very early, but unfortunately, When it was truly realized, Jin Lao was no longer there, until 9 years and 11 months after Jin Lao's death. The hypersonic wave-rider missile Dongfang 17, which was officially unveiled at the 2019 military parade, was truly a reality for Jin Lao's theory. Therefore, at this moment, I am afraid that Jin Lao does not have much confidence in his technical concept. In the selection of the people who moved China, Jin Lao's comment once moved countless people: 5 years to return to the country, 10 years to achieve 2 bombs. But in fact, Jin Washi's contribution is more than just 10 years. Until more than 10 years after his death, he was still protecting the country he loved. After a moment, Mr. Jin suddenly took a deep breath and asked Su Yun, "Comrade Han Li, do you think I can see the appearance of wave-rider warheads in my lifetime?" Su Yun was startled when he heard this, and then nodded seriously. "Director Jin, don't worry, you will definitely see that day." Just kidding. Although he didn't know much about missile design. But with so many technologies already brought out, how could the rabbits not come up with a wave-rider warhead before the death of Master Jin Wu? Apart from anything else, the industrial software and computer technology he mentioned to Sun Junren and Jin Binqiang alone were enough to shorten the process a lot. Swish, hearing Su Yun's words. Master Jin Wu suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yun, and asked in surprise, "Comrade Han Li, is what you said true? Can I really see that day? I told you that I have read a lot of books and worked as a professor at Caltech. I will not be fooled easily." Su Yun nodded seriously again. "Of course it is true. Maybe we are the first country in the world to master the wave-rider warhead." Oh, Master Jin Wu's breathing stagnated slightly, and an inexplicable spirit suddenly burst out of his eyes. "Pa!" I saw him slap Su Yun on the shoulder, and when Su Yun was grinning in pain, he laughed loudly, and the original fatigue of the whole person disappeared instantly. "Okay. Comrade Han Li, then I, an old man, will believe you once. If our country can really be the first to master the wave-rider missile, then I will die without regrets." Looking at Master Jin Wu, who was as excited as a child. While rubbing his shoulders, Su Yun also felt a sense of emotion in his heart. "Mr. Jin, how can the rabbits of later generations be more than just the first to master the wave-rider missile?" After the 2019 military parade, with the emergence of the DF-17 wave-rider warhead, the entire world's nuclear deterrence pattern has changed. This is not a joke, but a real thing. Although Russia's dagger was allegedly intercepted not long ago, many anti-China parties began to pretend to criticize the dagger, but actually began to criticize the DF-17. But not to mention that the dagger uses a double conical warhead water-floating bomb, which is technically similar to the DF-15B and the older Pershing II across the sea. These people are too lazy to do the simplest verification of the news. According to the information currently collected by all parties, Russia should have launched 2 daggers. One of them had an AI-3 defense system, and the remaining one probably turned into 6 hydrogens in one gas. The sight returned to reality. Just as Su Yun was feeling emotional, Master Jin Wu thought for a moment, and suddenly extended his little finger to Su Yun. "Comrade Han Li, come on." A question mark appeared in Su Yun's eyes. Master Jin Wu glanced at Su Yun and snorted coldly. "Why, you haven't played hook and hang before. We agreed that if I don't see the wave-rider warhead appear before I leave, I will settle accounts with you, little comrade." Looking at Master Jin Wu, who had a childlike but serious expression, Su Yun subconsciously opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he didn't say anything. After a while, he silently raised his little finger, and hooked it lightly with Master Jin Wu in a very funny but not funny way. Hook and hang 100 years, no change after doing this. Master Jin Wu finally let go of his hand with satisfaction. He first hummed an unknown tune happily, then suddenly thought of something, turned to Su Yun and asked, "By the way, Comrade Han Li, if I want to see a wave-rider warhead now, do you have the ability to do it?" Su Yun, then, without waiting for Su Yun to answer, Master Jin Wu laughed alone and shook his head and said, "Ha ha ha, Comrade Han Li, don't be too nervous. I'm kidding. With our current level, it is wishful thinking to want to come up with a wave-rider warhead. Even a missile with a similar principle is impossible. I still have this. If someone can come up with a plan with a similar principle now, I dare to take the axe that was given to me by my mentor von Karman and was snatched away by Yi Dezhang just after Comrade Sun Junren had finished less than half of it, which is said to have been used by Maxwell." Su Yun, after a while. Master Jin Wu looked at the watch that the leader had given him, and his expression became serious. He said to Su Yun, "Okay, Comrade Han Li, it's almost time, we should go back. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Luo and the others should have calculated the missile structure. Even if they haven't, they will soon." Su Yun had no objection. So Master Jin Wu pushed Su Yun's wheelchair back to the classroom. Sure enough, after Master Jin Wu walked into the classroom again, Luo Shijin, the leader of the theory group, immediately stood up and said to Master Jin Wu, "Teacher, the missile structure that meets the conditions has been calculated." But Master Jin Wu glanced at him. "But what?" Luo Shijin was silent for a moment and said, "But if it is designed according to the corresponding parameters, there should be some problems with its power link." After that, Luo Shijin left his position and walked to Master Jin Wu with a document. "Teacher, please take a look at this. Note, thanks to the book Friends 33,21,211,001,677 for rewarding the leader." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560. You've got this. Day 2. In the classroom, looking at Luo Shijin with a serious expression, Master Jin Wu's expression did not change much, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Luo Shijin was his direct disciple when he was at Caltech, and he received a doctorate degree from Caltech as early as 1950. Even in the field of aerodynamics across the country, Luo Shijin can be regarded as a top aerodynamic expert, and is even regarded as his successor by Master Jin Wu. If not, Master Jin Wu would not let Luo Shijin be the leader of the theory group. You know, there are still 1 or 2 seniors in the entire theory group who are older and more experienced than Luo Shijin, such as Deputy Group Leader Chai Zhi. The fact that Luo Shijin can be the leader of the group is enough to show his strong ability. And now that Luo Shijin can point out the problematic power link, it is equivalent to a person encountering a problem in the field he's most proficient in. Thinking of this, Master Jin Wu immediately took the report from Luo Shijin and read it carefully. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Master Jin Wu just put down the report again in thought. He first slowly looked around the scene, and finally put his eyes back on Luo Shijin, and asked his disciple, "Shijin, that is to say, if you want to have a missile with the parameters of the rotating body we need, the whole body length must be between 90 and 100 centimeters. Luo Shijin nodded solemnly. "Yes, teacher." Seeing this, Su Yun on the side did not need Master Jin Wu's explanation, and immediately understood what Luo Shijin was talking about. "I see. It was mentioned earlier. Due to the airship's carrying capacity and retention altitude restrictions, the length of the missile carried by the Zhuxian sword formation cannot exceed 2 meters, no more than 2 meters. This description seems to say that 0 to 2 meters is fine, but the actual range value should be between 1.5 to 2 meters. The reason is simple. As we all know, missiles usually consist of 4 parts, or modules: warhead, missile structure, power unit, and guidance system. The warhead is a special device for destroying targets, also called a warhead, which is where the combat charge is placed. Most strategic missile warheads use nuclear charges, while winged missiles usually use high-energy explosives. The body structure is the supporting structure that connects the various parts of the missile, that is, the outer shell and the connection of the missile. The literal meaning is easy to understand. The power unit is the power source for the missile to fly, and is equipped with propellants and engines. For example, ballistic missiles generally use solid or liquid rocket engines, and winged missiles usually use turbofans or turbojet engines, etc. Not to mention the guidance system. Su Yun designed an ultra-wide proximity fuse. These 4 components together make it a relatively conventional missile. And these parts are not like Doraemon's dimensional pockets. No matter how heavy or big you are, you can put them in a palm-sized pocket. In reality, except for the body structure, which is considered the outer shell, the other 3 modules need to occupy a certain amount of internal space. Therefore, even if there is gravitational potential energy to provide kinetic energy, the length of the missile cannot be short. Even Su Yun, a layman who knows little about missiles, subconsciously imagines that the length of the missile will not be less than 1.5 meters. However, according to Luo Shijin's calculation results, in order to meet the relevant equations derived by Master Jin Wu, the missile can only be 1 meter long from head to tail. This is a matter of life and death. Even in 2023, a 1-meter missile requires a very sophisticated design. And at this time, there are only two ways to achieve this length: either change the material so that the new material meets the parameter requirements within the range of 1.5 meters, or come up with a completely new missile structure that can be shortened to 1 meter. After a moment, Master Jin Wu asked Luo Shijin, our existing missile plans, whether it is the first generation or the fourth generation, under the premise of having basic parameters, which plan has the shortest missile length. Luo Shijin's memory is well known in the missile group. At this time, he immediately reported the result without searching for data. Teacher, the shortest missile we have designed is 1.2 meters long, code-named Pandora, and is a planned third-generation missile. Teacher, this is already the shortest missile we can design, and it is a preset plan for 20 or 30 years later. We have no ability to produce it now. 1.2 meters. Master Jin Wu frowned slightly when he heard this, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his amiable round face. But soon, this trace of solemnity was replaced by another calm look. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to Luo Shijin, I already understand the situation. It is indeed not easy, but you don't need to be too nervous. After all, the superior department sent our missile team to the base to assist. Isn't it because there may be various problems in the development of this Huxin sword missile? This time, it is not an accident if there is an accident, and it is an accident if there is no accident. This psychological expectation should still be there. Hearing Jin Washi's last sentence, which seemed a bit of a tongue twister, Luo Shijin's face suddenly showed a trace of obvious surprise. Yes, they came from the capital to Jingyintan this time. Didn't they come to solve the problem of this Huxin platform? Indeed. The problem of missile size is indeed not within their initial preset range. After all, many high-altitude data can only be collected by meteorological Doppler radar, and China has never developed a missile platform that stays in the stratosphere for a long time. So among the many issues discussed in advance, Jin Washi and others have preset many possible problems such as missile thrusters, missile elevation angles, and missile shaft speeds, and the length of the body has indeed been ignored. But this is not an excuse for panic. After all, they have encountered more difficult situations than this. For example, the missile number 1059 was successfully launched last year. 3 years ago, the rabbits officially began to imitate the P-2 missile of the Russian Bear and named it 1059. In the whole process, the engine is the key to missile imitation. But at that time, the rabbits did not have many design drawings, and the core information was blank. But under the leadership of Jin Washi and others, the team of the 5th Academy finally overcame many barriers such as materials, processes, equipment and propellants, and successfully mastered the key technologies of the P-2 missile liquid rocket engine. Then when the imitation was nearing the end, the engine needed a test bench for testing. But there was no such equipment in China. So Xingmin, the then chief designer of the engine, was keenly aware that if he did not test it in China, it would inevitably strangle the independent development of domestic missiles. In the end, without any physical assistance, he relied only on a small amount of text materials and wrote a detailed test bench design task book. After nearly a year of engineering construction, the Rabbit's first large liquid rocket engine test bench was finally accepted. Then, 1 year after the test bench landed, the 1059 missile was successfully launched. By the way, the 1059 missile later had a more famous name. It was called Dongfeng No. 1. The entire development process of Dongfeng No. 1 was also full of various accidents, but didn't the Rabbit still persist and successfully solve them? Thinking of this, the surprise and panic on Luo Shijin's face suddenly subsided a lot. He took a deep breath and said to Jin Washi seriously, Director Jin, I understand, please give instructions. Jin Washi patted his shoulder when he saw this. It's good that you understand. There is no rush to give instructions. Go back to your seat first. Luo Shijin's expression was serious. Yes. After Luo Shijin returned to his seat, Jin Washi also pushed Su Yun's wheelchair back to the podium and copied several structural parameters on the blackboard. Missile body length 0.9 to 1.0 meters. Mass 13 kilograms. Center of mass position 0.5423. Side slip angle 14.9 degrees. Rudder deviation 2.0 degrees minus 4.9 degrees. Relative mass of the wing. A few minutes later, Master Jin stopped what he was doing and said to everyone, Okay, comrades, Here is basically the parameter structure that everyone has calculated. A few seconds later, Master Jin drew a horizontal line under the two parameters of body length and center of mass position, and continued, problems should be handled from easy to difficult. So among these two problems, let's first solve the problem of center of mass displacement. We use the Pandora missile as a sample. The missile body length is reduced to 1 meter, which means that its center of mass position must be compressed. We still list Jx, J, and Jz, which are the moments of inertia of the missile relative to each axis of the missile body coordinate system. I and Z are the angular velocity Greek letter omega of the missile body coordinate system relative to the ground coordinate system, and the components on each axis of the missile body coordinate system. Then there is, Master Jin quickly wrote down an equation on the blackboard, Jx dt plus, Jj, Z equals mx Jni dt plus, Jx Jz, Z equals myjz dt plus, Jx, Az equals mz. Note, explain again, don't say I used the formula hydrology, 7 letters equals 1 Chinese character. This row of letters replaced with Chinese characters is less than half of what I noted. It is not difficult to see from the expression. This is a dynamic equation for a missile rotating around the center of mass. Then Jin Washi added the aerodynamic coefficients Cx, Psi, and Cz to them. Right here, Jin Washi couldn't help but stop the action in his hand. He said to a middle-aged man with a firm sword eyebrow and a fuller and rounder face than others, "Why Jin, tell me about the next idea." There were only more than 20 people on the scene, including the liaison officer, and there was only one person with Y Jin in his name. This person was the chief designer of the Honky 2 in the future, Mr. Chen Huaijin, still the youth version of Pro. Hearing what Jin Washi said, Chen Huaijin immediately stood up from his seat, and accidentally knocked over the stool with his excessive movement. Fortunately, Chai Zhi, who was standing by, was quick to catch the stool before it fell to the ground. Chen Huaijin seemed not to notice his own actions, and his eyes were fixed on the blackboard. After a while, Chen Huaijin organized his words and said, "Director Jin, I think we can add a negative moment to the right side of the equation. In this way, the error caused by the center of mass in mathematics can be eliminated. This moment can be achieved technically by rolling the missile body, that is, using a tail with a little deflection to make the missile rotate around the axis at a low speed during flight. The specific cycle value must be calculated in a certain period. In short, if it rotates once within this period, the problem of moving the center of mass forward can be solved. At the same time, the total aerodynamic force is also a vector. When it passes the center of mass, it will also generate a moment that makes the missile rotate. When the sum of these two moments is not zero, looking at Chen Huaijin who was talking freely, Su Yun felt for the first time what Qiao Keihong felt when she was listening to physics class. So this is what it feels like to have a brain. You have it a JPG. There is no way. It was mentioned earlier. It's okay to ask Su Yun to calculate some fluid mechanics. After all, Su Yun has taken this course as an elective, and mathematical calculations are also common. But when it comes to the field of missile body research and development, he is a real newbie. He can read or hear every word, but he can only express a face full of question marks when they are connected. Of course. Although he doesn't understand the specific principles. But Su Yun still has the ability to read people's expressions. It is not difficult to see from the frequent nodding of Master Jin Wu on the side that there should be no problem with the idea that Chen Huaijin said, at least it should be generally correct. In fact, what Su Yun didn't know was that the advanced version of the principle Chen Huaijin said was actually the center of mass principle of the air steering of the Honky 17 missile in later generations. The whole principle can actually be described in one sentence: the center of mass is before the center of pressure. The missile body is stable, the center of mass is after the center of pressure. The missile body is unstable. But if the unstable state of the missile body is controlled well, and the center of mass regularly jumps back and forth before and after the center of pressure, then some bugs can be stuck. This operation is a bit similar to the Supreme Lord of the Rings in The Lord of the Rings. When Frodo puts it on, the ring wraiths will find him, and when he takes it off, he will lose his target, so he can wear it and take it off to lure monsters. Then about 10 minutes passed. Chen Huaijin just finished speaking all his ideas. Master Jin Wu nodded with satisfaction and affirmed, "Comrade Huaijin's idea is very ingenious, but on the basis of Comrade Huaijin, I would like to add a little bit. That is, we can actually add a deflector to the tail of the missile to generate another torque through deflection and friction. This torque is perpendicular to the central axis where the center of mass is located, and parallel to the tangent line of the airflow ring of the jet nozzle. In addition, hearing Master Jin Wu's words, Chen Huaijin, who was standing at his position, was stunned. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his head heavily and said, "Oh, that's right, if you use the deflector to increase a torque, then whether the center of mass moves forward or backward, the heat energy consumed will be much smaller. In this way, the missile's margin can be freed up to place other equipment or propellants." Su Yun still had an oval look on his face. Right. Then Master Jin Wu directly wrote Chen Huaijin's plan on the blackboard, and there was another row of formulas densely packed. At this point, the difficulty of the center of mass has been answered. After solving the center of mass problem, the remaining is the most intuitive link: how to reduce the length of the missile. After all, the center of mass considers the displacement of the center of pressure after the missile is reduced to 1 meter, which belongs to the level of subsequent optimization. To deal with this optimization, the length of the missile must be solved first. The reason why Master Jin Wu solved the center of mass problem first was, first, to consider clearing the monsters first so as to focus on the big boss, and second, to use a relatively simple problem to improve everyone's confidence. Now that the monsters have been cleared, the only thing left is the main thing. Thinking of this, Jin Washi turned his head and looked at the deputy team leader Chai Zhi, and asked him, "Old Chai, what do you think?" Chai Zhi's age was second only to Jin Washi at the scene, and he was also an experienced old comrade. After hearing Jin Washi's question, Chai Zhi quickly opened the notebook in front of him and said, "Director Jin, first of all, we have to make one thing clear, that is, if the missile wants to be reduced to 1 meter in length, it is obviously necessary to compress the internal structure of the missile. According to my simple estimate, the warhead can be optimized by about 10 centimeters in length if everything goes smoothly. After all, the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft is different from other aircraft. Its body shell is very thin. This is one of the few data released by the Bear. Therefore, I think we can appropriately reduce the capacity of the warhead to reduce the length of part of the missile." Chai Zhi finished speaking. Some people were silent at the scene. Some frowned. Some nodded. Among those who nodded, Su Yun was also included. It was mentioned earlier. The U-2 reconnaissance aircraft is a model that serves entirely for reconnaissance, so that it can be said to have been castrated in many attributes. For example, the detection radar mentioned earlier. Another example is that its landing needs to be guided by a tractor, and when it lands, one side of the wing will inevitably touch the ground and wear. Another example is that the fuselage of U-2 is extremely thin. In addition, in order to dissipate the heat of the engine, there is a gap of tens of centimeters wide at the rear of its fuselage. It is no exaggeration to say that in the area behind the tail of U-2, you can cut a gap with a kitchen knife 10 times. This is a true story that has been tested. For this reason, the amount of gunpowder in the warhead of the missile that sniped U-2 can actually be reduced. Then, by optimizing the warhead, the length of some missiles can be reduced. For example, many people have discussed a question in some military forums in later generations: how much gunpowder can the warhead of the SAM-2 missile be reduced to still successfully blow up the U-2? Although this question often ends up being distorted to whether it hits the fuel tank or the head area, similar to whether the 155 howitzer hits the side or the front of the tank. But a more recognized value is 5 kilograms. That's right. The actual warhead of the SAM-2 is 135 kilograms, but only 5 kilograms of warhead explosives are needed to blow up the U-2. This is true for a single SAM-2. Not to mention that there are 4 missiles on this hooks and sword formation. Under the guidance effect of the ultra-wideband proximity fuse, Su Yun estimated that the warhead only needs 3 kilograms of explosives. Including the outer shell of the warhead, the mass of the entire warhead should be reduced to 4 kilograms. His eyes returned to reality. After Chai Zhi finished speaking, there was no clear expression on the face of Master Jin Wu, but he gestured to Chai Zhi. "Old Chai, go on." Chai Zhi nodded. Having worked with Master Jin Wu for many years, he knew that Master Jin Wu had adopted his idea, so he continued, "In addition to the warhead, there are only the proximity fuse, the engine and the propellant part. I saw the diagram of the proximity fuse at Dean Sunjunran's place this morning. It is only about the distance of the thumb down and the middle finger straight up. There is basically not much room for optimization. As for the power structure of the engine, let alone the engine of the micro missile is so big that we can't reduce it in size or accuracy, so in theory, the only place that can be optimized is the combustion chamber where the engine stores the propellant. This time, there are obviously many more people who agree on the scene. It was mentioned above. The rabbits didn't master the rocket engine test bench until August last year. So let's not talk about the theory of the front end of the engine. The upper limit of the equipment accuracy alone has locked the rabbit's engine research and development. In this case, winged missiles use rocket engines or air-breathing engines. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic to optimize the engine structure, even if someone comes up with a better solution. After all, the production mold determines the accuracy, unless you can come up with another set of more sophisticated equipment. Therefore, the only module left in front of Jinwashi and others that can be optimized in theory is the volume of the combustion chamber. Then Chai Zhi paused and continued, according to our original design, the combustion chamber of the Pandora missile is 39 centimeters long, occupying 1/3 of the missile body length. This length is even longer than the warhead of the missile. If it can be reduced by more than 10 centimeters, then the development of a 1-meter missile may be realized. Jinwashi also nodded and looked at everyone. Comrades, does anyone have a different opinion on what Comrade Chai Zhi said? Everyone at the scene shook their heads. Very good. Seeing this, Jinwashi decisively gave another instruction. Since everyone has no problem with this theoretical direction, let's discuss how to reduce the warhead. Now is the free discussion time. Anyone with ideas can express their opinions. Is there any comrade who would like to start? Jinwashi just finished speaking. A boy who had not spoken raised his hand. When Su Yun was introduced by Master Jin Wu, he matched the name of this person. He was Mr. Shen Zhongfang, the chief commander of the third generation of medium-altitude and long-range air defense missiles in China. According to some resumes published in later generations, Mr. Shen was a radical in research and development. He often proposed some risky but profitable ideas, which was quite unique. For example, a certain engineer said with a smile that he hoped to send the 59 modification to the sky in the future. The source of all evil came from Mr. Shen. However, he had not yet passed the declassification period, so the report only used a certain engineer instead. Then, Master Jin Wu made a gesture to him. Zhongfang, please speak. Seeing this, Shen Zhongfang also stood up from his seat, and the whole person looked very sharp, and said, Director Jin, I have a bold idea. Since the warhead is reduced, the dosage of propellant must also be reduced, right? Then can we replace it with a more efficient propellant so that it can produce the same energy as before in a smaller volume? For example, some special propellant that is being developed. Special propellant. Master Jin Wu repeated the word twice, and his face changed immediately. As the current head of the missile group, he quickly realized what Shen Zhongfang was talking about. As we all know, Tsiolkovsky derived the ideal speed formula for a single-stage rocket in 1903, V equals Ln mk. This is also called the Tsiolkovsky formula. The Greek letter omega in it is the jet speed of the engine. Ln is a logarithmic expression. It represents the logarithm with the natural logarithm e as the base. Ln mk is the logarithm of mk with e as the base. What about mo and mk? They are respectively the initial mass of the rocket and the mass when the engine is turned off, that is, when the propellant is used up. So mo mk is called the mass ratio of the rocket. This formula is very important. It is recommended to pay attention to it. So after the Tsiolkovsky formula was introduced, rocket propellants also began to develop. In terms of physical form, there are two forms of propellants used in rocket engines. One is liquid matter. The other is solid matter. An engine in which both the fuel and the oxidizer are in liquid form is called a liquid fuel engine, or a liquid rocket engine. If both are in solid state, it is called a solid fuel rocket engine or a solid rocket engine. At this time, liquid rocket propellant is considered the mainstream in technology, and the status of solid rocket engines is far less high than in later generations. Among them, the first generation of liquid rocket propellants used liquid oxygen and gasoline, which is a relatively primitive method. The second generation is liquid oxygen plus alcohol, and this propellant has been used until now. Its principle is to use liquid film cooling and regenerative cooling methods to cool the thrust chamber, and use the high-temperature airflow generated by the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide catalyzed by sodium permanganate to drive the turbopump for pump-type pressurized delivery of propellant. The thrust of this mode can reach 2.5 tons, which is enough for many missile launches. But with the development of science, propellants are constantly being updated. For example, a new propellant called mixed hydrazine 50 has appeared in the world. Its alias Arazine 50 is a 50-50 weight mixture of hydrazine and unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine UDMH, which was developed by General Aviation Jet Company across the sea 2 or 3 years ago. Its thrust is indeed much higher than that of the second-generation liquid. In the words of later generations, it is the son of the version, which is awesome. The special propellant mentioned by Shen Zhongfang is exactly this raw material. However, this is an extremely toxic substance. The probability of leakage of pressure vessels in China currently exceeds 60%, and it is very unstable. Due to technical barriers, domestic research on it has just started. It was only in February last year that the country mastered the structural formula of this mixture. From the domestic research and development to the present, the success rate of the sample rocket successfully taking off is less than 30%. Therefore, this is not a good choice from the perspective of safety or stability. However, the problem is that at present, apart from replacing the propellant, Jinhuashi seems to have no other way to use it. Is it really necessary to use this? And just as Jinhuashi hesitated, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Yun on the side. At the same time, the words of the leader emerged in his mind again. You just use Han Li as a donkey thinking of this. Jinhuashi coughed lightly, turned his head to look at Su Yun, and asked him, Comrade Han Li, what do you think? Me. Su Yun was originally watching and eating melons silently. He was a little surprised by Jinhuashi's sudden question. After coming back to his senses, he subconsciously prepared to shake his head. After all, he really knew nothing about missile design, and it was obviously impossible for you to ask him to say any optimization theory. However, just as the words were about to come out, in Su Yun's mind, the waverider technology mentioned by Master Jin Wu flashed inexplicably. Then, a news report he had seen in reality appeared in his mind. In addition, Master Jin Wu had said before that Su Yun only needed to be the client, and he could make any unrealistic requests. So Su Yun was silent for a moment, and said to Master Jin Wu, Director Jin, I do have an idea, but please don't hit me when I tell you. Note, in the last few days of the month, please give me some monthly votes. I have been working hard to update this month. The goal at the beginning of the month should be completed according to the current situation, but there are still 3 days to update, so I won't set a flag. The specific data will be reported on the 31st, and the extra chapters will also count. Chapter 561 I'm really kneeling. In the classroom, upon hearing these words from Su Yun's mouth, Master Jin Wu and many members of the Zhuxian sword team were stunned. Don't hide him after he says this? What does this mean? Is Su Yun going to say something like I'm not targeting anyone, but you're all rubbish? But soon, Master Jin Wu figured out what Su Yun meant. This guy is afraid that he'll get beaten up if his request is too outrageous. So he smiled heartily, waved his hand generously, and said to Su Yun, Comrade Han Li, you don't have to feel burdened. Just say whatever you think, whether it's colorful black or a component that you want to shrink while enlarging it doesn't matter. Whether it can be done or not is the business of our project team. The reason I asked you to be my assistant is because I thought you could come up with some unique insights, right? After hearing what Master Jin Wu said, Su Yun, who had intended to express his inner thoughts, did not hesitate any longer and spoke directly. Director Jin, do you remember the waverider technology we just talked about outside? Master Jin nodded. Of course I remember. Su Yun used his fingers to make a free fall from top to bottom, and then said, according to the original design, after the Zhuxian sword missile falls from an altitude of 30,000 meters, the falling speed will soon approach the speed of sound, and it will always collide with the oncoming air. The air accumulates and compresses in front, causing the temperature to rise, and the kinetic energy is converted into heat and taken away. At the same time, the pressure difference between the front and rear of the missile will produce air resistance, giving the missile body a reverse acceleration, which is the so-called overload. Hearing Su Yun's words, Master Jin nodded slightly again. As we all know, gas compression is a common situation in missiles and aircraft. It will cause overload and heating, Friction is a secondary factor. The greater the overload of the aircraft, it means that the air pressure in front is greater, the more intense the compression, and the greater the heat generated. Then Su-Yun paused and continued to explain. In addition, the atmospheric density at high altitude is also an environmental factor that cannot be ignored. With atmospheric density, the sense that gravity is always greater than the centripetal force required for the missile to rotate around the Earth can be realized. Based on the above points, I have an immature idea, which is, can we design a missile body that, with a certain launch angle, allows it to complete a high-to-low running trajectory similar to, during the entire flight, the entire turning process is completed through the aerodynamic structure. In this way, we only need to prepare the lateral propellant required for the final sprint stage. Hearing Su-Yun's words, Jin Washi on the side was stunned, and the others at the scene fell into silence. After a while, Jin Washi's chest rose and fell a few times, and the whole person's breathing frequency suddenly became rapid. It seems that there is a way? You know. According to the original design of Jin Washi and others, the missile's falling steps are as follows. After leaving this Houston sort array platform, it will first perform a free fall. This free fall is about 10,000 meters. Let's just give a random number, for example, from 30,000 meters to 20,000 meters. U-2 performs the photo-taking mission at an altitude of 18,000 meters or even lower. When the vertical height difference between the two sides is 1 or 2 kilometers, the missile's air rudder and other designs begin to take effect. The propellant combustion generates lateral kinetic energy, and the missile begins to turn through the side thrust. Finally, the ultra-wideband proximity fuse starts to work, guiding the missile to hit U-2. During the whole process, the missile's turning can be roughly regarded as a shape similar to L. But on the other hand, if you want to make a missile falling at high speed turn, the thrust required here is actually very strong. And the essence of thrust is to consume the propellant in the combustion chamber. The amount of propellant required for turning is even far greater than the consumption of linear acceleration. DOI 10.13675 Jakenki TJJS 2,203,015. But if the aerodynamic structure can be used to allow the missile to complete the turning by itself, then this part of the propellant may be omitted. In this way, the volume of the entire combustion chamber can be shortened by more than half at once. What? You ask, why not just launch at an angle of 45 degrees? Of course, it is because launching at an angle of 45 degrees requires the use of propellant to keep the missile in an oblique downward posture. This approach consumes even more propellant than the L-type. Looking at Master Jin Woo, who was lost in thought, Su-Yun on the side shrank his neck slightly. He shouldn't be beaten. After all, he didn't know whether this plan was feasible. The original inspiration for this plan, he mentioned, actually came from the technology used by Change 5 when it returned in later generations. That is, the space water skipping, that was once a hot search. Of course. The real name of this water skipping technology is actually jumping re-entry, which is a very delicate operation. This is a special case of semi-ballistic re-entry, suitable for high-speed re-entry into dense atmosphere. As for the purpose, it is naturally to reduce overload and heating as much as possible. Those who were Wu Gang's classmates in the previous life should know. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is actually very far. When the probe returns from the Moon, it is almost in a free fall vertically towards the Earth. Gravity will continue to accelerate the probe, and eventually accelerate it to a speed of 10.9 km/s. This speed is only 300 meters per second less than the second cosmic speed. There is no resistance in space, which means that you don't have to run the engine during the flight, but you have no place to brake. Any artificial speed change requires artificial external force. When you fly to the destination, if you don't want to land hard, that is, crash into it, you must change the speed and even the direction. For the Moon, you can use rockets to forcibly eliminate the force when landing. After all, it has little gravity and slow speed. But for an object with such a large gravity as the Earth, this approach will not work. The reason is very simple. The speed change that chemical rockets can provide mainly depends on the amount of fuel. If you want to increase the speed change, you must increase the fuel. But in this way, regardless of whether the combustion chamber of Change 5 is large enough to store fuel, the carrier rocket for launching Change 5 will have to be increased several times according to the previous Tsiolkovsky formula. As the speed change increases, the mass of the rocket will increase exponentially. Therefore, this approach is obviously not feasible. After discussions from all sides, The design team has developed a special return plan. If the position of entering the atmosphere can be accurately controlled within a range called the re-entry corridor, then the atmospheric density can slow down the return capsule. That is, after the return capsule enters the atmosphere about 60 kilometers, a shock wave will be formed at the bottom. This shock wave will eject the returner out of the atmosphere again, and then re-enter for the second time. In this way, the speed of the returner will be reduced by more than 40%. This principle is actually the embodiment of Mr. Jin's waverider. Therefore, just now, after hearing the inquiry of Master Jin Wu, Su Yun suddenly had an idea. The starting conditions of the Change 5 returner and the Zhuxian sword missile are actually very similar. They are both falling vertically. It's just that one is higher and the other is lower. So if the launch position of the Zhuxian sword missile can be optimized to a certain extent, so that its warhead does not point vertically downward, but is slightly tilted, and the missile body is designed with some aerodynamic structures, it may be possible to achieve an effect through shock waves. The missile body, under the guidance of its own structure, will continue to shift horizontally during the fouling process. Finally, from the initial, too, the whole process does not consume any propellant, and maintains a certain degree of kinetic energy. When it approaches U2, the propellant burns faster, and the missile hits the bullseye. Note, this is a solution that I found a friend of the 2nd Artillery Equipment Research Institute, not my own idea. I don't have that brain, of course. This is just a picture that Su Yun came up with from an outsider's perspective. He doesn't know whether this is difficult in missile design. What if this inspiration is the same concept as the colorful black in the field of missile development? Then Su Yun may have to prepare to drink donkey hair soup. But it seems that the situation is not as bad as he imagined. At least Master Jin Wu's eyes did not glance at the broom in the corner. After a while, Master Jin Wu just blinked and retracted his eyes to reality. He first looked at Su Yun with a new look, then walked to Su Yun's side, stretched out his hand and pressed around Su Yun's crown a few times. After finding that he couldn't open it, he sighed with some regret. Su Yun. A few seconds later, Master Jin Wu finally spoke slowly. Comrade Han Li, to be honest, I really want to see how your brain grows, using shock waves and launch angles for aerodynamic optimization. This is really too. Master Jin Wu made a subtle sow mouth shape. But in the end, he still changed to a few more peaceful words, to imaginative, seeing this situation. Su Yun couldn't help but feel happy, and asked Jin Washi tentatively, Director Jin, so, my idea is actually feasible. Jin Washi restrained the emotion on his face after hearing this, and after a moment of silence, he said seriously, Comrade Han Li, your idea is very strange, but whether it is feasible or not, we can only say that there is a certain probability. After all, the common condition of shock waves is supersonic speed, and it is actually very difficult for a 30,000 meter missile to reach supersonic speed after falling at a certain angle. After all, the position of U2 is not on the ground, but at an altitude of 10,000 meters or even close to 20,000 meters. Of course, high subsonic speed can also produce local shock waves, but we don't have any data to refer to this structural curve, so I can only say that there is a certain feasibility, but whether it can be implemented in the short term, more detailed Mach number and aerodynamic structure derivation calculations are still needed. When mentioning business, Jin Washi's expression was very serious. Just as he said, Su Yun's idea is very innovative, but it is very difficult to implement it in technology. Because this involves the concept of Mach number. What is Mach number? This first requires a concept, that is, when aircraft fly at supersonic speed, their speed often does not change, and what really changes is the speed of sound of the air. This is because low-altitude flight and high-altitude flight are two completely different concepts, and there is a big difference in the atmospheric temperature between the two. Therefore, the same speed may be supersonic at high altitude, but it is often subsonic at low altitude. So in order to better distinguish different types of flow, the real term to express it is the Mach number. Or to be more precise, the Mach number is not only used to distinguish different types of flow, but the most essential function of the Mach number is to reflect the compressed state of the fluid. Regarding this point, you can understand it this way: imagine air as a spring, and the stiffness of the spring is inversely proportional to the Mach number. So when the Mach number is small, the stiffness of the spring is large. Therefore, the fluctuation caused by the speed will easily be transmitted to all positions of the spring, and the spring will not be compressed. Therefore, when the Mach number is small to a certain extent, the air can be considered an incompressible fluid. When the Mach number is large, the stiffness of the spring is small. The fluctuation caused by the speed is easy to cause local compression of the spring, and the air is considered to be a compressible fluid. This concept is very simple and easy to understand. Generally speaking, a low-speed fluid with a Mach number less than 0.3 can be regarded as an incompressible fluid. A fluid with a Mach number greater than 0.3 is a compressible fluid. And when the Mach number exceeds 1, a shock wave will be generated. When the Mach number has exceeded the transonic region, the shock wave will not appear on the surface of the aircraft, but in front of the aircraft. The shock wave at this time is also called a detached shock wave. Therefore, in order to ensure that this Hewson sword missile can complete the type flight with only gravitational potential energy as the power, it is necessary to accurately determine the location where the shock wave appears. That is, the design of a waverider-like structure. Wait? Waverider-like? Thinking of this, Master Jin Wu suddenly realized another thing. If this missile is really designed, then the exceeding thing that he and Su Yun talked about before would not have passed in a few seconds. Master Jin Wu gritted his teeth. That's it. If this kind of missile can really be made, what's the big deal about gnawing on an axe? A real man should gnaw on an axe. In short, it has come to this point. The discussion on the general direction has come to a temporary end, and what remains is the design and calculation of the structure. So Master Jin Wu once again divided the people on the scene into 3 groups in the same way as before. However, unlike before, Master Jin Wu did not go out with Su Yun to fish, but formed a 4th group to calculate. Another member of the group is a middle-aged man with a round face, who looks to be in his early 30s. He is a member of the calculation group, as mentioned before. The calculation group sent by the base has a total of 10 people, but there were 3 groups before. So the earlier allocation plan was 334, and 1 was actually redundant. Now Master Jin Wu personally established a 4th group, so the redundant people were naturally pulled in to help. According to the division of functions, the 4 groups are responsible for the derivation of 4 configurations: supersonic axisymmetry, air-breathing propulsion power, 2-dimensional air inlet configuration, and the design of the oscillating cone of a fixed plane shape considering viscosity. Among them, Master Jin Wu and Su Yun are responsible for the first supersonic axisymmetry, which is also the most difficult direction in the whole process. But Su Yun is still happy. After all, he was not emotionally opposed to being able to partner with Mr. Jin, but rather excited. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a supreme honor, much more glorious than being interviewed on TV or winning a certain award. Secondly, supersonic axisymmetry is the closest to fluid mechanics among the 4 steps, and involves a lot of knowledge of fluid mechanics. I don't know how proficient Su Yun is in this aspect. At least he doesn't have to be possessed by Quincy like before, although the whole time. Then quickly, each of the 4 groups chose a classroom and began their own calculations. Among them, the group of Master Jin Wu and Su Yun stayed in the original classroom, after all, to take care of the disabled Comrade Han Li. After everyone left, Master Jin Wu glanced at the member of the math group next to him, pondered for a moment, and said to Su Yun, "Comrade Han Li, do you know anything about supersonic axisymmetry?" Su Yun nodded and said, "Well, I know a little bit. For example, this is one of the 3 ways to generate waveriders you proposed. The other 2 are supersonic binary flow fields and supersonic flow fields flowing through any 3-dimensional configuration. The axisymmetric minimum wave resistance configuration can be obtained through the classical minimum resistance theory, which is the easiest way to generate waveriders." Master Jin Wu nodded with satisfaction. Then he drew a relatively simple diagram on the calculation paper and said, "Since Comrade Han Li is not unfamiliar with supersonic axisymmetry, let's get straight to the point. The technical purpose of our group is very simple, which is to complete the integrated design of the minimum wave resistance cone waverider and the inner rotating air intake, and the core of this design is the parameter derivation of the curved inner cone flow field. After that, Master Jin Wu took a few more documents from his site and said to Su Yun, "Look here, this is the partial intersection line of the waverider shock wave surface and the inner cone shock wave surface that I derived in the early years. Among them, curve CD is a section of the capture line, and the intersection point D is usually located on the center body of the reference flow field of the inner rotating inlet, as we all know. In terms of the integrated design of the 4-body inlet, there are many schemes in various countries at this time. For example, Rivest used the streamline tracing method in the conical flow field to design the lip of the inlet to approximately match the two-dimensional inlet configuration. Japan's Takashi Shikin completed this step using the osculating cone method. Stark of the United Kingdom used the variable wedge angle method. It is actually a pity for this person. If the United Kingdom had supported his research more in the past, the United Kingdom might have completed the research and development of the waverider forebody first. Master Jin Wu used the coupling design of the minimum wave resistance cone-guided waverider, which is quite bold even in later generations. There is no way. If you don't find another way, Suyun's plan has no chance of landing. As for the document that Master Jin Wu took out, it was not just as simple as it was in the early years. These documents were all valuable materials that he had sent back from across the sea in advance. At that time, they were considered unique and precious. After Jin Bia reported Master Jin Wu in the back, and Master Jin Wu and his wife were imprisoned, he could no longer bring or to mail anything back to China. Of course. It was precisely because of these data that Master Jin Wu chose to fight with Su Yunming. Then quickly, Master Jin Wu drew a shock wave line of the notch surface, and wrote the intersection point D on the center body of the reference flow field of the inner rotating inlet. Then he wrote down a flow rate formula, Qm equals A2K K1 page 0 Greek letter rho 0, PP 0, 2K, PP 0, K plus 1K. This is a description of the perfect gas under the univariate isentropic steady flow, which was derived in 1954. After writing here, Jin Washi paused with his pen tip and said to Su Yun, "Comrade Han Li, what do you think should be calculated next, back pressure ratio, or area velocity relationship?" Su Yun knew that this was not the time for him to be polite, so he immediately expressed his opinion. "Director Jin, I personally think the back pressure ratio should be better." In his previous life, when he was working at Changfei, Su Yun once heard a colleague who was engaged in fluid say something, "After the shock wave is generated, the entropy will increase, but the stagnation pressure will decrease. At the same time, the stagnation temperature before and after the shock wave remains unchanged." So in this case, when calculating the area flow velocity relationship, there will be a misunderstanding that can only be known through supercomputing. If the compressibility coefficient is not introduced, the entire formula will be completely scrapped. Therefore, after Master Jin Wu asked for his opinion, Su Yun immediately put forward his own opinion. If Master Jin Wu did not ask, Su Yun would take the initiative to speak. And next to Su Yun, Master Jin Wu nodded after hearing this. "That's exactly what I want." So soon, Master Jin Wu calculated the back pressure ratio. The so-called back pressure ratio refers to the ratio of the static pressure at the nozzle outlet to the stagnation pressure upstream of the nozzle, but in the design plan it refers to the coupling ratio between the cone flow field and the gas. When the cone flow field just reaches the critical condition, the external gas reaches the speed of sound, and the gas mass flow rate reaches the maximum value. The back pressure ratio at this time is called the maximum back pressure ratio. This concept is somewhat similar to the MBPR of later generations, but the interpretation is closer to downstream. Then quickly, Su Yun also assessed the state of his right hand. Today, his right hand has not been used, and the load is zero, so he also picked up a pen and paper to help write. As we all know, if the shock wave is a normal shock wave and the thickness of the shock wave is not considered, the shape of the shock wave control volume will be very symmetrical. You make a scissors gesture, and then point your fingertips downward. This is the diagram of the shock wave control volume. The basic equation of the control volume CV is composed of three continuous equations: the equals d TVR, T, dV equals TVR, T, dV plus SR, T, and n equals IID plus IID, T plus TID, T limit 0, id, T plus T equals C sin v equals C sin v cos da. Just bear with the layout of the starting point, where T is time, Fx is the component of the force on the fluid in the control volume on the x-axis, V is the fluid velocity vector, A is the surface area vector of the control volume, V is the volume of the control volume. At the same time, consider the stable flow of gas, and assume that the velocity and energy are uniform on the shock wave section. Then CSV, da equals Ka. Then Su Yun combined the cross-sectional states and prepared to continue the deduction. However, half a minute later, Su Yun suddenly frowned, tutted his mouth, and shook his head gently. "No, if it is fitted like this, there is no way to continue the calculation. As soon as the voice fell, a voice suddenly came to Su Yun's ear. "Comrade Han Li, why can't the calculation continue?" Su Yun was stunned for a moment, and looked at the speaker. After turning his head, he found that the round-faced middle-aged man in the mathematical group, who was called Dayu, had come to him at some point. Seeing this, Su Yun glanced at Jin Wuxi, who was calculating with his head down, and explained in a low voice, "Comrade Dayu, isn't this obvious? The temperature after the shock wave is higher than before the shock wave is generated, and the pressure rises intermittently and sharply. The equation of the diffusion section is obviously impossible to calculate." After that, Su Yun shook his head and prepared to try to think of another method. However, to his surprise, the round-faced middle-aged man did not speak after hearing this, but also lowered his head and took the pen and paper to write. Su Yun did not say anything when he saw this, and continued to think. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the middle-aged man suddenly handed the calculation paper to Su Yun and said, "Comrade Han Li, take a look at this." Su Yun was still in a period of interruption in his thinking. Being repeatedly interrupted, he still had some ideas in his mind. It's not that he was disgusted, but he was definitely a little impatient. After all, this is a quasi-axiom that has become a fixed formula in 2023 in the future. In Su Yun's opinion, there is no need for much discussion. However, out of respect for the predecessors of this era, Su Yun decided to help this comrade find the problem first and give him a simple lesson. As a result, when he saw the content of the calculation paper for the first time, Su Yun's pupils shrank. Only at this moment. There was a derivation written on the calculation paper, given that do equals k plus 1, ma 2u slash 2 plus k1, ma 2u, and y equals pd pu 2 kx2, k1, k plus 1, cap 1 slash 2. The above two equations are combined to establish the continuity equation, NS equation, energy equation and gas state equation of compressible viscous gas in two-dimensional cylindrical coordinates. Through the variation, it can be seen that the cross-sectional state will gradually increase in the second half of the diffusion section. After introducing the influence of the gas boundary layer, the final formula can be obtained, FCV equals TCV plus Vn, da. Looking at the calculation results in front of him, Su Yun was shocked. Subconsciously, he asked, "Comrade Yuda, what's your name?" "I want to ask your full name." "You mean me?" The round-faced middle-aged man named Yuda adjusted his glasses and said with a simple smile, "My name is Yu Minimum." "Hey, Comrade Han Li, how did you fall down?" Chapter 562 U2 My life is worth it. Fin de este capítulo muchas gracias por llegar hasta el final. No se olviden de darle like. Busques más contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato? Exclamation mark. Suscribid a nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos, nos vemos en el próximo video.